We're back. It's midnight on the East Coast, and the polls now have closed in virtually all of the states. In fact, in all 50 of them, and we are able to project, as expected, that Governor George W. Bush is the winner of the 3 electoral votes in the state of Alaska. So we add them to the George Bush total. That pushes him slightly closer to the 270 that he needs. But both the vice president and the Texas governor are keeping a covetous eye on the southeastern part of the United States, the state of Florida, with its 25 electoral votes. It has been a night of marriage and divorce for that state. In fact, all of the networks originally projected that Florida would go in the Al Gore column, and then it was pulled back. And so it's now too close to call. So with 3 electoral votes from Alaska, we have George Bush at 236 votes. If he could get the 25 out of the state of Florida, obviously he would be that much closer to the 270. But Al Gore thinks that if he can get the 25 out of Florida, that he can get that much closer as well. And they can pick off Wisconsin, Oregon, Washington, any combination of those 2 that are left.
Tom, think of it this way. George Bush needs 34 more points. Al Gore needs 39 more points. If you get Florida, Bush needs 9 more. If Gore gets Florida, he just simply needs 14 more. And there they are. Arkansas, Nevada, Iowa, Wisconsin, Oregon, and Washington, there for the picking. Florida is critical here is the determination who's the next president. But I might add that once again, each of the candidates can do it without Florida if they get the royal flush.
It's also worth pointing out, in fact, the decision has been made. The president of the United States has been chosen because all the polls have closed. All the votes have been cast. They're just sitting out there waiting to be counted. And so we're sitting here waiting for the count to come in. But in fact, America has already decided at this hour who it wants as its next president of the United States. What we don't know is whether it's George W. Bush down there in Austin, Texas tonight working the telephones trying to find out what's going on, or Vice President Al Gore in Nashville, Tennessee, doing the same thing.
But we do know whoever the winner is, it will not be a mandate, which many historians like Doris Kearns Goodwin says it will be quite damaging and very difficult for whoever is elected president because the country obviously is so divided.
Let's take a look at the raw vote. We're now more than 2/3 of the way through the vote counting, as you can see. Just a percentage point between the 2 of them, 75 million votes cast roughly, and about 500,000 votes separating, about 400,000 in fact altogether. It's that close, ladies and gentlemen. After all these months, after all the convention speeches, after all the media wars, about $1 billion spent altogether on the presidential race. And those are the states that have made their decisions already. And once we get the count from them, we'll be able to tell you who is the next president of the United States, the first of the 21st century. 2 firstborn sons of families of privilege with deep political roots, one in the Democratic Party, one in the Republican Party, both graduates of Harvard and Yale, and 2 men who went after each other pretty hard. So let's go to Doris Kearns Goodwin right now. Doris, you know, in fact, Bill Clinton had to step a little gingerly in his first term because he didn't have 50% of the vote. But then boldly, 2 years in, he sent Hillary after health care in America, and it did backfire on him.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, I think Bill Clinton's whole historic legacy, in a certain sense, was undone by those first 2 years because then he lost the Democratic Congress. Suppose he'd had a Democratic Congress with this surplus, with his values, with his desire to get health care and Social Security. He could have achieved the very things that Gore is now hoping to achieve should he become president. Then Clinton would have really been an historic president. So that was the turning point, even more than Monica Lewinsky, in my judgment.
We are also looking at a Senate that is slightly closer tonight because we think the Democrats will pick up 1 or 2 seats. The House probably won't change that much, but that was pretty close going in as well. Does this mean not much gets done in the next 4 years?
It's certainly going to be tough. I mean, if Mr. Gore should win, the first thing I would do would be to ask Bill Clinton if I could have Trent Lott and Dick Armey and all those characters to the Lincoln bedroom. I think that would be such a symbolic moment to show that he's reaching across the aisle and he's going to try and do what George Bush has promised that he would do. You know, I keep thinking, though, tonight of George Bush Sr. When he lost his race to Clinton, he said, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." And he said, the most important thing that hurts, I wanted to prove those pundits and those pollsters wrong. So I think of him down there now with his son. If Florida flip-flaps back to Bush, he will be so happy. He will finally have proved those pollsters, pundits tonight wrong.
Thank you very much, Doris Kearns Goodwin. I can already hear Trent Lott and Dick Armey saying, so we've been invited to stay in the Lincoln bedroom. What's the price of admission this year? Let's go now to NBC's Claire Shipman and David Gregory. They have been covering the campaigns and the candidates from the beginning. Those are the virtues of youth, ladies and gentlemen. They still look as fresh as they do at this hour, and they have been up around the clock for the past several days. David, tell us what they're saying to you privately in Austin.
Well, they are a picture of defiance here, from Governor Bush on down to his senior advisors. They are hunkered down, working the phones back to Florida principally, while they still rely on this highly motivated, highly energized conservative base of support to combine with whatever independent support and Democratic support they may have in some of these states that have gone Democratic before, the states that you all have been talking about that they are waiting for. But just to give you some clue about the atmospherics here, behind me about 20,000 people who have been waiting in this unusually blustery, cold weather, steady, light rain in Austin, Texas, unusual for this time of the year. About 2 hours ago, Governor Bush was expected to address them. Not happening. Governor Bush is inside the governor's mansion, which is just a short pace away from me here. But they are on the phone and working and still very confident that Florida is going to break their way. You heard Governor Bush earlier, Tom, not only not conceding Florida, but not conceding other states like Pennsylvania. They are working the phones and relying on their ground operations in these states.
Thank you very much, David Gregory. Well, if the governor could do it, I suppose he might be tempted to go out and say, move to Florida and vote again if you possibly can, to that crowd that's gathered outside the State House in Austin, Texas. Let's go to Nashville now and NBC's Claire Shipman. Claire, what about the vice president? There was a euphoric mood, we know, earlier when all the networks had awarded him Florida, and it was beginning to break his way with Michigan and Pennsylvania. Now they're back between a rock and a hard place.
Incredibly tense, and at the Lowe's Hotel where everybody's holed up, we're really not seeing any of the advisors who were wandering around freely just over an hour ago, Tom. And in fact, there's a large crowd waiting for Gore's victory celebration downtown at the War Memorial Plaza, but a lot of people who've been coming back to the hotel because they've been waiting so long, and they've probably been told it could be a much longer wait tonight. And again, they are also looking very closely at Florida. If you can imagine the kind of pressure on the people who are running Florida for Al Gore at this point, they're still hopeful that at the last minute those Democratic counties are going to come in and give Gore the state back. But even so, they're still looking at a tricky road to victory. They've got to pull in at least a couple of other states that they weren't necessarily counting on.
Claire, this is not going to be good news for Vice President Al Gore. It's very good news, and it's in keeping with the strategy of Texas Governor George W. Bush. Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home state, we put in the Bush column the projected winner of the 6 electoral states in the state of Arkansas is George W. Bush. Karl Rove had been talking about winning the Dukakis Democratic states and the Clinton-Gore states. They've now knocked off the Clinton-Gore states, and they're closing in on the Dukakis Democratic states. Iowa and Wisconsin are the 2 that are left there. And then, of course, we have to go to... We are now projecting, this is great, we are now projecting the state of Washington for Vice President Al Gore. So it's back and forth. According to the map that the 2 campaigns had outlined, Tim Russert can barely keep track with his eraser and his little red pen here.
Oh, yes, I can, Tom.
242 to 242.
242. And what does it mean, Tom? That if Florida goes to George W. Bush, the only way Al Gore can win is by winning the 4 remaining states. Right. He must win all 4. 4 for 4. It is extraordinary what we're watching tonight.
What if Florida goes to Al Gore?
Then what we have is exactly the same.
Right.
4 for 4. Florida, Florida, Florida. I think somebody once said that. Tom, one other thing I want to point out, and this is really interesting. I mentioned how the Nader vote had gone down to 2% in our national voter exit poll. I went through some of the states left. In Florida, Nader's getting 2%, too close to call. In Iowa, Nader's getting 2%. That race is too close to call. In Wisconsin, Nader's getting 4%. Nader could tip the balance in Florida, Iowa, and Wisconsin.
It's still effectively, however, is a race between these two guys, it turns out. And that's what we have to wait and find out. Doris Kearns Goodwin, did you ever think that you would see numbers at 10 minutes after midnight in the East, the day after the election, effectively? 242 for Bush, 242 for Vice President Al Gore?
Oh, when I just saw those two numbers go up, my heart was feeling butterflies for either one of them. I can't even imagine what they're feeling. Can you imagine them sitting amidst their friends and supporters and watching us play chess with their future? One of these guys will wake up tomorrow, if they indeed go to sleep tonight, and Hail to the Chief will be in their future, and the other one will feel, what if I'd done that? When it's a close election like this, I think it's going to be so much harder to lose. You'd almost rather lose big and get prepared for it, and this is going to be so tough on either one of them.
Oh, I have talked to those people who've lost big, and it's hard for them to swallow as well.
Yeah, I guess losing is no good anyway. I remember Joe Kennedy once said to his son, John Kennedy, when he won that presidency, and he said, I'm so exhausted, he said to his father, and he said, look, you're a lot less tired when you win than when you lose.
I remember, I think that it was Walter Mondale who said to George McGovern, who lost even his home state, he said, George, how long does it take you to get over this? And McGovern looked at him and he said, what do you mean get over it? It does take a long, long time. Tell us just briefly about John Kennedy in the closing days of 1960. There was a real surge on the part of Richard Nixon. I think that it's fair to say that there was a real surge on the part of Vice President Gore here in the last 5 days or so. So it's kind of a mirror image of the two. What did John Kennedy do in the closing 24 hours of that campaign?
Yeah, John Kennedy really felt it slipping away from him. Eisenhower had been so effective on the road. Nixon had given a great telethon on election eve, and Kennedy's aides wanted him to watch it because he was always so curious about the other side. He was so nervous at that point, he refused to watch the telethon. And when he went home that actual day, they just said he kept wandering restlessly back and forth because he could feel it intuitively slipping away. The polls were nowhere near as scientific, but he was right. They were right that it was slipping. And then, of course, Illinois was the Florida of 1960, and old Joe Kennedy kept coming to his son and saying, don't worry, we've got Illinois. And, of course, in the end, they finally did have Illinois, but what an incredible, anxious night.
All right, thank you very much, Doris Kearns Goodwin. We have, just as we have projected, the home state of Bill Clinton goes to Governor Bush, and the state of Washington goes to Vice President Al Gore. So they're locked in a dead heat, 242 electoral votes apiece. These are the 5 states still outstanding. Florida, obviously, is the big prize there. Let us take you through the raw vote in each of those states alphabetically. Let's begin in the state. Well, it's not alphabetical. We'll start in Nevada in the west. As you can see, less than half of the vote has been counted so far, and there are 2 points between the two principals, and Ralph Nader is getting 2% of the vote, 8,000 votes. That could make a big difference to those two candidates. In the state of Florida, as Tim indicated, Ralph Nader again getting 2% of the vote. We have 2 points between the two of them. Broward County and Dade County down in the southeastern part of the state, still they're counting votes. Look at that. 100,000 votes between the two of them, 103,000 votes between the two of them, now with 86% of the votes counted thus far. In Iowa, 77% of the vote has been counted, and as you can see, 14,000 votes separate them out of a million cast for the two principals. Ralph Nader gets 2% of the vote with 22,000 votes. No doubt Al Gore is looking at those 22,000 and saying, why can't I have those in my column? In Oregon, where they have a mail-in ballot, but they still have counted 47% of the vote so far. It is very close there, just 2 points between these two guys. Ralph Nader, we did think that this would be his strongest state. It's not as strong as he had hoped. He's running at about 4% of the vote right now, but he could make a big difference in the state of Oregon, and Oregon could prove to be pivotal with its 7 electoral votes. And then finally, we go back to Wisconsin, one of those states that has been described as a Dukakis Democratic state. It's gone the Democrats the last 2 cycles. It does have a Republican governor. Al Gore has a slight lead in Wisconsin in the raw vote right now, nationally. 69% of the vote has been counted. Again, we're talking about close to 70 million votes that have been cast, and about 400,000, well, a little more than that now between the two of them. It turns out that there's about 600,000 votes between the two of them.
Tom, I've been working these numbers again.
Yep.
242. Each candidate needs 28 to win. If you take Nevada, Oregon, Iowa, Wisconsin, that's 29. That gives you the margin of victory. If you win Florida, all you would need is Nevada. Right. For the first time tonight, with this calculation, I think we can say that the candidates will not tie. Candidates cannot get 269, 269.
Right.
We will have an electoral college winner tonight.
And probably a popular vote winner as well, based on what we're seeing thus far. So if you get Florida, it comes back to Florida.
If you get Florida, all you need is Nevada.
Right.
Or any of these other
Or
states.
any of the other states.
But if you win these 4 states, Nevada, Oregon, Iowa, Wisconsin, you can give your opponent Florida and
Right.
still be elected
Right.
president. This would give you 271, one more than necessary.
All right, everyone keeping notes. What you have to do is set Florida aside for just a moment. Look at the other states. If you can get all those, you can get home without Florida. It would help to have Florida because then you'd only need one of the others.
When we were little, Tom, were taught to fill in the squares, blue or red, very carefully. We're doing the same thing tonight in the year 2000, only it's called electing the President of the United States.
It is. The stakes are just slightly higher. And the decision has been made, it's worth pointing out. All the votes have been cast. All the polls have been closed. Katie Couric, we'll just stay here through until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and join all those people outside.
Just get me another double espresso.
Okay, we're going to do that in just a moment. We'll be back on Decision 2000 in a moment.
While Johnny Kim was getting ready for the first customers of the day, someone else was looking at larger space for his growing business. At 3 o'clock, while the Curtis family was watching their daughter's soccer game, someone else was walking a prospective tenant through one of their apartment buildings. And while Carmen Delabar was preparing for a fashion show, someone else met with an appraiser about her investment property. You've got a life. We let you live it. We're realtors. Real estate is our life.
Samsung joyfully introduces the world as you make it, where our digital technology has one job: to make life more fun. We want to thrill you, connect you, charm you, satisfy you, and delight you.
Everyone's invited
To the Samsung digital experience.
Right now, there are hundreds of satellites up there orbiting the Earth. They're performing functions that are now knitted into the fabric of our everyday lives. The applications range from the practical to the profound, from looking at weather patterns over the Earth to the birthplace of stars in the universe. Satellites give our military the ultimate high ground. They carry phone calls, internet data, maybe the program you're watching right now. Bringing these technologies together for our customers is the essence of what we do.
Dateline Friday. One by one, they disappear. Who's killing the women of Spokane? When police make an arrest, his identity stuns everyone.
He just looked like a neighbor. Anybody's neighbor.
Could a husband, a father, be a serial killer?
It was shocking that I could be married to a man and not even know
A
him.
real-life mystery. Dateline Friday.
That may be just a map to us and just a set of numbers, but to Vice President Al Gore and Governor George W. Bush, it's their whole future. It's their place in history. It's their opportunity to become president of the most powerful country in the world. And 5 states will make that determination before this night is out. 242 electoral votes apiece. These are the 5 states that are still too close to call. The big prize, the state of Florida, where Jeb Bush is the governor. It had been earlier projected as an Al Gore state, and then all the networks withdrew that projection, and it has been in play now for several hours, and it could very well determine who gets to be president of the United States. Here we are in the state of Iowa, the raw vote so far, almost 80% of the vote counted, and as you could see, Al Gore has a 1-point lead over George W. Bush. Ralph Nader is a factor in Iowa. Let's go on to the next state. We're now in Nevada, and again, 4 points separating the two with George Bush on top. Again, Ralph Nader is a factor there. Less than half of the vote has been counted in the state of Nevada. In Florida, closing in on 90% of the vote counted so far, 2 percentage points between the two, and as you can see, about 100,000 votes separating them right now. But again, Ralph Nader has 78,000 votes, 2% of the vote counted in Florida. Here we are in the state of Oregon, Ralph Nader's strongest state tonight, but he's still under 5%. He's at 4%. Al Gore is trailing George W. Bush as you can see, by about 15,000 votes altogether, and Ralph Nader has 31,000 votes. So Ralph Nader could be a spoiler for Al Gore in the state of Oregon, although he might have taken votes away from George W. Bush as well. In Wisconsin, Al Gore on top, but narrowly, just by 22,000 votes altogether. Ralph Nader has 4% of the vote in Wisconsin, 62,000 votes. If you put those in the Gore column or in the Bush column, it changes the race dramatically, quite obviously. So that's where we stand. Now nationally, 70% of the vote has been counted. We have more than 70 million votes that have been cast and counted so far. And as you can see, there are about 600,000 separating the two candidates there. In fact, just 1 percentage point. This race could not be any closer. It does appear likely that one or the other will have a popular majority, and then we'll see whether the popular majority matches up with the electoral majority. Let's go to Broward County now in southeastern Florida and to the office of the Superintendent of Elections in Broward County, which is just north of Miami. NBC's Kerry Sanders is standing by there. Kerry, why is it taking so long to get a vote total out of Florida tonight, especially Broward County?
Well, in part because they're waiting for all of the ballots to come in. Apparently somebody out there driving in the ballots to the central processing area here into the computer room must have gotten lost because they don't know where those ballot boxes are. But they are trying to track them down. The Sheriff's Department is out there looking for them. In addition to that, they have other populous counties where they're still underreporting the number of ballots that should be counted about this hour, including in Miami, including in the Jacksonville area, including in Hillsborough County, in Tampa, and including Palm Beach County. And as I add up the different counties and look at the general makeup, it appears that there's more Republican votes, more registered Republicans in the counties which are underreporting than there are Democratic votes.
Kerry, these missing ballots, where did they come from, and where does I mean, this is going to cause all kinds of suspicion.
Well, there are huge areas out here, and this is very much built in Florida on a volunteer system where the ballots are cast and then the boxes are then brought in. Who knows where they are? The Sheriff's Department has a deputy at every polling place that is supposed to bring these ballots in. So the deputies are out there. They will find these ballot boxes, but it certainly raises suspicion. There are some folks down here from the Bush campaign right now who are raising their eyebrows, asking questions.
All right, thanks very much, Kerry Sanders. Stand by there. We'll be coming back to you later in the evening. We'll be back with more on Decision 2000 here on NBC right after this. We're back, and a man who has been a factor in this presidential campaign is Ralph Nader. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. tonight. Mr. Nader, it is pretty clear that you're not going to get to the 5% threshold that you're going to need to qualify for federal matching funds. Earlier today, you were boasting that you could become the largest third party in the world, but you're going to fall well short of that threshold, aren't you?
Actually, the largest third party in the United States, replacing the Reform Party and the fastest growing party. I think we're going to be a watchdog in Washington, and polls have showed that even if people don't vote for a third party, they want a viable third party holding these politicians' feet to the fire. And we're sending them that message. In future elections, if they don't shape up, we're going to draw more votes away from them at the local, state, and national level.
But as you look at those states that are still too close to call, and the margin of difference in several of them is really the vote that you have gotten, that it could make, for example, Al Gore the next president of the United States. A lot of your friends in the Democratic Party are going to say you were nothing but a spoiler.
Well, I think we're a new competitive force in America. You know, the idea of a spoiler is how can you spoil a system spoiled to the core? We need more competition to the two parties and more fresh candidates. You can see the enthusiasm of our backers here, but it's also pouring in on our website, especially from a younger generation that was turned off politics, is coming back in. I wish you could see the comments coming in at votenader.com. We're going to build for the future. This is the takeoff stage. In the year 2002, the calculations inside the Democratic Party, respecting their progressive wing, are going to be quite different, Tom.
All right, thanks very much, Ralph Nader, tonight, who is not going to give up the fight, obviously. believes that he can build on it from here, even though he did not reach the threshold that was required for him to qualify for federal funds. Pat Buchanan virtually didn't make the radar screen, even though he did get the $12,000 from the Reform Party this time. The $12 million,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The $12 million from the Reform Party. He just has not been a factor in this campaign, and he has gone off into political oblivion in the course of this presidential election. Okay, we want to show you the states again, 242 to 242. Al Gore and George Bush in a dead heat with these 5 states left. As Tim Russert has pointed out, if one of them gets Florida and one other state, they're home. If one of them doesn't win Florida but wins the other 4 states, they're home. So that's what we're talking about tonight. That's called making your point if you're shooting craps, and essentially that's what we're doing at this hour. But the decision has already been made. The votes have been cast. They just have to be tabulated.
Tom, it's 12:25 in the morning East Coast time. If we were sitting here in a normal election year and you saw Oregon, Iowa, and Wisconsin still out, you'd say to yourself, those 3 states have gone Democratic the last 3 cycles for Dukakis, Clinton Gore, Clinton Gore. Nevada voted twice for Clinton Gore. Florida voted last time for Clinton, the time before that for Bush. These are states that are part of a Democratic pattern, if you will, and yet they are still too close to call. It's quite interesting how Bush has been able to make these states part of his battleground, if you will, and Gore was able to make Florida part of his.
It's Katie Couric. You've been watching all this. You've been listening to what the voters have to say as they come on. The Clinton economy, if we can call it that, was a pretty big factor for them.
That's right. And of course, we're also been looking at very carefully, having just heard from Ralph Nader, all about the Nader effect and whether or not he is siphoning votes away from Al Gore. And we have some data from our exit poll on how Nader is doing in some key states in the Midwest, Tom. That could forecast what may happen a little bit later tonight in the West, where the Nader factor promised to be the strongest. Now, in Wisconsin, which traditionally leans Democratic, Nader's vote does not appear to be drawing votes directly away from Gore.
My guess is that in a lot of the Nader instances that he got new voters to the poll, as much as Jesse Ventura did when he ran in the state of Minnesota. People who were turned off by the political system altogether decided that they would turn out and vote for Ralph Nader. They would not have voted for either Al Gore or for George Bush.
In fact, many people say they would have stayed home if those 2 names alone had been on the ballot and just sat on their hands and not voted for either candidate.
But you know what Democrats are going to say. If their candidate loses by 1% and Ralph Nader got 2, they're not going to look at the exit polls, Katie. They're going to point their finger and say, Ralph Nader, you're a spoiler, fairly or unfairly. Quite interesting.
Jonathan Alter of Newsweek magazine, who also works with us at NBC News and MSNBC, joins us now. He's been taking a look at the vote in Florida, so far as we can tell it. Jonathan, there's that intriguing story from Broward County tonight. There's some missing ballot boxes. What else have you been able to find out?
Well, there were some irregularities in Palm Beach County where some voters thought that they were voting for Al Gore, but because of the structure of the ballot and the way you punched in on the ballot, they actually ended up voting for Pat Buchanan by mistake. They don't think that it's a large enough number to affect the outcome, probably only several hundred ballots, but it's contributing to the tension down there. You know, Tom, so much of American life now is hype. When you hear on television, you promise this, you promise that, it turns out not to come true. This election did turn out to be the closest in 40 years. All of what we said about it in the last few days turned out to be true. It is a truly historically interesting, compelling drama, the likes of which many of us haven't seen in our lifetimes.
And Jonathan, I think that it's also worth pointing out that, in fact, for all the description of these 2 guys, it doesn't make any difference that they do have 2 profoundly different sets of agendas as presidential candidates. Take Social Security. There was a sharp difference between the 2 of them on that. The role of government in the lives of people, what we're going to do about education, what's going to happen with the surplus. Foreign policy, which got very little discussion this time, in fact, under Al Gore would be a much different foreign policy than it would be under George W. Bush. So, absolutely. In fact, the country is coming down and making a tough decision between 2 men who wanted to take this country in divergent directions. And now we see a sharply divided America as well.
American history, the future of this country may come down to what is happening in Dade and Broward County, Florida tonight, in foreign policy and how much we intervene abroad and in all kinds of other things in the economy.
Thank you very much, NBC's Jonathan Alter, also a columnist for Newsweek magazine, of course. We'll be back with more Decision 2000 right after this. Well, you'll be relieved to know that nothing has changed in the last 20 seconds. It's still 242 to 242 electoral votes, and those 5 states that are still too close to call remain in that category for us. They can't stay that way forever, but certainly it is a very tense night. The state of Florida, 25 electoral votes, of course, if it went into either one of those columns, would take those 2 men to very close to where they need to get to. They would only need then the state of Nevada, for example, which has 4 electoral votes, to get to the magic number of 270. Iowa and Wisconsin still outstanding, so is the state of Oregon, and we don't know which way any of those states is going to go, and I dare say that neither of the candidates knows at this point who is likely to win. They're full of some self-assurances, but that's fraught with some peril because they know that this election tonight has been much more of a checkerboard than anyone anticipated going into the evening. We want to go back now to Broward County in southeastern Florida to NBC's Kerry Sanders, who's hot on the case of the missing ballot boxes tonight. Any late word for us, Kerry?
Well, yes. Now they have found most of the ballot boxes, all but it appears one precinct, which is still missing. The sheriff's deputies bringing those ballot boxes in. Now they're checking the seals on the ballot boxes to make sure that nothing has been tampered with. One of the really big questions is initially how it appeared that the exit polls would indicate that Florida would go to Gore, and then the networks had to take back that prediction. Well, I've spoken to somebody in Tallahassee, which is the state capital, at the supervisor of elections office there for the State Department of Elections. They say that what is going on in Florida, which is not really taken part in the actual exit polls, is the huge absentee ballot participation. Initially, they projected about 575,000 absentee ballots. They have now, within the last hour, upped that to almost 1 million absentee ballots. That, it is believed, will favor the Republican Party, will favor Bush, because they had a stronger push in the state to get registered voters to actually get the absentee ballots and participate in the election that way. So 1 million absentee ballots that are being counted, and it will probably be about an hour, 2 hours, could be even later before the full state is fully reporting, because they're waiting for, as I said, here one ballot box to come in, and in some other parts of the state, some ballot boxes that are just confounding people. They don't know where they are, but they're looking for them.
And Kerry, they are counting the absentee ballots tonight, right?
They are indeed counting the absentee ballots tonight. What slows up the process in terms of getting those absentee ballots is each one is inside a sealed envelope, so they have to actually open that up to get the ballot out before they stick it in these machines over my shoulder here.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Kerry Sanders tonight. Now we want to show you those states, state by state, what's going on within them. These are the states that are too close to call. We can't repeat it often enough, because that handful of states in which the votes have already been cast, that handful of states will tell us who is the next president of the United States. In Iowa, 84% of the vote has been counted. It's been staying at about that level, a 1-point lead for Al Gore, with Ralph Nader a factor, 2% of the vote there. If you took the Ralph Nader votes and added them to either one of the candidates, that would put them more clearly on top. So let's go on now in these these states that are too close to call. In Nevada, same thing, but this time George Bush is on top, 2-point lead there. Just 12,000 votes separating the two of them. Ralph Nader has 10,000 votes for 2% of the vote. More than half of it has been counted now in the state of Nevada. In the state of Florida, we're now up to 87% of the votes that have been counted. In the next hour or so, Kerry Sanders was telling us they do expect to count the absentee ballots, more than 1 million altogether. Ralph Nader has 81,000 votes, but as you can see, almost 5 million cast, and the vote is very close. The same thing is true in the state of Oregon. Less than half of the vote counted in Oregon. They have a mail-in system there, so it may take a little bit longer in Oregon, but George W. Bush has a slight lead over Al Gore. Ralph Nader, probably his best showing of the night, 4%, 32,000 votes thus far, with about half counted at this point. In Wisconsin, Al Gore continues to hold a very narrow lead there, with about 2/3 of the vote in thus far. And as you can see, at this point, just 14,000 votes separating them out of about 1.7 million that have been cast altogether. So it could not be closer in all of these states. That's where we stand. Tim Russert, the equation has not changed. You get Florida, one more, you win. You lose Florida, you win all the others. You get to be President of the United States.
And we show Mr. Gore ahead in Wisconsin and Iowa right now, Mr. Bush ahead in Nevada and Oregon, which means if those 4 states split 2 to each candidate, Florida it's all about. And brother Jeb Bush, the governor, is now sitting with his older brother, maybe kneeling with his older brother, Tom, because who knows what's going to happen.
They've been talking about a cold Thanksgiving, but if, in fact, George W. Bush does not win the state of Florida, and we don't know that that's the case by any means, they're very confident that they are going to win it. My guess is that Thanksgiving will carry over into Christmas and probably the New Year's as well. But,
well, the whole Bush family really got into the act in Florida with President Bush going down there, Mrs. Bush, of course, Jeb campaigning very, very hard in the final days of the campaign. I mean, they pulled out all the stops for Florida, and apparently, according to our exit poll, 1 out of every 5 people who supported Jeb Bush actually voted for Al Gore. So the governor wasn't able to hold on to all his supporters and have them translate over to his brother.
Well, it's tough. I mean, he's not a despot after all. He can't order people to go vote for whom he wants. And to be fair to the governor, this has been a very tough campaign for everybody. Both campaigns have poured a lot of money and a lot of people into that extremely cosmopolitan state in one end of the state, and the other end of the state's very rural. I mean, Florida changes about every 20 miles as you drive north. Let's go to Doris Kearns Goodwin now, who's been looking at the election of 1876. And as you historians always remind us, Doris, if we don't pay attention to the lessons of the past, we're condemned to repeat the mistakes of the future. What did we hear about, what do we know about the election of 1876, and what should we apply from that election to tonight?
Well, it's so wonderfully weird because there are parallels. The Democrat Tilden actually won the popular vote and initially won the electoral vote as well, but then there were disputed electoral votes in several southern states, maybe even some missing ballots, as in Florida. So they had to appoint a commission from the House of Representatives and the Senate to look over those disputed votes. The Republicans controlled the Congress. The Republicans were for Hayes, of course. Every single one of those disputed votes then came on the Republican side, and he won the electoral vote by 1 vote. And then the Democrats filibustered. They were so upset, and they had to make a corrupt bargain, whereas the Republican president, Hayes, promised the Democrats who were in the South that he would end Reconstruction, take the troops away, and that set back black progress for generations. So it's one of those moments when it's not a happy moment in our history, but for those of us who love history, the fact that there are parallels, I must say, it gets pretty exciting.
Thank you very much, Doris Kearns Goodwin. We'll ask you to stand right by there because we'll be coming back to you. Actually, this is one that's already gone into the history books. We know it's going to be that close. Let's go to Mark Siegel now of American University, who is an authority on the Electoral College and the split that can occur. As you look at the numbers tonight, Mr. Siegel, what do you think the chances are that one will win the popular vote, the other one win the electoral vote?
Probably a 40% probability, I would guess. Very high.
And if that happens, the electors in each state meet in their own state, and then in mid-December they cast their votes for president, right?
On December 18th, the electors meet. In 25 states and the District of Columbia, these electors are legally bound by statute. In the other 25 states, they are not legally bound, and they are free to vote their conscience, of course.
Did you think it would get to be this close?
I didn't, of course not. This is quite unusual.
And what do you think will happen after this election to the idea of an electoral college? Do you think that on both sides of the aisle in Congress, they'll rise up and say, we need a constitutional amendment, we've got to get rid of that?
Well, I think if we do have an electoral college inversion where the popular vote winner is not elected president in the electoral college, the American people, I think, will be somewhat baffled by the result, even though they do understand the validity of the system and the legality of this election, and will call for constitutional change. I think at this point in the 21st century, it's pretty hard to have this buffer between the popular mandate of the people and the president, and I think this anachronism probably would be changed. But of course, the validity of this election should not be questioned. This is a legal process, and both parties and both candidates understood the rules before they played it.
Thank you very much, Mark Siegel of American University. Could be an interesting dilemma if, and this is highly hypothetical, if George W. Bush were to lose, and then there were a challenge to the Electoral College, because it does come under the heading of strict constructionism of the Constitution. We'll be back with more on Decision 2000 right after this.
Welcome to NBCI.com. One site with everything you need. Need a vacation? How about two? NBCI.com and LoisFair.com want to send you and a guest home for the holidays. Hi, Mom. Are you married yet? And then there's trip number 2. So you get a vacation from your vacation. 5 nights in Aruba. So log on to NBCI.com for all your travel needs and register for your chance to win. NBCI.com. One site with everything you need.
I see her at the same time almost every day. She's always there waiting for me. I bring her lunch up to her apartment and I sing Italian love songs to her.
Philip Morris provides grants to Meals on Wheels programs so that thousands of seniors can have a hot meal and a visitor. Philip Morris and Meals on Wheels are fighting more than just hunger among the elderly. We're fighting loneliness. Working to make a difference, the people of Philip Morris.
I'm so excited about this. You know how easy it is to take your home videos and turn them into movies? Listen to this. You get an iMac, of course, get your digital video camera, hook it up, and start iMovie. They've got effects in there now. You can, make it real fast, or get slow motion, make it dramatic. Or you can take a piece of music, put it under your footage, and all of a sudden, people are laughing, crying. I don't know, whatever you want. I've got cheesy ideas, but you'll do something creative that'll make you want to go, ooh, let's watch that again and again and again and again.
Wednesday, after the ballots are counted and the results have been announced.
Can I tell you something honestly?
Watch the critically acclaimed show that has the one president we all agree on.
The day's over, Toby. We'll live to fight another one.
An all-new episode of the Emmy-winning West Wing, NBC Wednesday.
This has been, by any description, an unusual political year, a year of first. For example, Joe Lieberman was the first Jewish American to be placed on a national ticket. Then in the state of Missouri, the great tragedy of Mel Carnahan, who was the governor running for the United States Senate, killed in a plane crash with an aide and his 44-year-old son. The man who became the governor of the state of Missouri pledged to the people of that state that if they voted for Mel Carnahan, he would appoint his widow, Jean Carnahan, to the United States Senate, and then there would be a special election in 2 years. John Ashcroft, who is the incumbent, was faced then with a delicate and difficult proposition running against a man who was dead and his popular widow. Here's where it stands at this hour in Missouri. 2/3 of the vote have been counted. Mel Carnahan, who is now deceased, obviously, is within striking range of John Ashcroft, who has 50% of the vote. As you can see now, between the two of them, there are 34,000 votes. It's that close, with about 1.5 million that have been cast thus far. So we'll be watching that one very carefully tonight. The state of Missouri went for Texas Governor George W. Bush. That was a big win for him. Missouri has voted successfully with the President of the United States throughout the 20th century, and we'll see whether it begins the 21st century in the same way. It only had one time when it did not, which was General Eisenhower, one of the most popular presidents in American history. So we want to take you now again through those states that are still outstanding. We can't talk about them enough at this hour. We simply don't know when one of them will break free from that category of too close to call. Here we go. Let's go through all of them and the raw vote right now. More than half of the vote has been counted in Nevada. You can see why we cannot project a winner there. There are just 13,000 votes separating George Bush and Al Gore. George Bush has a 3-point lead, but again, only half of the votes have been counted in Nevada. In the state of Florida, we're now approaching 90% of the ballots that have been counted, but a big chunk of the ballots that are yet to be counted, as we understand it, are absentee, perhaps 1 million or more. 50% for George W. Bush, 48% for Al Gore, Ralph Nader running at about 2%. And the conventional wisdom is that of those absentee ballots, most of them will be Republican. That's how they traditionally go. And Republicans were asking for more absentee ballots in the state of Florida. Democrats are hoping that Dade County will come through for them. In Oregon, we now have more than half of the vote counted. George Bush with a 2-point lead over Al Gore. Ralph Nader, his strongest showing, 4% of the vote there. But again, it's a very close race, and we don't know where those votes are coming from. Oregon is a state that has trended Democratic. It's certainly voted that way in the last 2 election cycles, but it has more of a rebellious streak in recent months. It is one of the headquarters for a lot of the people who've been protesting the World Trade Organization and globalization of the American economy. It's one of the reasons that Ralph Nader is doing so well there. Environmental issues are big in Oregon, obviously. In Wisconsin, again, here we are with 2/3 of the vote counted so far, and they're down to just 6,000 votes between the two of them. Virtually dead heat, 48% for Al Gore, 48% for George W. Bush, Ralph Nader with 4%. That's one of the states that George Bush thought that he could pick off from the Democrats. It's gone with the Democrats in the last 2 cycles. Here we are in the state of Iowa, where it all began in the Iowa caucuses. Al Gore and George W. Bush both made a big investment there to get the presidential nomination of their parties. About 90% of the vote has been counted. Al Gore has a very slight lead at this point, just 12,000 votes out of more than 1 million that have been cast, and Ralph Nader has 2% of the vote. It comes back down to these numbers, 242 to 242. The needle has not moved on the meter for some time now, ever since we declared the last couple of states, in the state of Arizona for the governor and the state of Washington for Vice President Gore. And since then, those states have remained stubbornly gray: Oregon, Nevada, Iowa, Wisconsin, and the state of Florida. Let's go to Austin, Texas now, on NBC's David Gregory. David?
Well, Tom, I've just spoken to another Bush advisor who maintains the optimism about Florida. And one of the big reasons they remain confident about the state are the absentee ballots that you've been talking about. The top strategists in the campaign have been saying that so many more Republicans, by a measure of 100,000, have requested absentee ballots, reflective, they believe, of how motivated their conservative base is in Florida, and that ultimately can make a difference. Also, this advisor tells me that there's renewed life for the Bush campaign in New Mexico, where they say that they are closer than projections would indicate, and that absentee ballots there could also be very important. This crowd, as we've discussed before, behind me outside the state capitol, remains extremely patient, even though it's going on 3 hours since they were supposed to hear from Governor Bush. They know how tight it is, and the 2-minute walk to the governor's mansion tells the story. Everybody can peer inside and just know how hard the phones are being worked and how frayed the nerves must still be. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's David Gregory. In the state of New Mexico, they have a Republican governor, but they elected a Democratic senator to go back tonight. There was bad weather in the south, I was told earlier by the Democrats. They were counting on that to hold down the Republican vote. The more heavily Hispanic part of the state in the north, they thought that they were going to do well because they had a lot of AFL-CIO get-out-the-vote help up there. In Nevada, pretty much the same thing. In Oregon, boy, that's a pick'em, because no one knows what's going to happen with all of these ballots that have been mailed in. They're harder to tabulate. Wisconsin and Iowa, those are 2 tough ones to figure this time. Wisconsin, traditional Democratic liberal state.
3 times.
3 times. But it's got Tommy Thompson, who is a very popular, reform-minded governor there. They spent a lot of time in Milwaukee, obviously. It is a state where I've been spending a lot of time working on an education special, and they've got in Milwaukee, for example, an FDR Democrat as the mayor, but he's in favor of public money for school vouchers. So things are divided up. Tim?
Want to see it one more time? 242, Tom. We're stuck there. Oregon, Iowa, Wisconsin all have voted Democratic 3 times. Nevada voted for Clinton Gore twice. Florida voted for Clinton in '96. voted for Bush, former President Bush, in 1992. If you win Florida, Nevada, you're the president. You win Oregon, Iowa, Wisconsin, Nevada, you're the president. And Tom, Charlie Cook, who tracks the House races for National Journal in his own newsletter, just whispered by he thinks that the House will probably not change parties and stay Republican. Still a long way to go on that, but he's looking at the numbers. That's his early prognosis. I've been looking at the Senate numbers as well. We have the Democrats with a net gain of 1, but there are 4 Republican seats. Michigan, Missouri, Montana, and Washington still too close to call, and 1 Democratic seat, Nebraska, still too close to call. If they all broke for the Democrats, they could still take control of the Senate. Unlikely, but still possible as we talk at 10 minutes to 1 Eastern Time.
If Governor Bush wins and both chambers in the Congress go to the Republican side, I think it's the first time since 1954 that that's happened under Dwight D.
Eisenhower, absolutely right.
That we had an all-Republican Congress and a Republican in the White House. Well, we're going to show you a picture of the prize right now. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue just celebrated its 200th birthday, as a matter of fact. And it is, as Ronald Reagan once said, pretty good accommodations, but you have to live above the store. You live up on the family quarters. It's very hard for people to walk out of there at the end of 4 years or 8 years. There's nothing quite like being President of the United States. It is not just a guaranteed place in history, but you have an opportunity to shape not just the political future of this country, but the culture and the economy. You have a chance to play on the world stage as someone that everyone looks to. And in those 5 states, in the United States of America tonight, the voters have made their decisions. And somewhere in a lockbox, the polls will show who is the next president of the United States. We'll be back with more on Decision 2000, the race for the White House, right after this.
Around the world, mothers may look and live differently. But what they want for their children is very much the same. They want to protect and nourish them, provide better for them. So biotechnology researchers are developing a more nutritious strain of rice. It's called golden rice. It will contain beta-carotene, a source of vitamin A. Golden rice could help prevent blindness and infection in millions of children, and could help nourish people in need around the globe. From medicine to agriculture, biotechnology is providing solutions that are improving lives today and could improve our world tomorrow. To learn more about biotechnology and agriculture, visit our website or call our 800 number.
I'm so excited about this. You know how easy it is to take your home videos and turn them into movies? Listen to this. You get an iMac, of course, get your digital video camera, hook it up, and start iMovie. They've got effects in there now. You can, make it real fast, or get slow motion, make it dramatic. Or you can take a piece of music, put it under your footage, and all of a sudden, people are laughing, crying. I don't know, whatever you want. I've got cheesy ideas, but you'll do something creative that'll make you want to go, ooh, let's watch that again and again and again and again.
I'm doing what I have to do, officer.
Wednesday, all new Law and Order. A revenge murder. The police aren't talking.
They've circled the wagons.
Now it's one DA.
Excuse me.
Versus every officer in the city.
You son of a...
Could the cops be outgunned?
I'd say it's a distinct possibility.
All new Law and Order, NBC Wednesday.
We're going to show you the map of the United States. It's the mosaic of this country and of this evening, the first presidential election of a new century. As you can see, George W. Bush dominant in the Rocky Mountain West, the Great Plains states, the Southeast, up into the industrial Midwest. Al Gore in the Northeast and parts of the upper Midwest. Florida still outstanding. Al Gore is strong in California, and we have projected him the winner in the Pacific Northwest and the state of Washington. So the key states remain the state of Oregon, Nevada, Wisconsin, Iowa, and again, Florida, 25 electoral votes. How does this translate into a national vote right now? Kitty Kirk, take a look at this. You get 75% of the vote counted so far, more than 75% at this point, roughly. 49% for Governor George W. Bush, and Al Gore 48%. Did you think that you would ever see anything this close with that many votes outstanding?
No, and I mean, we talked so much in the last couple of weeks about the possibility that George W. Bush would win the popular vote and Al Gore would win the Electoral College, and now it looks as if anything is possible, and the reverse could be true, and that was never even mentioned as a theoretical scenario.
Well, I'm curious, with the 25% of the vote left to be counted in the country, how much of that is California, where Al Gore is ahead?
Right.
And could it, in fact, have Gore win the popular vote, as you mentioned, vice versa? Tom, also, adding up the states, if our viewers could look at that map again and see how much more red it is than blue, Bush has won 28 states. In order to be elected, he has to win at least 2 more. So he'll have 30 states if he's elected. Gore has won just 17 states in the District of Columbia. Al Gore could be elected President of the United States by winning 19 states, 19 of 50 states in the District of Columbia, because of the Electoral College. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, it is, but he could also win that number of states, win the Electoral College, and he could win the popular vote as well, because there are those states that have
more population.
More population, obviously. And that's what the forefathers in their infinite wisdom were able to wrestle with more than 200 years ago. When you think about it, they were trying to parcel out so that too much power wouldn't be assembled in just one state or the other, that every state would have an opportunity to be a player in all of this. So the states that are too close to call, you see them on your screen right now. Once again, we're going to take you through them because the raw vote continues to change. And here we are in the state of Iowa. We're now approaching 100% of the vote counted so far, and we just think it's too close to call. But Al Gore is holding his lead in the state of Iowa, but it's very narrow. As you can see, it's only 9,000 votes right now out of more than 1 million that have been cast. Ralph Nader has 25,000 votes. George W. Bush is the winner in Nevada at this point. He's not the winner, but he's leading with 2/3 of the vote that has been counted so far. He has 49% of those votes. Al Gore has 46%, but again, when it comes to raw numbers, just about 20,000 separating the two of them, less than that as a matter of fact. Let's go now to the state of Florida with 90% of the vote counted, roughly 89%. George W. Bush has a 2-point lead over Al Gore among those votes that have been counted thus far. Absentee ballots, Republicans are counting on those absentee ballots to break heavily in their favor. But 2.5 million votes, correct me on that, it's 5 million votes that have been cast so far. And as you can see, the difference between the two of them is 70,000 votes.
And then you look at Ralph Nader
and
with
Ralph
83.
Nader's got 83, so he's got the difference. But we have to keep pointing out, Ralph Nader didn't necessarily take those votes away from Al Gore or from George Bush. He might have gotten people to the polls who only went to vote for Ralph Nader. They would have stayed home if it had been just the other two. And I think that's important to point out.
Nader was projected to have 5%. The 3% who left him may have gone to Gore already.
Right. Oregon. This race now is ticking along. We're now up over half the votes that have been counted. George W. Bush has a 2-point lead. Again, we've got a little more than 700,000 votes, almost 800,000 votes that have been cast in Oregon so far. And as you can see, 18,000 votes separating the two of them. So this could not be closer, everyone. When we have the 100,000 plus vote difference between John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon 40 years ago, it was a much smaller population base that we were talking about. Here we are in the state of Wisconsin. Al Gore continues to hold a very narrow lead, almost 3/4 of the vote counted thus far. And as you can see, about 12,000 votes separating the two of them out of about 1.8 million that have been cast. NBC's Clark Shipman down in Nashville. Tell us where they see a silver lining, if they see one at all. NBC's Clark Shipman down in Nashville.
Well, I think right now, Tom, they're looking at Florida. That's what they're looking at. They're keeping their fingers crossed. As we talked about earlier this evening, they think that state could make a difference. You're hearing a couple thousand people on the square behind me at War Memorial Plaza. They've been waiting here all night, obviously looking for some good news, and listening to us as we're talking now, interpreting that as good news. Again, all of Gore's aides are still huddled back at the hotel. It's hard to overstate the amount of tension right now, because even if they do pull back Florida, they know they still have to pull in one of those other states we were talking about, and none of them in particular are a state they were counting on, Tom.
Thank you very much. NBC's Claire Shipman will be checking in with you later, whichever way this race goes tonight. We're told that in Broward County now, all the ballot boxes have been accounted for. The explanation for the missing ballot boxes being put down to human error. Well, if human error means that George Bush wins and Al Gore doesn't, the Gore campaign will be saying right. And flip that around. If Gore wins and Bush doesn't, they'll be saying, hey, wait a minute, what was going on in Broward County? Inexperienced volunteers apparently left the boxes with the voting machines that are supposed to be picked up tomorrow. I guess they were saying, well, we'll get around to counting these votes now that they've been cast.
What's the hurry?
Right, what's the hurry? There was once a case in which we hired someone in downstate Illinois to help us with NBC election returns, and she told us she would get the returns in the first thing in the mail the next day. So we were very grateful to her help for all of that. We'll be back with more on Decision 2000 right after this. America is a giant pinball machine tonight with the various states lighted up in different colors. More of them for Texas Governor George W. Bush, but we have a tie in the electoral vote at this hour, 242 for each of the candidates, with Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa, Oregon, and Nevada still outstanding on the NBC News map. Well, Katie Couric, get to work tonight. You get to be part of history.
I know. It's actually very exciting, and I don't think anybody expected it to be this close or go this late. But Doris Kearns Goodwin, of course, is a presidential historian who has lots of experience covering past campaigns. And I guess the motto that we've learned, Doris, is if you're a candidate, you shouldn't go to bed, because some people have done that in the past. They've woken up to a very different outcome when they in the next day, right, Doris?
Oh, absolutely. One of my favorite stories is 1916, when Charles Evans Hughes was running against Woodrow Wilson, and Hughes had a big lead way late into the night. And in fact, the New York Times the next day projected him as the apparent winner. However, Wilson started pulling up in the middle of the night, and a reporter called Hughes to see how he was feeling about that, and he was told very abruptly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes, the president-elect, is asleep. You cannot disturb him." So the reporter said, "Well, tell the president-elect when he wakes up in the morning, he is no longer the president-elect." I thought about that today when I saw that Mr. Bush had put out some pieces of paper tomorrow saying the president-elect's schedule, victory luncheon, etc. I don't think he'd ever count it. Or maybe the lesson is, as you were saying earlier, don't go to sleep. Well, wait till you're awake.
Because I was going to say, Doris, something similar happened to Richard Nixon as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can't imagine that they really go to sleep. They say they go to sleep because there's nothing left to do. In fact, Ford said that in '76 when it was unclear, this absolutely out of their control, better to try to sleep it off until you can wake up and be told the good or bad news. Nixon said he was awakened in the morning by Julie, actually. And the interesting thing, given tonight in Broward County, he was awakened with the news that there were a lot of disputed ballots in Illinois. And then the question was, should he order a recount? Dirksen called him up immediately and said, "Don't you concede to Kennedy. The minute you concede, then those votes are going to disappear somehow." Eisenhower said he would fundraise for a recount. But as we said earlier, luckily Nixon decided that maybe on the basis that he might lose some recounted votes as well as win, not to do it. It would have put the country in an uproar.
Meanwhile, Doris, how excruciating is it right now for both George W. Bush and Al Gore to just sit there and watch this unfold at an incredibly slow rate, I'm sure it seems to them?
Oh, it must be like roasting on a fire, as somebody once said. I mean, it must be so excruciating. I mean, we're all talking about this as this unbelievable, mythic, historic moment. And I'm sure for them to think that one of them tomorrow, if it does get ended then, will be hearing Hail to the Chief in the near distant future, and the other one will be finished and saying to themselves, maybe not finished forever, but saying to themselves, what if I had only done this? You know, if Gore was saying, what if I only hadn't sighed or shrugged? Or Bush had said, what if I'd only known that pop quiz? When it's so close, they question themselves over and over again, and I just think that's so hard.
I have to imagine the Monday morning quarterbacking has already begun, or I guess in this case, the Wednesday morning. All right, Doris Kearns Goodwin. Doris, thanks. We'll be talking with you, I'm sure, because I think we're going to be up for a while longer, right, Tom?
We are indeed. Let's go to Mark Fabiano now, who is a member of the Inner Circle in the Vice President's campaign, and he's at the headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. He can perhaps tell us what's going on down there. We had begun this evening by saying that the Vice President had to run the table, had to draw to an inside straight, that it was a longer reach than it was for the Texas governor. Does that still appear to be the case for you?
Not really. The way you began the evening, I think, was the way the evening will end. You projected that Al Gore would win Florida. It was great when you made the projection the first time, and the state's now coming back in our direction as the predominantly Democratic votes from Dade County and Broward County get counted here very late in the evening. And when Florida comes back to Al Gore, he'll win the election and be the next president of the United States.
But what about all those absentee ballots that we know tilt heavily to the Republican vote in Florida that are being counted at this hour?
Well, I think this year it's a little bit different. You had a lot of senior citizens who voted absentee this year in Florida, people who were very concerned about Governor Bush's plan to privatize the Social Security system. So we'll get our fair share of those absentee votes. And you've got a lot of votes now finally being counted from the Democratic strongholds in Dade County, Broward County. And I think the prediction that NBC and everybody else made first thing this evening, Florida for Al Gore, will turn out to be true in the end.
Let's talk about a couple of states that are still outstanding. What are your folks telling you in Wisconsin and Iowa? And keep in mind, Mark, that you can't change any minds. All the votes have been cast at this point. That's true. So tell us what they're saying in Wisconsin and in Iowa to you in Nashville tonight.
I think they're saying the same things that your numbers people are telling you. They're too close to call. You know, they're traditionally Democratic states, but I think you've seen Ralph Nader have an adverse impact on Al Gore's vote in Wisconsin. But of the three states that are outstanding, other than Florida, traditionally Democratic states that are outstanding, Oregon, Iowa, and Wisconsin, we feel very comfortable that one of those states at least will fall to us. And along with Florida, that would be enough to make Al Gore the next president.
Look at the state of Wisconsin, if you would. We have just 5,000 votes out of 2 million cast for Al Gore and George W. Bush. Then you go down to Ralph Nader, and he's got 77,000 votes. But a lot of those people who are voting for Ralph Nader might not have voted for your guy or for George Bush anyway. They were probably rejecting the whole idea of the political system as it's presently constituted.
Well, I think you're right for some of the Nader voters. They might not have voted at all. They might have voted for another third-party candidate. But a lot of the Nader voters would have voted anyway had Nader not been running. And I think the polls show that most of those people who would have voted anyway would have voted for Al Gore. So Nader has hurt the vice president in Wisconsin, but hopefully not enough to take that state away from the Democrats.
Mark Fabiani, thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
It could be a long night in Nashville, as it could be a long night in Austin, as it could be a long night here in New York, and they're still counting the ballots in Wisconsin and Iowa, Nevada, Oregon, and the state of Florida, obviously, which is the key state that we're looking at. We've kind of made that such a special state tonight, setting it aside, that we're going to take a look at the vote now. Okay, let's do just that. Let's share with everyone the vote totals as they begin to add up in Iowa. Now 93%, we're approaching 100%, and Al Gore clings to a very narrow lead, 9,000 votes out of about close to 12,000, 12,000,002 that have been cast so far. Just 9,000 votes separating the two of them. Ralph Nader has 25,000 votes in Iowa. In the state of Nevada, 3/4 of the vote had been counted at this point. George Bush continues to hold a 2-point lead over Al Gore. As you can see numerically, it's about 14,000 votes altogether, 13,000 plus. And Ralph Nader has just about that same number in the state of Nevada. We'll be hearing a lot about that from the Democrats if they don't win this election. In Florida, 90% now. They're counting fast and furiously in Broward and Dade County and throughout the state. And just 55,000 votes separate the two. Ralph Nader has 84,000 votes, 2% of the vote thus far. The Gore campaign continues to cling to the hope that Dade County, which is heavily Democratic, will turn the tide in their favor before they get to 100%. State of Oregon. 54% counted thus far. 3 points separating Al Gore and George Bush in favor of the Texas governor. And as you can see that we have about 23,000 votes separating them right now. Again, Ralph Nader with 34,000 votes, 4% of the total. Oregon will probably trickle in a little slower than the other two because of their unique ballot system in that state. Wisconsin, more than three quarters of the votes have been counted up to this point. Al Gore and George W. Bush tied at 48% apiece, a narrow numerical lead of just 5,000 votes, it looks like to me, for Al Gore, the Vice President of the United States. They need to get to 270. They're short of it. They're reaching hard as they can, but they have not been able to close the gap, either one of them. It could not be more dramatic, more tense, more anxious for their family. And it's hard to imagine how anyone can go as long and as hard as the two of them have, get to this point, and then have this wall that's in front of them that simply will not come down.
And how divided the country is, Tom. People clearly like the economic times we're living in and don't want those to change. They want the country to keep going in that direction. But they don't know who they want to lead it, and it's split right down the middle. All during the campaign, we talked about people's concern about Bush's capacity and Al Gore's character. And I think that's why you see some of the apprehension in the states as they approach these various contests tonight. And Tom, as you think through what's going to happen, whoever is elected President of the United States, Bush or Gore, they're going to have a Republican House by just a very few members, and either a Democratic or Republican Senate, we're not sure. And it's going to be the moderates in each of those houses who will swing back and forth to vote for different programs. There will not be a $1.3 trillion tax cut if Bush is elected president. Right. There will not be a lot of the social programs Gore wanted if he's elected president, because Congress is not going to allow it. We're going to have a governance pretty much from the middle, no matter who is elected president of the United States, because the moderates in each party are going to demand that.
Meanwhile, Tim, how much do you think President Clinton will be blamed if Al Gore does not eke it out in terms of sort of setting a tone that many people rejected in terms of values and morality?
Well, I think people will say that Al Gore would not be in this race had he not been selected as vice president by Bill Clinton. He tried to run himself in '88 and didn't do very well. So the good of Bill Clinton is the economic success they're trying to take credit for. Is there a downside because of some of the problems the vice president had with alleged impropriety and fundraising? Of course. But,
or just being associated with Bill Clinton, given some of his behavior while he was president?
I think he just didn't do a very skillful job of separating himself and taking credit for the good parts and getting himself separated from the bad parts. More of the Democrats that I've talked to blame Al Gore for the campaign than they do Bill Clinton for his role in the last several years. They thought he could have had it both ways if he had talked more about the economic success, for example, of those who were at the top that George W. Bush wants to give tax cut to.
And yet the Republicans made such an issue of restoring dignity and honesty and integrity to the White House. It was sort of hard for Al Gore on many occasions to really escape the shadow of Bill Clinton and some of the things that he did while he was in office.
Let's go down to David Gregory and Claire Shipman and ask them that question as well, Katie. Why don't you just go ahead and ask them, as a matter of fact? Claire
Shipman. Hi, Claire. How is there a great deal of resentment? You know, we've heard all sorts of different things about the relationship between Bill Clinton and Al Gore. Publicly, they say there is no tension between the two men, and yet privately, we've heard reports that the president has felt slighted, that he wasn't asked to assist the vice president more in this campaign. What's the true scuttlebutt regarding this whole thing?
Well, look, they've always had not a natural sort of friendship. There's always been a sort of rivalry between the two men, even as long as they've worked together. And I think after and during the scandal with Monica Lewinsky, I think Al Gore separated from Bill Clinton in a way that the relationship never really recovered from. I do think that Al Gore believes and his team believe they did absolutely the right thing in trying to distance themselves from Clinton and not asking the president to participate more in his election campaign. They say they polled this issue so extensively so that they would know exactly what the effect would be, and they did not think that Bill Clinton would be very helpful to Al Gore. And his aides have also said that Al Gore just personally wanted to do this on his own, so you don't hear any sense of regret about the decisions they've made.
Meanwhile, Claire, we haven't talked much tonight, if at all, about the effect of the first Jewish Vice President. Joe Lieberman, I know, is there in Nashville with Vice President Gore. How did you see his presence on the ticket have an effect on this election so far?
Well, I think clearly the vice president believes, and his team believes, that Lieberman gave Gore a boost at a very critical time when he most needed it heading into that convention. And I think they think he's been an incredibly effective candidate. What nobody's really talked about is what everybody talked about a lot at the beginning. Is this going to have any sort of subtle negative impact on the vote, one that wouldn't be accounted for in the polls? They don't really think that has happened, and I think overall they think Lieberman's been a tremendous boost to Gore. In the end, though, they know that the vice president isn't going to make the critical difference for the presidential candidate.
Finally, Claire, describe the scene behind you. Obviously, we're hearing them cheer. I'm not sure if they're cheering for you or for what. Tell me what the mood is.
What it is everybody down here has been waiting for something to happen for hours. They have a big TV screen. And every time any one of us reporters comes up, they put us up there, and they're so excited to see it that there's a lot of cheering. They're also cheering, however, every time Al Gore wins a state, anytime there's any good news about Florida. Obviously, they're very anxious to see what the outcome is going to be, Katie.
Yeah, they've been waiting for some news for some time now. All right, Claire, thanks so much. We're going to go to David Gregory, who's in Austin with the Bush campaign. David, tell me what's happening there right now, and do you know what the governor and his cohorts are doing?
Well, Governor Bush remains sequestered, if you will, in the governor's mansion, all of a 2-minute walk from where I'm standing. He's there with his immediate family. Earlier on in the night, the big plan was to be at the Four Seasons Hotel, which is down the street, where a lot of Bush supporters are staying, and extended advisors and family members and whatnot. But they all found it more relaxing to return to the mansion and watch these returns. And as I've pointed out before, you can just imagine what it's like for President Bush, who was admittedly nervous all day today, in a much different position than he's been in the past, now watching his son vying for the presidency. And now he's sitting back watching his two sons, Governor Jeb Bush of Florida and Governor George W. Bush of Texas, of course, eagerly and determined as they work the phones and try to get those results out of particularly Florida that they're waiting for. And Katie, I wanted to mention just one point about your original question to Claire about the president's involvement in the campaign. I recall a conversation I had just a few weeks ago with Governor Bush, and he was so eager for President Clinton to get back into the race. They really counted on him to be a distraction for the vice president, and they really found, especially with their conservative base, that they could attack the president and talk about the shadow returning very effectively down the stretch.
Meanwhile, David, I know that Governor Bush has scheduled, an 11:30 a.m. press conference and a thank you luncheon following that. Do you think he's going to postpone that a bit, given what's happening here this morning?
Yeah, you have to wonder. You just have to wonder exactly where we're going to be at that particular time. Look, he was supposed to speak here over 2 hours ago, and as I pointed out, the fans behind me, the supporters have not moved. As a matter of fact, I thought I heard George P. Bush, who is very popular, of course. That is Jeb Bush's son, and I think he's speaking right now behind me.
All right, David Gregory in Austin. Obviously, we'll be back in touch with you a bit later on as well. Thanks a lot, David. Tom?
Thanks very much, Katie. Peter Hart has been pointing out to us that both these campaigns did know where it would come down to. They spent an awful lot of the last couple of weeks in the states that we see still on the screen there, Wisconsin and Iowa, but also they went into Arkansas a great deal. George W. Bush did poach Arkansas, picked it off successfully, Bill Clinton's home state.
And Tennessee.
Al Gore's home state, obviously. That's the first time that's happened in a long time. George McGovern in 1972 could not carry South Dakota, which hurt him terribly. But tonight, Al Gore had to go without Tennessee. He was very confident over the weekend that he was going to get that state, but it has 2 Republican senators and a Republican governor, and it's changed a lot since he ran for office from there.
Tom, I would imagine how personal this night is. Al Gore looking at those 11 electoral votes from Tennessee and those 6 from Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home, those 17, together with states he's leading in Iowa and Wisconsin, could be the difference in making him president of the United States. And George Bush's last stops were in Tennessee and then Arkansas. And in fact, it was in Arkansas when the governor began to walk out the stage, they were playing the song, Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, Fleetwood Mac, Clinton's campaign song. They stopped it to a halt and started playing The Who, We Won't Be Fooled Again. Right. Intensely personal campaign right up to the very end in states like Tennessee and Arkansas. And converse, Florida. His brother, Jeb, is the governor. Right. And he's waiting for him to deliver that state for him.
And of course, Gore was there in Florida. We talked about how the whole Bush family really focused on Florida in recent weeks, but also Al Gore spent the last final hours of the campaign with a big rally on South Beach in Miami.
Or yesterday, Tuesday.
Yeah. Right. And then, of course, ending it in Tampa. So obviously, Florida was a big prize for both of them, and it's still unclear what's going to happen in that state.
This is good news or bad news, depending on your point of view. At 2:30 this morning, the state of Florida says they will have all their votes counted by that time. So we should know by 2:30, if not before, which way the 25 electoral votes for the state of Florida goes. It's been a night of great interest on the internet. MSNBC.com has had more than 5 million hits, which is a record for our little enterprise there on the internet on MSNBC.com. The world is changing. In the state of Washington tonight, Maria Cantwell, who is a dot-com millionaire, successfully challenged Slade Gorton, who is the incumbent Republican senator out there. She's been elected. So the state of Washington will have 2 women in the United States Senate, both from the Democratic Party. Patty Murray is the other. That's also true in the state of California, Barbara Boxer and Dianne Feinstein, and it's also true in the state of Maine with Olympia Snowe and Susan Collins. And there are other women as well. Barbara Mikulski from the state of Maryland, obviously. I mean, and Kay Bailey Hutchison, who was reelected tonight from Texas, to say nothing of Hillary Rodham Clinton, who is the senator-elect from the state of New York.
We're taking over.
Let's go to state by state now. The states that are still outstanding, what the raw vote is at this time. These are the votes that have been counted. In Iowa, we're very close to the 100 mark, and Al Gore continues to hold a very narrow lead, 9,000 votes, as you can see, 1-point lead for Al Gore in Iowa, where it all began with the Iowa caucuses. And now moving on, in Nevada, George Bush continues to hold a 2-point lead there. 78% of the vote has been counted thus far. And we have at this point about a 14,000 vote difference between the two, just about what Ralph Nader has in his column with 2% of the vote. Nevada, one of the sparsely populated states in the country, obviously. In the state of Florida, where they tell us they'll have all the votes counted by 2:30 this morning, it's make it or break it time for both candidates. Probably 93% of the vote have been counted thus far, and as you can see, it's 36,000 votes difference between the two, about 37,000 actually altogether. Ralph Nader has 86,000 votes in Florida. If it stays just that way, and in fact George Bush wins the state of Florida, the chances are better for him than they are for Al Gore, because you've got to put together a wider coalition in the other states that are outstanding. Let's go on now to show you what else we can tell you about tonight in the state of Oregon. We have more than half of the vote that has been counted thus far. George W. Bush continues to hold a lead over Al Gore in that state, and Ralph Nader has 4% of the vote. As you can see, it's 25,000 vote difference between the two of them, with a little more than 800,000 votes that have been counted thus far. Again, all the decisions have been made. It's just a matter of tabulation at this point. We don't know. Both candidates continue to say that they are optimistic that they will prevail. Here we are in Wisconsin now. We're up to 99%, and it's 3,000 votes between the two of them.
Out of 2 million cast.
In the state of Wisconsin. It's always been a hotbed of political activism, going all the way back to La Follette and others. Gaylord Nelson, the senator from there. Herbert Kohl is now the senator from there. Tommy Thompson is the Wisconsin governor. He's a big friend of George W. Bush's. They were both in and out of Madison, both in and out of Milwaukee a lot. And this is what it comes down to.
There's about 3,000 bars in Milwaukee, too, Tom.
I'm going to say the University of Wisconsin, I think, is still one of the few places in the country where you can get a beer on tap at the Student Union. They still take beer drinking very seriously there.
Meanwhile, Tim, you know, with all these races so tight in these states, what about recounts?
Absolutely. In a state,
everyone will be demanding
in Florida with 5 million votes, and if it's 35,000 votes separate the two candidates, absolutely going to be demanded. No doubt about it, Katie.
But very seldom on a race of this magnitude does a recount reverse something. You know, it's always a long reach that you can go back and win. We'll be back with more. Decision 2000. We're going to try to tell you before this night is out who is the president-elect of the United States. We hope you'll stay with us.
I'm so excited about this. You know how easy it is to take your home videos and turn them into movies? Listen to this. You get an iMac, of course, get your digital video camera, hook it up, and start iMovie. They've got effects in there now. You can, make it real fast, or get slow motion, make it dramatic. Or you can take a piece of music, put it under your footage, and all of a sudden, people are laughing, crying. I don't know, whatever you want. I've got cheesy ideas, but you'll do something creative that'll make you want to go, ooh, let's watch that again and again and again and again.
You're looking for a home. You're searching. There are questions. Where do you start? You can search over 1.3 million current home listings. Click onto Realtor.com. Check info on schools and financing. Even take a virtual tour. And when you're ready, you can click and connect with a realtor. Realtor.com. It's the place to start when you start looking for a home.
Welcome to NBCI.com. One site with everything you need. Need a vacation? How about two? NBCI.com and LoisFair.com want to send you and a guest home for the holidays. Hi, Mom. Are you married yet? And then there's trip number 2. So you get a vacation from your vacation. 5 nights in Aruba. So log on to NBCI.com for all your travel needs and register for your chance to win. NBCI.com. One site with everything you need.
NBC presents mankind's greatest stories, from Adam and Eve to the 10 Commandments.
You have the power to interpret dreams.
In one motion picture event.
Let them go!
Every firstborn in the land shall die.
In the beginning, NBC Sunday at 9, 8 Central.
We're back. Election night, now election early morning on the 8th of November, and NBC News is projecting that the state of Nevada will go into the column for Governor George W. Bush. Tim Russert's rough and magic slate calculation means tonight that the governor only has to win the state of Florida to become the president-elect of the United States. No doubt he's made that very clear to his brother, Governor Jeb Bush, who is down there, and we think that all the votes will be counted in the state of Florida by 2:30 in the morning. So we have Oregon, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Florida left. If he wins all the others, Tim, without Florida, he still gets to be president.
Governor Bush needs 24.
Right.
If he wins Oregon, Iowa, Wisconsin, that's 25. He's the next president. Right. Or if he wins Florida, he's the next president.
Right.
Al Gore needs 28. He can win Oregon, Iowa, and Wisconsin. He's still 3 short.
Right.
As of now, Al Gore must win Florida to be the next president of the United States. Florida and either Oregon, Iowa, and Wisconsin.
Right. Well, prescient as we are, we said at the beginning of the evening Florida was going to be the key here. Then we tantalized everyone by moving it into the Gore column, and then obviously
it was all planned, right?
We were dead wrong in making it an early projection.
But so we have Al Gore currently leading in Iowa and Wisconsin.
Right.
And that with Florida would make him president.
He could pull it off.
Stay tuned.
And somebody has been pointing out to me that as the vote tabulation has been going along from 77% of the vote counted to 89% to 93% counted, that the margin has been narrowing steadily. That is, that it's close. It's now down to 29,000 in Florida, with 94% of the vote counted. Just 29,000 votes between the two of them. Statistically, it's 49% apiece. Boy, that is sweating big time in Florida tonight in the governor's mansion. Jeb Bush in that state in the Southwest. Former President George Bush and Barbara Bush are there with their other son, who is the governor and the Republican nominee for President of the United States. This is the kind of thing that if he made it into a television potboiler, no one would believe it, that you'd have a former president with two sons who are governors, and it's coming down to one of the states in which the son is the governor not running for president to determine whether his brother gets there or not.
That's right, a lot of pressure on that family. Meanwhile, each side is hoping that they've got some factors working in their favor. The Gore camp obviously is counting on Dade-Broward County, traditionally fairly Democratic, and we've heard a lot about these absentee ballots, something like 1 million absentee ballots, according to some.
But they're included in these totals, Katie.
Right.
Right.
Right. They're being counted right now.
And of course, the Democrats claim that they do have some of those absentee ballots, but the Republicans made a greater push, Tim, to get more absentee ballots done in the state of Florida, and sort of had a more enthusiastic campaign.
They claim they have
a
100,000 more absentee ballots applications than the Democrats. We don't know how people are going to vote. We only know who asked for the applications.
Republicans almost always skew heavily on the absentee ballot. They're going somewhere on a trip where that's the kind of way that they like to do business, and that's just traditionally has been the case.
It is unbelievably tight, though, in Florida.
Yeah,
I mean,
we can't put that up enough. Let's go back to Florida again. Just show you the raw vote, because this is what it comes down to. The state of Florida. Basking in the sunshine, basking in the attention tonight, with 94% of the vote that has been counted thus far. As you can see, less than 30,000 votes between the two. Al Gore trailing now by about 29,000 votes, 49% apiece for the two of them. The question is, in the next 6% of the votes that are counted, can Al Gore get enough of those to squeak by George W. Bush?
And he cannot be elected president. Al Gore cannot.
Unless he does.
Unless winning that state. And Tom, on the Senate races, I've been following these so closely. The Democrats now have a net gain of 2, which means the Senate would be 52-48 Republican. But there are still 3 Republican-held seats too close to call in Michigan, Missouri, and Montana, and 1 Democratic seat in Nebraska too close to call. The Senate is still up for grabs as we speak at 1:30 on Wednesday morning.
I've been talking to Jeff Zucker, who is our producer, and at Broward County, it was the most Democratic county in the state of Florida, is still out. So is Dade County and parts of Palm Beach County. Now, Palm Beach County obviously tilts more heavily toward the Republicans. Dade County is pretty heavily Democratic. Broward County is very heavily Democratic. It's been changing a lot. It's much more of an upscale suburban county than it was a few years ago, when it's where a lot of the working class people lived as they drove into Miami and Dade County to go to work. But now it's still a heavily Democratic party. So as we show you what we call the Manning Memorial Map behind us, Gordon Manning came up with this idea a number of election cycles before. That's what the map of the country looks like right now. And down in the corner, with neither red nor blue in it, is the state of Florida, which has always been one of our most unique states, and certainly in the past several years, culturally, economically, in every conceivable way, Florida has been a state unto itself, with the kind of richly varied population that it has. If you go to South Beach these days, you feel like you're more in the southern hemisphere than you are in the United States. And it's coming down to Florida, which is destination for so many people in America when they get to the end of their working lives. And now it will probably determine who's the next president of the United States.
Meanwhile, presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin is watching all of this from her perch in Boston. Doris, how much does this remind you of 1960?
Oh, more and more it has, actually. I mean, the fact that things flipped back and forth, the fact that it's going on later and later, at least by this time, I think in 1976 and in 1968, we had a pretty clear indication of who was going to win. And you look at those totals. In every state, they're so close, as they were for Nixon and for Kennedy at that time. In this vast country of ours, that there could be such equality is just overwhelming. I mean, the more I see that, I really can't believe this is happening. But of course, Florida's parallel then was Illinois. And you had very different parts of Illinois, like you do of Florida. The Chicago people had the bosses behind them. They were the cities. They were Democratic. The southern part of Illinois was very Republican. So they were balancing each off all night long. and Daley had kept back some of the vote in Chicago just in case they needed it, but then the Southern vote was kept back too, so there were a lot of games being played then, and who knows what's happening now in Florida.
Meanwhile, it's a pretty unique situation, isn't it, with the son of a president running for president and the brother of the candidate governing the state of Florida. And we've been talking all night, Doris, about just how much pressure has been on Jeb Bush tonight to deliver the state for his brother.
Oh, I remember even teasing going back to the Kennedy thing, too, because obviously Teddy Kennedy was supposed to be in charge of, I believe, was it Wyoming or Colorado? And I don't think that they won that state. So they were teasing about, your brother didn't deliver for you. But the amazing thing is, in America, we haven't really had such a tradition of dynasties. If indeed Mr. Bush wins, it will only be, as we've said, the second son of a president to win. We had this old kingship in the old days that we threw out, so we've had more likely sons of salesmen, you know, peanut farmers, people who came from ordinary, humble backgrounds. The log cabin is the main symbol of us. So I think in today's age, however, there's such celebrity attaching to the White House that the children and the wives, as we've seen with Hillary, become even more foundational with a certain kind of power because of that celebrity.
Meanwhile,
Doris, it's not often that a land-grant university student gets to help out a Harvard professor, but it was Wyoming. Teddy was working in, right. We're going to go now to Austin, Texas, and show you the weather there. Everything that could happen tonight in Austin is happening. It's pouring rain. People will not go away. There is an enormous affection for George W. Bush in that state. He is a two-term governor at this place. He upset the heavily favored Ann Richards when he won the first time. And whatever else you think about George Bush, he had the state of Texas solidly behind him, Democrat and Republican alike, a very popular figure in the state capital and across the state. He keeps a ranch north of Austin, out near the Waco area, near a little town called Crawford, Texas. He's very much at ease at it. He was raised a lot in Texas, although he went back east to school. When he got out of Yale, he went right back to Midland, and that's where his friends are from. Don Evans and others. Okay, here we are in Florida once again. Look at that, guys. We're down to 20,000 votes now between the two of them, if I read that correctly. We are 2,651,000, 2,671,000.
And what percent is that in?
And it's now 94% in, so it has it's been ticking up in Al Gore's favor as the vote gets closer to 100%. The question is, in the next 6 percentage points, can he get enough to move past George W. Bush? And what they're counting on in Nashville, Tennessee, is that Dade County and Broward County, two Democratic counties, will in fact deliver that vote. What they're counting on in Austin, Texas, is that the absentee ballots, which are heavily Republican, they think, will hold off a late surge by Al Gore in Governor Jeb Bush's state. So high pressure stakes. It couldn't be any higher, as a matter of fact. I'm Jeff Zucker, you were saying to me? Okay, we're going to go through these other states now. In Iowa, again, 94% of the vote has been counted there. Al Gore continues to hold to a 7,000 vote lead in this case. Ralph Nader gets 2% of the vote. So Al Gore, if he can hold there, will win the state of Iowa. That could be big for him. We're back to Florida again. Has there been a change in Florida? We just saw that. It's 20,000 votes between the two of them. So Al Gore is still trailing George W. Bush. In Oregon, Al Gore continues to trail George W. Bush. In there, it's a 27,000 vote difference with close to 60% of the vote counted. In the state of Wisconsin, they have now counted 83% of the vote. In Wisconsin, look at that. It's about 8,000 votes separating them, more than 2 million cast.
That's a gain for Bush. He had been behind when we were only had 80% counted time.
Right, that's right.
And it's important because, let me go back to my little board here. I'm sorry. Gore needs Florida plus one other state. He's now ahead in Iowa, and that's it. That would be enough. Bush needs Florida or Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon.
Right.
Either or.
He has to win a trifecta, as you were saying earlier.
Trifecta. Which you gave him and then pulled back. But if Al Gore can win Iowa, then Bush must win Florida just the way Gore does.
That's right. Well, at any rate, I think that everyone understands at this point all the chips have been pushed onto the map, down to the southeastern corner of the state of Florida. There's a big, big stack of chips in that state. Both candidates are counting on winning it because that could get them to where they need to get to. Again, the decision has been made. These votes have been cast. They only remain to be counted. We'll help you figure out how they have been counted as we continue our coverage on Decision 2000.
Welcome to NBCI.com. One site with everything you need. Need a vacation? How about two? NBCI.com and LoisFair.com want to send you and a guest home for the holidays. Hi, Mom. Are you married yet? And then there's trip number 2. So you get a vacation from your vacation. 5 nights in Aruba. So log on to NBCI.com for all your travel needs and register for your chance to win. NBCI.com. One site with everything you need.
I'm so excited about this. You know how easy it is to take your home videos and turn them into movies? Listen to this. You get an iMac, of course, get your digital video camera, hook it up, and start iMovie. They've got effects in there now. You can, make it real fast, or get slow motion, make it dramatic. Or you can take a piece of music, put it under your footage, and all of a sudden, people are laughing, crying. I don't know, whatever you want. I've got cheesy ideas, but you'll do something creative that'll make you want to go, ooh, let's watch that again and again and again and again.
Thursday. In the blink of an eye, a world can come apart.
Mark, can you hear me?
I love you. All new ER, NBC Thursday.
The press gets almost no sympathy in situations such as this, but think about the dilemma for newspaper editors across America. They're sitting on their presses at this moment. We're told, in fact, here in New York, the New York Daily News, a popular New York tabloid, has held up printing its edition for tomorrow morning because it doesn't know what it's going to have in the wood. That's the big headline that will declare who's the new president of the United States. Meanwhile, in Austin and in Nashville, as they say, when it rains, it pours. In fact, it is pouring rain in both capitals right now, and we have Claire Shipman and David Gregory in their respective candidates' headquarters. Claire, there with the umbrella over your head in Nashville, Tennessee. First of all, tell us what they're hearing from Iowa and Wisconsin and from Oregon, if anything at all.
You know, Tom, really at this point, what they're hearing is exactly what we're hearing. They're almost relying on us as much as they're people on the ground for the final count. They don't have any sense that they're going to know or be able to guess before every vote is counted in those places at this point. They're not thinking about projections or hunches right now. And as you and Tim have been pointing out, the Gore campaign knows it has to get Florida, obviously. Florida is the key for them. They're still hopeful because the trend looked like it was with Gore in terms of those final votes moving his way, but it's really a waiting game right now, and they're all huddled back at the hotel just watching the results.
Okay, we're going to show you that Florida vote once again. 20,000 votes separating the two of them. 94% of the vote has been counted. Let's go to Austin, Texas, and David Gregory. Is Governor George W. Bush still talking to his brother, Governor Jeb Bush, in Florida, David?
Well, no, actually, Jeb Bush is here in the mansion with Governor George W. Bush. And again, when it gets to Florida, they are counting, in a way, George W. Bush is on Broward County. And what they mean by that is that their internal numbers, they believe, shows them that the vice president would really have to overwhelm him there. And they don't think that that's really going to be possible. Again, as you pointed out, Tom, it goes back to those Democratic counties in Florida versus the strength that the Bush campaign believes it has among absentee ballots, about 100,000 more requests on the part of Republicans than the part of Democrats. So that's what they're counting on now.
All right, thanks very much, NBC. David Gregory. This is not like a football game. If they end up in a tie, we don't go to an overtime and the first one to kick a field goal wins, although that might be a way of resolving this.
Can't be a tie.
Out. Bring them out to the football field, put the football at the 20-yard line, and see who can kick it through the uprights. That will determine the new president of the United States.
Interesting you raise this notion of football. You know, a football stadium every Sunday has about 60,000 people in it, right?
Right.
The next time you're in a stadium, folks, look around you. Because if you take Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, the 4 states out, there's a difference of 60,000 votes. One stadium filled with people is going to determine our next president. Remarkable.
In this country of more than 225 million people, altogether. They just hope it's the right stadium, both in Nashville and in Austin at this case. By the way, we've got a couple of things to tell you about tonight. For one thing, Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman will have a job no matter what happens tonight in the presidential race. He ran for the Senate in Connecticut. He was reelected. In Nebraska, Tom Osborne, who is the greatly revered former Nebraska football coach, won overwhelmingly in his race for the United States House of Representatives. So good news, bad news for Nebraska this year. They lost to Oklahoma, but they got their coach into the House of Representatives. Here we are in Florida, 95% of the vote in so far. And it's now 49-48%. As you can see, slightly uptick for George Bush.
18,000 up.
Yep.
More.
He's up now to 38,000. It was 20,000 when it was at 95%. It had Gore had been closing on him as more and more votes were counted, but now George Bush has a small spurt. What that means, we can't say. We're only telling you what we can see on the screen, and that's what you're seeing the same way.
Where are those final percent? They could be Gore country. They could be Bush country.
Yep. It really does depend on where these votes are counted, what precincts, and as we have been telling you repeatedly, probably to the point that you say, I know that, tell me something new. Well, we don't have anything new that we can tell you. It's still about Broward and Dade County, both down in the southeastern and most populated part of the state. Katie Kirk, who used to live in Florida, knows something about that part of Florida.
That's right. Well, as you said, and as we've been saying all night, it is heavily Democratic, but we can't forget elsewhere in the state where I'm sure there are Bush strongholds in central Florida, which can be quite conservative, in northern Florida, along the Panhandle and the Gulf Coast that we mentioned, although the Gulf Coast has many senior citizens, which might weigh heavily in Al Gore's favor. But as you say, it's a very diverse state with many, many different people living there, and it has gone through a major sea change in the last 20 years. Tim and Tom, as you well know, it was heavily Republican in the 1980s, and really President Clinton took a calculated risk on focusing on Florida in 1996 after it going to Bush in 1992, and it really did pay off because he courted a lot of Cuban Americans and a lot of people in Broward and Dade County, and lo and behold, it did go his way back in 1996. So he might be credited with paving the way somewhat for Al Gore this go-round.
It's an interesting history in Florida, Katie. You're exactly right. In 1992, Bush won barely, 41-39. Ross Perot got 20% of the vote, a recurring indication of how Floridians are moving away from political parties, more independent, or perhaps even more democratic. In the history, Nixon carried it in 60, Johnson in 64, Nixon in 68 and 72, Carter in 76 because of his southern roots in Georgia, neighboring state. Then Reagan in 80, Reagan in 84, Bush in 88, Bush in 92, Clinton in 96. And tonight, you're seeing it too close to call.
5% of that vote still has to be counted in Florida. We're told 68% of that 5% will come from Dade and Broward County. Those are heavily Democratic counties, but whether or not they voted heavily Democratic this time, we cannot say. So we're going to find out here, we think, in the next 45 minutes or so, what happens to the state of Florida, and it does seem likely tonight that who wins the state of Florida will win the presidency, although it's still a statistical possibility for Governor George Bush to win the presidency without winning the state of Florida.
Correct.
Okay. We're all on the same board here. Let's go to the House now, and the House of Representatives. We think, according to the model that we have, that there won't be a huge change. This is kind of the plus or minus that we have at the moment. Obviously, the Republicans had a lead going into tonight, and we think that the projected House will be 218 Republicans, 209 Democrats, 3 independents. One of those will vote for the Republicans, one for the Democrats. Sam Traficant, who is an Ohio maverick Democrat, says that he'll vote with the Republicans for Dennis Hastert. Looks like that won't be necessary. NBC's Lisa Myers, what is going to be the shape of Congress? Lisa, can you tell us yet?
Well, it looks like the Republicans are on target to do pretty much what they thought they would do tonight. What's been going on is that they have been able to successfully defend most of their vulnerable seats in the East while picking up some Democratic seats. To win the House of Representatives, the Democrats needed to win a vast majority of the close races, and that's simply not happening tonight, Tom. At this hour, the Democrats have picked up about 3 seats from the Republicans, one in California, one in Oklahoma, and one in New York. The Republicans, on the other hand, have picked up 5 seats from the Democrats: New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Missouri, and Kentucky. Now, what the Republicans had hoped to do was, in fact, pick up some Democratic seats in the East so that they would have a buffer or a firewall against expected Republican losses in the West. So far, that seems to be happening, which is one of the reasons we're projecting that Republicans will retain control of the House.
But, Lisa, let's talk about the division of power in Washington. It's very clear tonight that whichever of these two men wins the presidency will win by a narrow margin, no great mandate. The Senate, it is going to be close to 50-50, very possibly. The House is not going to be what it was when Newt Gingrich led the Republican Revolution. There won't be any great mandate from the country. We're going to have bifurcated America. People, about half of them are going to be on one side and about half on the other side. Can you imagine anything getting done? And who can unite this country under those circumstances?
Well, for anything to get done, it's going to take a dramatic change of attitude on the part of congressional leaders in both parties. Basically, they have spent the last 2 years waging partisan warfare in anticipation of tonight. This was supposed to settle the score, and whether now they will say, all right, this is the result, it's time to get some of the people's business done, remains to be seen. But so far, that there were a lot of wounds over the last 2 years. The atmosphere in the House is absolutely poisonous. The Minority Leader Dick Gephardt and Speaker Dennis Hastert have not even spoken to each other in months. So for whether it's Al Gore or George W. Bush, I would expect the first thing that he would have to do would be to contact the opposition leadership and sit down and try to make peace. Right. Any president's going to have to govern from the middle because he simply will not have enough votes in his own party.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Lisa Myers. We want to show you Florida again because that's where the meter really counts at this hour, and they are ticking up now. George W. Bush has a lead of 30,000 votes. That's widening his lead slightly, 1 percentage point statistically, with 96% of the vote that has been counted thus far. We're told that of the vote that is still to be counted, a lot of it comes from Dade and Broward County, 69% from Miami, 16% from Tampa Bay, 13% from the north. 193,000 votes are out, and Gore will need 59% of the remaining vote to carry the state of Florida. So it couldn't be more critical for Al Gore and George W. Bush right now, for that matter. Let's go to Broward County and NBC's Kerry Sanders. Kerry, how are they doing in their vote counting?
Well, they're doing very well, as a matter of fact. They've made up some time here in the last hour. They've finished the vote count now. You can see the computers behind me are somewhat quiet. The only thing left now are about 200 absentee ballots that they are still in the process of counting here in Broward County. In other counties, however, Miami-Dade, just to the south of Broward, they're still standing at around 76%. However, they say that things are running smoothly in Dade County. They have the ballot boxes in. They're just in the process of putting them through the computers. There was a projection from the state that perhaps as early as 2:30 this morning Eastern Time, we may actually get a full 100% reporting for the state of Florida, which would include all of the absentee ballots. And again, a tremendous number of absentee ballots, perhaps as many as 1 million projected by the Division of Elections at the state capitol here. And a majority of those, it's believed, may actually be Republican votes because the Republican Party put such a strong push on getting people to use the absentee ballot process.
Okay, Kerry Sanders, we'll ask you to stand by there because that is ground zero in this presidential election night, which is in Florida and Broward County, where they continue to count the votes. We think that they should be done within the next hour or so. They said by 2:30 they would have all the votes counted. You need 270 electoral votes. Every child, man and woman in America must know that number by now. They're tied at, well, they're not tied anymore, 246 for George Bush, 242 for Al Gore. The states that are still too close to call include Iowa with 7 electoral votes, Florida 25, Oregon 7, Wisconsin 11. Here are the vote totals in each of those states. Iowa is now very close to 100%. Al Gore's lead is still very slim indeed. In this case, just 6,000 votes out of more than 1.2 million that have been cast. in Florida. George Bush has opened up a slight numerical lead in the last couple of percentage points. He now leads, as you can see, by about 30,000 votes. It was down to 20,000 votes at one point. There's still more than 190,000 votes to be counted, however, in Florida. In the state of Oregon, where they have a unique ballot system, a lot of mail-ins, they have counted less than 60% of the vote. George Bush continues to hold, as you can see, a 3-point lead over Al Gore. In percentages, the lead is, as you can see, it's about 25,000 votes when it comes to the numerical quality out of about 850,000 that have been cast so far. And in the state of Wisconsin, we're now up to 85% of the vote that has been counted. George W. Bush, 48% of that vote, 1,009,800, and Al Gore, 48%, 1,009,000. 8,000 votes separating them out of 2 million that have been cast. Ralph Nader gets 4% with about 81,000 votes at this point. So no matter how much we go back and forth over those numbers, how much we crunch them, as they say, statistically, it still comes down. Katie, you got to win Florida if you're Al Gore, and you've got to put together another state or two to get to 270. George Bush has a slightly easier task at this point.
That's right. Meanwhile, you know, our mantra might go from too close to call to recount with so many races so tight in the remaining states. Doris Kearns Goodwin in Boston. Of course, we talked earlier tonight, Doris, about the fact that Richard Nixon waived his right to demand a recount back in 1960. But do you have any doubt that someone will demand recounts in some of these states come tomorrow?
Well, I think what will happen is supporters of one side or the other start calling them up, as happened with Nixon, and tell them stories. In Texas, they claimed, for example, in one district, there were more people voting for the Democrats than actually lived in that district. Or they'll hear of irregularities in Chicago, as they did. And he had to make a very tough decision. He later claimed that he knew it would take weeks, if not months, for the recount to be completed. That may not be true today with our technological side of self being a little bit more sophisticated, and that if he did end up losing anyway, which was also possible, recount doesn't mean that they're all going to go in your favor, then he would go down forever as having put a paralysis on the government and being a sore loser. So against the advice of Eisenhower, against the advice of Dirksen, he decided to send Kennedy that telegram of concession and let it go. And then, of course, he got his retaliation and revenge 8 years later, so he got a second chance. But that doesn't happen often.
Well, what about today? I mean, do you think that either man, no matter who the loser is, will inquire at least about the possibility of conducting a recount?
I think probably so. I mean, there's not a lot of time for which they can do that, though, because there'll be pressure on them to concede pretty soon, and that would come sometime tomorrow morning. I don't think either one's necessarily going to even necessarily have to concede tonight. And as Nixon was afraid, once you concede, then it's harder to go back. But there's so many states that are so close that there'll be pressure, I think, for some recounts. I just don't know how that's going to happen, though. I think it's really tough to look to as if you don't agree with the decision that was made. But when it's so close like this, it's going to be so hard to accept it that maybe that's what they will do.
And though, you know, the other point that Richard Nixon worried about, these two men don't want to divide the nation any further, given the current political climate.
In fact, that's the patriotic thing to do, to just say we accept it. And there is the realistic sense that a recount is not going to all go in your favor necessarily. You could lose some states that you had won by a recount because everything is so close. So it's not like you can bet that a recount's going to be all in your favor. On the contrary, you could lose worse after it, and then you'd feel like a real jerk.
Okay, all right,
I suppose jerk isn't the right word for these candidates tonight.
That's all right.
A patriotic or unpatriotic character.
Jerk sometimes works. All right, Doris, thanks very much. Tom?
Thank you very much, both Katie Couric and Doris Kearns Goodwin. We're going to go back down to Nashville, Tennessee, because for the people who've been assigned to these campaigns, Katie, it turns out it's not just a journalistic exercise. This is a study in sleep deprivation.
Stamina.
Claire Shipman has not been to bed in 2 days, and look how fresh she still looks. Now, we saw Dateline Sunday night. She was sleeping on across a couple of chairs and getting up and rushing out and covering the candidate and then going back. But Al Gore went through the night, and one of his senior guys told me that in South Beach on, I guess it would have been Monday night or early Tuesday morning, he was practically... Oh, Claire, we've got a stunning piece of news for you. In Missouri, NBC News is projecting that Mel Carnahan, who was killed in a plane crash, has been elected over John Ashcroft, the Republican incumbent. That means that Gene Carnahan will go to the United States Senate. There will be a special election in 2 years. That is a pickup for the Democrats. So there remains the possibility that the Democrats, before this night is out, could get close to, if not take control by one vote or so in the United States Senate. Tim Russert, we'll go back to Claire in a moment here.
Tom, that's a net gain of 3 for the Democrats. That means it's now 51-49. If Al Gore and Joe Lieberman pull this off, Lieberman would have to leave the Senate. The Republican governor in Connecticut would replace him with a Republican. It would be 50-50. And then Lieberman would break the tie in terms of committee chairmanships. Amazing when you think about it. Now, many Republicans are saying privately that they may challenge Gene Carnahan, saying you have to be an inhabitant of the state when elected, and how can a dead man be an inhabitant of the state? Democrats say you challenge Gene Carnahan, a widow.
Right.
You'll lose the second seat in Missouri in 2 years because people will be so outraged by it.
Who incidentally not only lost her husband, but her son as well in that plane
44
crash.
years old, and to drag her through the court probably will not be seen as the most sensitive thing that the Republicans could do at this stage. So Gene Carnahan could very well be going to the United States Senate, but the price was terribly, terribly high for her, obviously. She lost her husband, who was the governor of the state, and her son, who was at the controls of the plane when it went down. Now let's go back to Claire Shipman in Tennessee tonight. At any rate, I was saying that one of the senior people in the Gore campaign was telling me that the vice president was a real horse. He was just living on adrenaline at the end, but he was getting tough for him to string together a couple of sentences thematically.
Yeah, you got a real sense of that at that rally in Miami last night. He'd lost his voice. It was interesting. It was actually a good speech, but not quite as rip-roaring as some of the speeches Al Gore delivers at the end can be. And by morning, he had all but lost his voice. Some of his aides were saying earlier tonight when he was watching some of the results, talking to them, that he was quite mellow, really exhausted. You know, the minute he arrived back here in Nashville, they had him making phone calls on the radio, doing satellite TV interviews, so I don't think he's been to bed at all either.
Thank you very much, NBC's Claire Shipman. Well, it's that kind of a cranky night. In Iowa, we're now told that they're missing 15,000 votes. They've got to get a tabulation machine imported from the state of Minnesota. It's going to take at least another hour to do that. So we had at first a poll extension in Missouri, then that was withdrawn. The Democrats were asking for a poll extension in Detroit. That didn't go through. We've had missing ballot boxes in Broward County. They've been found. They're being counted. In Iowa, to tell you how important 15,000 votes are, here we are just 4% from a complete counting of all the votes in Iowa, and just 6,000 votes separate Al Gore and George Bush. Ralph Nader runs third with 2% of the vote thus far. So those 15,000 votes, how they break will be vitally important. Iowa remains a critical state. If Al Gore gets Iowa and Wisconsin and Florida, he gets to be president. If George W. Bush gets Florida and Iowa, he gets to be president.
But Tom, remember, Gore needs Florida plus another state.
Right.
He needs Wisconsin, Iowa, or Oregon. Right. Bush needs Florida or the other three combined. I've been working on some more numbers just based on what we've been showing. If Gore is 242, if he wins Iowa, it's 249. He wins Florida, it's 274. That's what he would end with. 4 more than necessary, and Bush would end with 264. It would be Gore 274, Bush 264. If Bush wins Wisconsin and Oregon, he's ahead right now, he'd have 264 plus Florida, 289. He'd win 289 to 249. Remarkable. And this is what's at stake in these final hours.
That's right. And we can't repeat enough that they're closing in on 100% counting in Iowa and Wisconsin and Florida, but we may have to get to that triple-digit number before we can tell you who has won in those states. It's simply that close. To give you an idea, there, take a look at Florida. It's now 30,000 votes, still is. It was 20,000 separating them for a while. But a lot of the votes that are still to come in are in Dade and Broward County. We figure that Al Gore has to win about 59% of the votes that are outstanding to get past George W. Bush in his brother's state of Florida and win that state and the 25 electoral votes that go with it. It's equally close in Oregon. Well, actually, George Bush has got a 3-point percentage lead there. And as you can see now, It's about 25,000 votes between the two of them, 445,000 for George W. Bush, 419 for the vice president. In Wisconsin, we're now at 86% of the vote that has been counted thus far. You've got more than 1 million votes that have been tabulated at this point. And look at the difference, 10,000 votes between the two of them. It just doesn't get any closer than this. I've been doing this for a while, folks. I can't remember a night quite like this, except a night that I was a 20-year-old college dropout watching Richard Nixon and JFK into the early morning hours, and David Brinkley at 7 o'clock in the morning saying, I didn't think I'd be here at this hour. I thought I'd be out having a lemon squash and a glass of milk somewhere. But here I am.
Pretty good. It's come to
Let's
that,
go to
ladies and
NBC's
gentlemen.
David Gregory, who does all of that a lot better than I do. David?
Well, Tom, I think a critical point to make about Florida is that at the height of the confidence of the Bush campaign is that they believe that even in those Democratic strongholds, those counties that we're talking about, Broward and Miami-Dade, that the vice president did not have the sort of overwhelming advantage that he would need to carry those areas and have it be decisive when it came to victory in Florida. So that's what they count on. Meantime, on what is an unusually cold night, Tom, as you well know from covering campaigns, you start to lose track of where you are in the country. Well, I have no idea that this is actually Texas, as cold and rainy as it is tonight. It's quite unusual. And the crowd that was at one point at about 20,000 strong has thinned, but only somewhat. There are some diehard supporters out there, and they are waiting. And George P. Bush was the latest to come out here, about 25 minutes ago. Of course, Jeb Bush's son, he made the pilgrimage from outside the mansion. He was out here in shirt sleeves, a very handsome young man, certainly was a favorite for the crowd. And he said, he led the chant, "We want Florida." Everybody in the streets, in the mansion, around this country know it comes down to Florida.
Thanks very much, NBC's David Gregory. One of the Democrats who's not a big fan of George W. Bush in Texas said earlier today, yeah, we hope that he wins. We want to get all these guys out of Texas and think of how good it's going to be for the state of Texas. Texas has a rich tradition when it comes to presidential politics. Of course, it is the home state of Lyndon Baines Johnson, and it's the state that George Bush the Sr. went back to. A lot of people didn't think that he would after he was elected president, but he did go back there and make his home in Houston. He's gotten very involved in a famous medical clinic called MD Anderson, a cancer clinic down there. He's going to be the chair next year, and he kept his word about where he would go back to. And his son, who went back to Texas after Yale and Harvard Business School, banged around in Midland for a while, got in the oil business, then made some money in the baseball business, decided to run for governor. Now they're all Texans except those who are running the state of Florida and trying to deliver it tonight for their family. Let's go to Florida now. We keep going back to that state because we want to show you the changing tabulation as it comes in for us. 25 electoral votes, and it's now 30,000 votes still between the two of them, 49 to 49% statistical dead heat.
And how many votes outstanding now, Tom?
Well, there were 190,000 out a little while ago, and we figured that Al Gore had to get roughly 60% of those that are outstanding. Doesn't mean that he can't, because we think they're coming from heavily Democratic counties. But a 59 to 40 win in out of 190,000 votes, that's a pretty substantial win. I mean,
and what part of Miami? Is it the Cuban neighborhood, which had been, Katie, as you pointed out, divided, or from some other areas which were much more pro-Gore, where we just don't know. We're held hostage here like everybody else, and it's an amazing feeling.
It's worth pointing out that in the state of Florida, Tim, you were down there moderating this debate between Bill McCollum, the former congressman who was involved in the impeachment proceedings against the president, and Bill Nelson, who had been a congressman and an astronaut, by the way, made a trip around the Earth in the shuttle.
Sure did.
Bill Nelson won handily in that Senate race down there. So it's not a state that you can easily categorize, but that's pretty much true of almost every state in the country now. They've got Democrats and Republicans in a big independent streak.
And George W. Bush carried Missouri. Gene Carnahan, the Democrat, carried the Senate seat. People aren't afraid to split their ballots. Quite striking.
I think we're going to see a lot more of that in days and weeks and years to come, as a matter of fact. Both these candidates ran to the center effectively in their own parties. George W. Bush knew that he could not win by running on the right wing. Okay, we're going to call Iowa for Al Gore. That's very welcome news in Nashville, Tennessee tonight. We project Iowa. The state will go into the Gore column. He is at 249. That means that if he get the state of Florida before this night is out, he's president of the United States. If, on the other hand, he can win the state of Wisconsin and also the state of Oregon.
Can't do it, Tom.
He won't be there.
Bush and Gore.
Yeah. Got to have
must win Florida.
Yeah,
There's no other way.
It's got to come down to Florida at this point, because in Wisconsin he only gets 11. That would take him to 260. If he got Oregon, he'd get 7. That takes him to 267. Not enough.
He would lose 267 to 271.
Right. Not enough.
And Al Gore would be the next president.
Katie?
I'm just thinking about all my friends in Florida and wondering what's going through their minds, knowing that the focus of the nation's attention is on them and on their state and on how they voted.
All right, Tommy Thompson, governor of Wisconsin. What's going to happen in your state, Governor?
Well, we got 85% of the votes in, and George W. Bush is up by 9,000 votes, and it looks like the Republican areas are still to come in. So I think you can safely assume that George W. Bush is going to pick up the 11 electoral votes from Wisconsin, and with Florida, he'll be the next president of the United States.
But he's got to make that combination. He's got to win your state and Florida, doesn't he?
That he does. And we're fairly comfortable in Wisconsin. I don't know how Florida looks, but we've been talking to the people in Austin, and they feel very comfortable with where they are in Florida. So the two of them together is going to be a great victory for my friend and the next president of the United States, George W. Bush.
Governor, when you got up this morning, did you think you would be up at this hour?
No, I did not.
Watching this thing go to the wire.
No, I did not. I thought that Governor Bush would come up with over 300 electoral votes, but it makes it more interesting, and I'm very pleased that Wisconsin is going to be one of those last remaining states that's going to come in favor of George.
If in fact, and it's still hypothetical, your friend George W. Bush does get elected president and goes to Washington with what we're seeing in terms of the shape of the Congress of the United States, what do you think ought to be the number 1, 2, and 3 items on his agenda?
Well, I think there's no question the number one thing that George W. Bush is going to push for is tax cuts. Number 2, improving the quality of education for every child in America. And number 3, making sure that every citizen gets prescription drugs. That's going to be 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're going to see that those 3 items will be passed before the year is out once he gets inaugurated.
Thanks very much, Governor Tommy Thompson tonight, who is confident that his state of Wisconsin will go into Governor Bush's column, and its 11 electoral votes will go with that victory. So we have 3 states still outstanding. Wisconsin is one of them. Oregon is the other. And the big prize tonight, we cannot overstate the importance of Florida. It will determine the next president of the United States. So in Florida now, with 96% of the vote counted so far, still a 30,000 vote spread between George W. Bush and Al Gore. Ralph Nader back there with 92,000 votes. Those could prove to be important to either one of those two men. On the other hand, they may be first-time voters for all we know. In Oregon, where they're up to 60% of the vote counted so far, George W. Bush continues to cling to a 3-point lead. It's now at about 24,000 votes between the two of them. Ralph Nader is back in 3rd place with his best showing probably in the country at 4% of the vote. In Wisconsin, you heard Tommy Thompson just say we're going to deliver this state. There are only 10,000 votes separating them at the moment. But he remains very confident that as the rest of the votes are counted, as he says, they'll come in from Republican districts. Certainly he was making that promise to Austin, Texas tonight. And going back to Florida again, there it stands, 30,000 votes difference between the two of them. Why don't we show the national vote at this time, if we can, just to show you how this has been trickling along. The President of the United States, George W. Bush, has a slight lead over Al Gore, as you can see, of about 500,000 votes. Actually, less than that. No, I'm wrong. It's about 9,000 votes, isn't it, altogether? I think 600,000 votes. My eyes are beginning to cross at this point. 49% to 48%. George W. Bush has a little more than 43 million votes altogether, and Al Gore has 42 million, 8 and change. So that's where we stand at about 6,000 votes separating the two of them altogether. The road to 270, at this point 246 for George Bush, 249 for Al Gore. Just keep your eye on the southeastern corner of the United States, the state of Florida, 25 electoral votes. The state of Sunshine, Palmetto Trees, Boca Grande, and Boca Raton, and Tallahassee, and all the states up in the peninsula.
Go to the head of the class. Very good, Tom. I want to ask him a quick question as we wait for the returns about Ralph Nader, because he did do quite well in Oregon and Wisconsin. What about this whole philosophy that this is going to pull the Democratic Party more to the left and keep it from sort of having its centrist tendencies that the Democratic leadership conference has encouraged in recent years?
I actually asked him, does he want to play the role that the Christian coalition played with the Republican Party? And he said yes, in effect. Now, the fact he didn't get 5% nationally means he will not have guaranteed ballot access in 4 years or $12 million in taxpayers' money to run a campaign.
But he can still make a lot of noise, can't he, Ted?
Well, he's going to say to Democratic politicians, particularly in Oregon and Washington and Wisconsin, folks, I'm a power to be reckoned with. The Green Party is here to stay. You adhere to our policies and principles on the environment particularly, or you could be in jeopardy, because if we run as a third party, we can do to you what happened to Al Gore in the state, if in fact that's what happens. But at 2% nationally, his total is about half of what people had predicting, because it appears that many of his followers decided when they got into that ballot booth that they were going to vote for Al Gore. They didn't want to elect for George W. Bush.
The other thing that you have to remember is that does Ralph Nader have the staying power to keep this going 2 years from now,
He's
4 years from now?
65 years old.
He's 65 years old. He's a unique American figure. He certainly has made a great contribution, but in no one's description is he charismatic, and he doesn't have a great pot of money to draw on. And the fact of the matter is that both parties, I think, will be taking a look at those voters that voted for Ralph Nader and deciding whether or not they need him, or whether, in fact, they were voters that came to the polls this time and probably won't be able to rely on them in the future. You asked earlier about what happens to the Democratic Party. I think what we're seeing in both parties is this move to the middle. The fact is that the country doesn't want great polarization. Here we are divided, but we're divided in a way in which both parties are occupying just either side of the dividing line in the country. They're not out here on the fringes anymore.
Another interesting trend, Tom, that we saw, 3 Democrats who won. John Corzine in New Jersey spent $60 million of his own money. Mark Dayton in Minnesota spent at least $7 million of his own money. Linda Cantwell in Washington State, self-made millionaire because of high tech, millions of dollars of her own money. All 3 won. All are pledged to campaign finance reform. But the idea that multimillionaires can use their personal fortunes in order to get elected to the United States Senate is something I think will be largely discussed in the Senate and perhaps around the country.
Yeah, I think the question is whether we're going to have a Senate that is made up of people who can afford to buy their way in, and then people who took the job because they needed the money. You know, that's a pretty interesting division.
But sometimes it does backfire. For example, Michael Huffington in California spent about $30 million, right, which was unprecedented, and yet he was defeated. So it does not always translate into victory at the voting booth.
It's going to be very interesting to see what happens, whichever of these two men is elected to campaign finance reform come January, and the role that John McCain will play in all that, whether he locks the door to the Senate and say, we're not leaving here until we get this passed. We're going to go back to Florida now. It's looking a little better for George W. Bush. He's widened his lead slightly, I'm told. We're still at 96% of the vote, but as you can see, he now has a 51,000 vote lead, roughly. It's gone from 20 to 30 to now 51,000 votes. There's still a number of votes outstanding, and we'll just have to wait and see how they come in. The governor of Florida is in Texas with his family, and he's working the phones hard there tonight. There will be lots of suspicions on both sides about the networks making the early call, the late count that is going on, the missing ballot boxes in Broward County. And if it comes down to be just a few thousand votes, then we'll probably end up in court in Florida, or at least to me, it seems to me that there's a possibility.
Meanwhile, let's go to the peppiest person watching this unfold, and that undoubtedly is Doris Kearns Goodwin. Doris, who is in Boston. As you watch this, Doris, what are your thoughts as we all stare at the state of Florida with such a slim margin between these two men?
Now, the only thought I have is that the people who probably know it the best are the Bush family right now. And unless they're just giving out their confident talk, which both sides do give, you got to give a certain edge not only to the vote, but to the fact that they probably have some inside sense of what's going on because of Jeb's position there. So in that sense, I would be leaning toward thinking that Bush has got a little bit of an edge, both in terms of the number of votes and the intelligence operation that the Bush family has there.
When you compare the campaigns, I guess in the future you'll be looking back at this campaign, and how does it compare with the other ones that you've studied so closely?
Oh, well, there's no question that in a time of peace and prosperity like this, it's possible for the country to have such a division as they do.
Doris.
Uh-oh, something's happened.
George Bush is the president-elect of the United States. He has won the state of Florida, according to our projections. 25 electoral votes. NBC News projects that George Bush, it's been a night of first giving it to Al Gore, then taking it away on the part of the networks. George Walker Bush, the new president of the United States, the governor of Texas, the first father-son governor combination since the Adams family. This is the scene in Austin, Texas tonight. It's been a long, suspenseful evening. Karl Rove and the governor had a master strategy. They stuck to it. They were confident, and they proved right. At 2:18 in the morning Eastern Time, 1:18 at the state capitol in Texas, they pulled it off. A long, difficult run. They took on the right wing of the Republican Party. They went into enemy territory, Tennessee, Arkansas, states like West Virginia, which they won. They took on as well states like Missouri, which had been in the Democratic cycle in the past, and they won those states too. They cobbled together a coalition in the Southeast, the Great Plains, the Far West, but Florida, in the final analysis, the home state of Governor Jeb Bush. It's going to be a much happier Thanksgiving for the Bush family. George Walker Bush, the 43rd President of the United States, a young man who, by his own acknowledgement, drifted for 20 years after he got out of college, then got involved in the oil business and in baseball, quit drinking at the age of 40, married a wonderful, supportive woman, and she's been a big asset, Laura Bush, 2 daughters, both freshmen in college this year, one at Yale, one at UT, and now the Bush name goes back to the White House, and what a sweet moment this must be for the man they call Poppy. George Bush, the former President of the United States, will be hearing from the new President-elect of the United States momentarily. 271 electoral votes, 249.
Tom, and George Bush was asked frequently during this campaign, is this a matter of revenge? The fact that Bill Clinton and Al Gore retired your father, are you trying to reclaim the White House for the Bush family? And he would say, I hope I'm better than that. But no doubt, an awful lot of people who know George W. Bush know that that kind of competitive spirit was very much alive.
Well, at the end of the evening, they proved that they did know what they were talking about. The networks were wrong when they projected that Florida would go to Al Gore. All the networks pulled it back. Karl Rove came on and said very calmly and confidently, we know how we can win this. He then listed the states that you see in red. We're going to go to NBC's David Gregory now in Austin, Texas tonight. David has been with the governor at every step along the way. And David, this is a sweeter and more triumphant moment, I would guess, than even they could have anticipated, given the long, suspenseful evening that they've been through.
Tom, can you just imagine the scene inside the governor's mansion as we have learned that Governor Bush is just 10 minutes away? He's a lot closer than that if you realize that the mansion is just a short 2-minute walk to the stage that's behind me. All night long, he has been holed up with his parents, with his brother, with his wife, Laura, as they have been working the phones and talking to Florida, the state they knew they had to have, the state they knew would be tight, but the state that they believed all along would be theirs. And tonight, it is indeed theirs. As you look at the crowd behind me, you can see that they have been sticking around through the rain and through the cold, and now they finally had their chance to erupt as they wait to hear from Governor Bush.
Thank you very much, NBC's David Gregory. A technical that we want to make a note of. In Florida, if there's a difference of less than 0.5%, there is an automatic recount of the vote. But given the way that it was moving for Governor Bush at the end, that probably won't be necessary. And then it'll be interesting to see whether, in fact, Vice President Al Gore demands a recount. And this is, again, a projection on the part of NBC tonight. We do think that Texas Governor George W. Bush is the winner in Texas. That makes him the president-elect of the United States. On January 23rd of the year 2001, he would raise his hand and become the 43rd president of the United States. He has used that moment symbolically during the course of this campaign to say that he would swear to tell the truth and restore dignity to the office that is there at the center of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So it has been a remarkable odyssey for this young man, for his family, for this political process this year. It ends with a victory for George W. Bush and a very strong showing on the part of Vice President Al Gore in the closing days of this campaign, much closer than anyone could have anticipated. 271 electoral votes we project for George Bush, 249 for Al Gore, with Wisconsin and Oregon still outstanding. But it makes no difference at this point. Governor Bush has enough votes to be the next president of the United States, Tim.
Tom, what a long-fought battle. John McCain in the primaries and a really vigorous campaign against Al Gore on both sides. And Al Gore, with the economy on his side, with the issues on his side, nonetheless had some other obstacles, as Katie talked about earlier. Some people concerned about a third Clinton term, whatever. The fact is, these candidates engage themselves on the issues and the debates, Tom. I think we ought to not underestimate the importance of those debates. People thought that Al Gore, the stellar debater, would dominate those three events. That's not what happened. And in many ways, George W. Bush had a chance to demonstrate to the American people that he was able or capable of being president. But you cannot in any way take away from Al Gore and the kind of campaign he ran.
We're going to show you the vote now nationally, Tim. Here's where it stands with 87% of the vote in so far. George W. Bush has 49% and Al Gore has 48%. As you can see, there are about 650,000 votes separating them at this time. It's possible that George W. Bush could end up below the 50% threshold. That's not unusual. Bill Clinton didn't ever exceed it either in his 2 terms as President of the United States. But certainly George W. Bush does not go to Washington with an overwhelming mandate. He'll be able to say, look, the people elected me to go change the way that we do business in Washington. I want to be able to get together with folks and find common ground. Social Security will be a big issue. The tax cut will be a big issue. He has a very strong foreign policy team already in place with Condoleezza Rice, probably as his national security advisor, George Shultz, one of his advisors. Also, Colin Powell will likely be the next Secretary of State. We could have a unique situation, an African-American national security advisor and an African-American Secretary of State from a Republican president. And then it's a question of what Trent Lott and Tom DeLay on Capitol Hill and Speaker Hastert, how they want to do business with him, what their order of priorities are.
And Dick Gebhardt and Tom Daschle.
Yes, because they have a strengthened hand here as well. Again, because the country has been so divided here about what they wanted for a president. Katie?
But as you know, Tim, George W. Bush really campaigned on the premise that he could be conciliatory, change the tone in Washington, be in the middle and let the two sides work together, as he said he did as governor of Texas. So I think that he's going to go in with that conciliatory attitude, and people will be expecting it, and I think be open to it, because he's made that such a cornerstone of this campaign.
And he's going to have to convince his 2 fellow Texans, Dick Armey and Tom DeLay, that compassionate conservatism is what he really wants to achieve. He has been very pointed in saying it's both the Democrats and the Republicans who have poisoned the atmosphere. Tom, Dick Gephardt's an interesting situation. He passed on running for president this round because he was convinced he could become Speaker. Now, what does he start thinking in terms of 2004? Right. We mentioned Hillary Clinton already. Another bit of piece of history. This is a first father-son team to be president since the Adams sons. We now have 9 women in the United States Senate. We've already elected 3 new women senators tonight: Hillary Clinton, Jean Carnahan, and Linda Cantwell. And perhaps in Michigan, Ms. Stabenow has a chance of being elected as well. We will have 12, maybe 13 women in the United States Senate. Katie Couric?
which is exciting because, you know, in years past we've heard a lot of brouhaha about the year of the woman, and it really hasn't come to fruition. So I think this is an exciting opportunity sort of to lay the groundwork for future generations and future female politicians.
And if, in fact, George W. Bush is the president for the next 4 years, there is a woman in the United States Senate as a result of tonight by the name of Hillary Rodham Clinton, who will be looking hard at the presidential nomination of the Democratic Party in the year 2004. 2004 could be a watershed year for women running for president. We don't want to get ahead of the game, obviously.
And she promised to serve a full 6-year term.
She promised to serve a full, so did her husband when he was governor of Arkansas, by the way.
And he went on a tour of the state and asked to be relieved from that commitment.
But I have a feeling, and Tim and I were talking about this, she may be less ambitious than we think in terms of her presidential aspirations, because she got a lot of lessons from healthcare about changing things slowly and doing things incrementally. And I think she's going to put that into practice once she gets to the Senate.
We're just been told that Vice President Al Gore and his wife Tipper will be appearing in 20 minutes. They have been a great team during the course of this campaign. Whoever would have won tonight, there was going to be a broken heart on the other side, obviously, because both families have made such a strong effort. The children were involved on the Al Gore side, obviously. Texas Governor George W. Bush had his wife Laura at his side and his whole family, his mother Barbara, who is very strong, and his father. This is for him, whether they say it out loud or not, a very sweet moment, and there may be even a small twinge of revenge that they could be feeling because he was turned out of office by Bill Clinton, and they were so appalled by the behavior of the president in the final term of office. That's Washington, D.C., with the Washington Monument just behind. That's the grand, matchless scene from what they call the Truman Balcony on the south lawn of the White House. 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, bathed in soft light. No troops or tanks in the street tonight. We have had a change of power. It's been one of the most closely fought elections in recent memory, an electoral victory that at this moment is just one above what was required. And yet, so far as we know, the country will accept the judgment of the people, even though we are divided by states and even by popular vote. And this country will move forward into a new century. It really is quite a remarkable act, and so many people participate in it who come from so many lands, representing so many ideologies and so many beliefs and so many different aspirations for the future. So now it's in the hands of this Texas governor, George W. Bush, who was raised as the eldest son of a family that has been prominent in public service. His grandfather, after all, was a member of the United States Senate. His father, president, vice president, CIA director, United Nations ambassador. He was the chair of the Republican National Committee under Richard Nixon, and he was a member of Congress. He has a brother who is the governor of Florida tonight and who is still welcome at the family table as a result of how things all turned out there. So it's been quite a remarkable night. We want to show you again what is going on in the state of Texas and Austin outside. People are awaiting the governor. David Gregory.
Well, Tom, we understand we're just a couple of minutes away. We're monitoring the same picture that you are, waiting to see Governor Bush as he approaches. The crowd obviously so excited after waiting for 7 hours to get this result. We understand that now the President-elect Bush, along with Governor Bush of Florida, his parents, the other President Bush and Barbara Bush, as well as Laura Bush, will are on the living quarters of the governor's mansion, working the phones to the last before they got that result from Florida. Just as we wait, I'm keeping one ear on the loudspeakers, you can imagine, Tom, as we hear America the Beautiful, a look ahead to tomorrow, of course, as the transition begins. We expect to hear from President-elect Bush in the late morning, as we've been told by advisors. He wants to get right to it, to hold a press conference and talk about some of the particulars regarding the transition. Tom?
Thank you very much. NBC's David Gregory, who's still standing after all of this as well on morning, noon, and night on the campaign trail with Governor Bush, who had his own a race across the country, especially the eastern third of the country, going into, as we said, Tennessee, which he won, Al Gore's home state, Arkansas, which they won. That's Bill Clinton's home state. All those states in red won by Texas Governor George W. Bush tonight. The states in blue go to Vice President Al Gore. A couple of surprises on each side, but by and large, the map broke about as we anticipated early on. Going into this morning, the people in the Gore campaign were saying we have to thread the needle, we have to run the table, we have to draw to an inside straight, and in the end, they couldn't do it. Nothing is tougher than presidential politics. It takes a lot of courage to run for this office. It takes a lot of savvy to put together a winning strategy 14, 15 months in advance, and it takes a lot of money to pull it all off. And the Bush campaign did just that tonight. They remained very calm and confident, even in the early part of the evening, when it looked, in fact, like it was going against them, when all of us at the networks made a mistake and projected Florida in the Al Gore column. It was our mistake. We pulled it back. The voters have the final say. It didn't make any difference what we said. You still had to count the votes, and when the votes were counted, it turns out that George W. Bush won the state of Florida, and with it, the presidency of the United States. Katie?
And you wonder what Vice President Al Gore is going to be doing. Tim, I'm sure you remember back in 1988 when he ran for president and apparently was quite devastated and had a lasting impact on him, the fact that he did not succeed. So much so that he decided not to run in 1992 and instead allowed his Southern colleague Bill Clinton to do that instead. Any thoughts in terms of what might be in the vice president's future?
Well, he had a Senate seat back then to fall back on. He doesn't have that now. He is unemployed. But he is someone who is deeply dealt in all the issues, environment, and has written a best-selling book on that subject. My guess, if he wanted to lecture and teach and think tanks and things of that nature, he'd be more than welcome. Whether he'll try to run for president again 4 years from now, Richard Nixon bounced back from defeats in the past, but my guess is that Senator John Kerry, Senator Bob Kerry, Senator John Edwards of North Carolina, the great mentioner, will start probably, maybe not tomorrow, but certainly Thursday, Katie, lining up the Democrats who are getting ready for 2004.
I know where there's a job open. The presidency of Harvard is open. It's Al Gore's alma mater, and already in the last 48 hours or so, I've been hearing people saying, well, he could go to Harvard. Now, he's not going to be thinking about it. This is going to be a very difficult evening for him. They're going to have to emerge from first what they had turned out to be the false euphoria, thinking they were going to win when we were all awarding Florida to him. And then there was the deflation of that. And then as they watched the states color in red for the opponent, Texas Governor George Bush, and they began to realize it was going to be run-the-table time, and they couldn't pull it off. They had a long, suspenseful, and ultimately disappointing night. So as a matter of common courtesy to the Gore family, we ought to just let them recover from all of this and then decide what they want to do on their own terms. Claire Shipman, has there been any talk about all of that? As I just said, we ought to let them go off and decide what they want, and I ask you what they are going to be doing.
Well, let's keep talking about it. I have a few thoughts. Well, it is interesting. You all were talking about 2004 because Gore, whenever he's been asked about running again, he would always say, that's not an issue, it's hypothetical, I'm going to win. Although 3 or 4 days ago on Air Force 2, when he was asked about that, he did say, if I were to lose, I haven't made up my mind about 2004, which I thought was interesting because I'd never heard him say that. This is going to be a difficult evening for him. As you all have mentioned, this is something he's been working for most of his life, something he and his family have made great sacrifices for. We're told that Gore and his wife Tipper are on their way here in just a few minutes. The crowd, as you can imagine, is nothing like the crowd in Austin. It's still here, wet and soggy, and very much looking forward to hearing from the candidate. Again, it's going to be a very poignant and sad evening here, or morning, I should say. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's Claire Shipman. Claire, we're just catching up on some other matters here tonight as well. It does now appear, Tim, that the Democrats cannot gain control of the Senate. In Montana, a very close race between Brian Schweitzer, who ran a very energetic campaign against Conrad Burns, who is going for his third term. And NBC News has projected that Burns will be going back to Washington. He's the colorful agricultural broadcaster out there, wears a big hat and muddy boots, and was very popular in eastern Montana. Brian Schweitzer was defeated by Conrad Burns tonight, so it's statistically impossible for the Democrats to regain control of the United States Senate. That means for the first time since 1954, Dwight Eisenhower, we have a Republican president, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate. And we'll see how the governance goes from there.
And as we've talked about, Tom, they can't do it alone because there are enough moderate Republicans and moderate senators who, in both House and Senate, who will demand a play in this, a role in this. And George W. Bush has, as Katie pointed out so importantly, has made a centerpiece of his governance in Texas, that he reached out to the former Lieutenant Governor, Mr. Bob Bullock, reached out to Democratic leaders, and in order to make Washington work, you're going to need Trent Lott, Dick Armey, Tom DeLay, Dick Gebhardt, and Tom Daschle all in agreement. A very, very, very important task and difficult task ahead.
It is quite remarkable that a man who had no real political aspirations of his own suddenly finds himself president of the United States after 2 terms, 2 incomplete terms as governor of the state of Texas. He ran for governor after his father was defeated. His brother was, everyone thought, more interested in politics and probably a better candidate at some point than George Bush had been. He is, by his own admission, not a man of great intellectual curiosity. He is much more of a kind of people person. He knows how to put together coalitions and how to get things done.
And how to delegate, which is so important because we saw Jimmy Carter as an incredibly bright president and lovely man and quite formidable former president, but had a very difficult time surrounding himself with competent people and delegating.
A couple of things worth pointing out. Dick Cheney is now the Vice President of the United States, a man who proved to be, I think, a great assist to George W. Bush during the course of this campaign, but he does have not a good heart history in terms of his health. We have 2 oil men, in effect, running the country. George W. Bush was in the oil business, and Dick Cheney ran Halliburton, which is one of the biggest oil services company, both with deep Texas roots. But Dick Cheney, by all accounts in Washington, and I was close witness to this as a journalist, had a very high regard across the board for his management skills, for his understanding of how Washington works.
It's true.
Defense Secretary,
because I covered
White House
the Pentagon
Chief of Staff.
when
right.
he was Secretary of Defense, and he was incredibly well respected by everyone in Washington.
And Tom, don't underestimate how important Cheney can be to Bush on Capitol Hill.
On the Hill. I think he's going to be vitally important.
I think he'll be assigned to take care of Congressman DeLay and Congressman Armey.
Right.
He's a fellow conservative. He can talk turkey with them. He can also be very tough. He's also a former White House Chief of Staff for President Ford. Right. It's going to be quite interesting with Dick Cheney as Vice President, Colin Powell as Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice as National Security Advisor. Who plays that role of Chief of Staff? Because those are 3 real players who want to be involved in everything. And I'm not quite sure how that will work in terms of a staff operation.
It's going to be interesting to see how Hollywood reacts to all of this, because Lynn Cheney, Dick Cheney's wife, is a PhD in English literature, and she has been really one of the most outspoken critics of revisionist history in America, the quality of entertainment that we have.
Political correctness.
Political correctness, and that's also been a great cause for President-elect Governor George W. Bush as well. Let's go to NBC's David Gregory now, who has been covering George W. Bush during this entire campaign. He's there in Austin tonight. David, what was going on in the governor's mansion with the family after they made that hasty departure from the Four Seasons restaurant and got back to the mansion to see how, in fact, they were doing?
Well, Tom, you saw some of the videotape that the assembled pool shot, and you saw Governor Bush in there with his parents, President Bush, Barbara Bush, of course, his wife, Laura. Jeb Bush was also in the room. They were working the phones, talking to their organization throughout the country, and we've gotten word in the last few minutes from some aides who are inside the mansion that this is, I think it goes without saying, a pretty jovial scene at the moment. Everybody shaking hands, just the immediate family there, including the president-elect, his twin daughters, Barbara and Jenna. He's talked a lot about them, but not in the context of the campaign. You remember during the convention, he just hoped they'd write their old dad via email as they have started college. Well, they are in the mansion tonight. Their lives have changed as well, as their father is now the next president of the United States. A lot of handshaking, no doubt. A lot of relief, too, as this night went down to the wire in a way that not even they expected. I was told some stories this week by top aides who said, you know, you may believe it's just spin when we're so confident, but this is a man who is a very confident man who back in South Carolina, you remember coming off of the defeat in New Hampshire, Governor, now President-elect Bush, polling his advisors, asking how big the margin of victory would be. He outguessed them all, saying it would be higher than anybody thought. And he believed he'd win all along here, at least that was his public face. and he's been proven right, Tom.
Thanks very much, NBC David Gregory. A couple of statistics to bring you up to date on. Nationally, 80% of the precincts have been counted so far. George W. Bush has a lead of about 500,000 votes, but there are a lot of votes to count in the state of California, where Al Gore, we think, was a substantial winner. About 40% of the precincts in California are still out. So it is statistically possible that Al Gore will win the popular vote in this country, but that George W. Bush will win the electoral vote. That could still happen. But at this point, it seems unlikely that there would be any kind of serious challenge from the Al Gore team, because they knew the rules going into all of this, and it's still a reach for Al Gore to get ahead of the governor on the popular vote. Also, we're told tonight that in Michigan and Nebraska, the Democrats are ahead by 6,000 votes in the race for the United States Senate. So once those are in, the Democrats could be 2 or 3 or 4. They will not take control of the Senate, but we could get to a 50-50 proposition. In Nebraska, it's Ben Nelson, who's the former governor, replacing Bob Kerrey. And in Michigan, it's Linda Stabenow, who is challenging.
Well, Tom, that's real important, because if it's 50-50, Vice President Cheney cast the deciding vote to elect all the committee chairmen, and you would have the Republicans once again holding control of the Senate.
All right, it's Debbie Stabenow, who was running against Spencer Abraham, who is a Republican incumbent. So that's where that stands. Katie Couric, it's been great having you with us tonight.
Thank you very much.
We liked it so much that Tim and I are going to come have breakfast with you in the morning at some point.
Oh, good. Well, I'm looking forward to that. Meanwhile, I'm going to go get a couple of hours of sleep. Yeah,
Right.
I'll buy, no problem.
Oh, okay, you buy. And it's worth saying at the end, as we looked at that Bush family gathered there, that's an American political dynasty. We have one who's a former president of the United States, one about to be president of the United States, another one who's the governor of the state of Florida, who probably has presidential aspirations of his own at some point, and Governor Jeb Bush's son, who was such a big hit, the kind of Ricky Martin of politics, has political aspirations, obviously, as well.
As I watched Barbara Bush, I thought just that. She's sitting there on the couch saying, this is my husband.
Right.
He was president.
Right.
This is my eldest son. He's going to be president, because my second son delivered the state of Florida for him. Extraordinary.
That's a very proud mother.
I'll say.
Yeah, that's a pretty good collection of government pensions. I mean, that's one way to look at it. Let's go now to Mark McKinnon, who's down there in San Antonio. Mark, we can have a little fun at this hour, I guess. Tell us what it was. Go ahead.
Unbelievable. I mean, we feel kind of like the Lazarus campaign. We came back from the dead tonight. You know, there was a time tonight when Florida went south, when really internally it was kind of a death blow, because we knew that Florida was key. But it really came down to the first brother, and the first brother came through. Jeb came through after taking a lot of hits earlier tonight. Jeb did it. So, we owe it all to Jeb.
Mark McKinnon, tell us what it was like in the room with George W. Bush talking to Jeb Bush about what, in fact, was happening in Florida.
Well, the early report really devastated us, frankly. We tried to keep a happy face on it, but we really counted on Florida from the very beginning, and we knew that the math would be tough without it. So when Florida went south, we tried to put a good face on it, but Jeb maintained faith that it was going to come through, and we really felt like something was wrong. And sure enough, it was. But I tell you, it was like dying and coming back to life again. It was just an amazing experience. And our hats off to Jeb Bush.
What was the next phase for you after Florida got pulled back by the networks, who have not just egg on their face, but a whole omelet?
Well, then we got involved in some very fuzzy math. We tried to cobble together a lot of very creative math, and we thought we could do it. But as it turned, I don't know the final returns, but as it turns out, I don't think we could have done it without Florida.
No.
And we hoped that we could. After Florida went south, we tried to do the math, and we thought maybe we could put it together. But as it turns out, Florida was the key, as a lot of people thought it would be.
Katie?
Yes.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, how are you? Congratulations.
Mark, thank you very much, and give our very best to the president-elect, the governor of Texas, and his entire family. Congratulations to Governor Jeb Bush as well. We know that those family celebrations will be a lot happier and a lot more inclusive now that, in fact, Florida is colored red.
Thanks
very much. Okay, that's Mark McKinnon, who was one of the media masters for George W. Bush. In fact, he was involved in that scandal that has not been resolved. I mean, not that he was involved or responsible for it, but his name surfaced. There was that debate tape for debate preparations that ended up somehow in Tom Downey's hands, who is a great friend of Al Gore's. It was turned over to the FBI. The FBI has been investigating. My guess is by tomorrow it'll all be forgotten because it doesn't make any difference anymore. We have a new president-elect of the United States, and we have still to hear from him, and we have still to hear from Vice President Al Gore and his wife, Tipper.
Meanwhile,
Katie?
Jeb Bush, before I go, must be feeling, Tim and Tom, a lot of vindication because he was sort of seen as not quite pulling his weight in the state of Florida.
On the spot, as we say.
Yeah,
Wow.
and I think he's feeling, I'm sure, a sense of enormous pride tonight.
I mean, in every family, there is always that sibling rivalry over who should be making their beds or doing the dishes. But when it comes to carrying a state for the presidency of the United States, that raises the stakes just a little bit more. So, Katie, you're off to get ready for the Today Show.
I am.
Tim,
I'll
and
see you
in
guys
a couple of
tomorrow
hours.
morning, or this morning.
All right. We're going to stay here with you for a while because we do want to see... you okay? Can you get unwired there?
Yes, thanks.
Well, there you have the truth, folks. She's really a robot. She's just wired up and brought in here and put into place. We're going to stay for a while longer until we hear from George W. Bush and also from Vice President Al Gore. It's coming up on 2:48 in the morning in the East Coast. It has been a long, suspenseful night, as you heard Mark McKinnon say, despite their public face of confidence when the networks awarded Florida to Al Gore. Man, they went back to do their math, and it got to be pretty fuzzy for a while. I was very impressed with Karl Rove, though, when he came out and said, we don't think you're right on Florida, but even if you are, here's how we win. And they came pretty close to doing that.
And you laughed at my chalkboard, Tom. They were doing the same thing in Austin and in Nashville. I'll tell you what's eerie. I was given this sheet confidentially on the way up on a plane coming here, and they predicted 294 electoral votes, including Florida. They gave Michigan and Pennsylvania. This is a strong supporter of George W. Bush. The only thing they missed was New Hampshire, if in fact Wisconsin and Oregon come in the Bush's column. Mm-hmm. It's uncanny how close they were.
On the other hand, Karl Rove was saying this morning, I think, or yesterday on
320.
320. Yeah, he had it at 320 on the electoral vote.
The other folks who missed big on this were all the academics with their models who were all predicting an Al Gore victory by anywhere from 51 to 55%.
Right.
It turns out that the sportscasters had it more correct by saying if the Washington Redskins lost their last home game before the election, the challenger would win. This is now the 15th presidential election in a row that has happened.
How do we do with the Buffalo Bills on their home games?
You know, as I said, Florida, Florida, Florida. The fifth Super Bowl will be the Bills. Understand that logic?
No, I don't. Put that on your magic slate and take it home. Let's go to NBC's David Gregory.
Well, Tom, you've been talking about Karl Rove, the chief strategist, of course, for Governor, now President-elect George W. Bush. It's difficult for some of us who've been covering him for quite a while now to make the transition, but it's time to do it. And I caught up with him, asked him what the night has been like and what his phone call was like to the now President-elect of the United States. He said quite simply, he got on the phone and said, quote, "Congratulations, Mr. President." Rove described essentially an open line of communication between the living quarters and the governor's mansion, where the now president-elect was with his wife and Jeb Bush and his parents. Remember, of course, President Bush carrying Florida so narrowly in 1992. They thought they had the numbers breaking their way for some time, but it was a matter of letting it sink in, letting it actually rise to the level where they could confirm it. And, of course, they also had to sweat out those Democratic strongholds, those two counties, Broward and Miami-Dade. They thought they had the advantage, as we've been saying throughout the night, with the absentee ballots more strongly in favor of the Republican vote. And it turned out to be true. A lot of hands being shaken, a lot of hugs. The next president of the United States has his twin daughters with him in the room. And now, as you are beginning to see some of the top advisors fanning out, they are waiting for President-elect Bush to make his way in just a few minutes from the governor's mansion triumphant now to speak to this crowd of supporters that at one point was 20,000 strong here in Austin on a blustery, cold, and rainy night. Finally, he'll declare victory, and the crowd here can't wait. Tom?
Thanks, Dave Gregory, and we hope that you'll get some rest before the end of the night because it's richly deserved. You've been just great for us out there on the campaign trail, as Claire Shipman and your entire team of producers, but we still have to wait to hear from the president-elect tonight. Charlie Cook, who's one of our political gurus here on the NBC News team, runs his own political reporting service in Washington, just told us that in Michigan and in Nebraska, the Democrats are ahead. That means in the United States Senate, we could get to a 50-50 tie, and if we get to a 50-50 tie, that means that the Vice President-elect of the United States, Dick Cheney, will be spending a lot of time in that chair just behind, because he'll be casting the deciding vote.
And Tom, in terms of issues, George W. Bush had talked about expending political capital, maybe even in his first year, in trying to enact far-reaching reforms for Social Security and Medicare, with 50 senators of a different party in the Senate, with the idea that there'll be another election in just 2 years for a significant portion of the Senate. The willingness to go along with something like that could be quite interesting to observe and watch.
I think Charlie Cook was saying this is really just halftime, because in 2 years we've got Congress up again, and with this kind of a split going on, it could go either way.
And we've been mentioning Dick Gebhardt and John Kerry and Hillary Clinton, John Edwards. Joe Lieberman.
Right.
Joe Lieberman ran a very credible race as Vice President of the United States. He now has to be looked at as a rising star in the Democratic Party and someone who may be looked to as a potential nominee, just as Ed Muskie was looked at when he ran for Vice President.
All right, let's go to the raw vote that we have, Tim, so far. We've got 89% of the vote in, as you can see, and it's about 370,000 votes separating them now. At this point, that's 88 million votes that have been cast, more than that, almost 89 million altogether. And as you can see, it's very, very close as those things go. Just about 380,000.
It's about a 0.5%, I think.
Right,
My
yeah,
math
it's
is
about
right.
0.5%. That's all. That's a very, very small number when you think about this country and all that it's been through in this presidential campaign over the course of the last 12 months, that it would come down to what is relatively a handful of states. I mean, a handful of votes. It's less than the half of the population of some medium-sized cities.
And to the 50% of the people in the country who were eligible to vote who didn't, what are they thinking tonight or tomorrow morning? They could have changed the outcome.
As close as this is, Doris, when you think back in 1960, which ushered in the era of Camelot, John F. Kennedy, it was just a little more than 100,000 votes that separated the two of them.
That's right. Here we're talking about 500,000 or 600,000, and Kennedy was only 100,000. They said one vote perhaps in every precinct. Humphrey Nixon, actually, in '68 was about 500,000. Right. So all of these are pretty close. It seems to me the most important thing that Mr. Bush has to do is to persuade Congress that they have a moment and a chance to have an historic reputation of their own. I don't think it's been a lot of fun for them in these last years to simply be obstructionists. If he can go to both sides and say, you can make history by getting involved in these various issues, just like Lyndon Johnson did with Everett Dirksen. Everett, they'll remember you 99 years from now, the Republican leader. You come along with me on civil rights, years from now they'll only remember two names, Abraham Lincoln and Everett Dirksen. If Bush can do that in these next few days, maybe there's some willingness on the side of the Democrats too. But that means he better not be the first one out for the tax cut, because that's going to be the most controversial. If I were he, I'd go for education first, because that's where there might be the greatest agreement.
Okay, Doris Kearns-Goodwin, thank you very much for being with us this evening. It's always great to have your historical perspective, and it's I would think that for you at least, it's been great to have this kind of catbird seat on what will turn out to be a historic election as well, the first one of this new century, the first one between two baby boomers, the first one of the cyber technology age in which everything is possible. And maybe before too long we can change the way we vote in this country, because there we had missing ballot boxes today and polls that had to stay open, and everything else that we do with a little electronic card of some kind that's completely encoded for security's sake.
You know, I think the one thing that has an historic memory to it, too, is that there's got to be a moment for George Bush now where the jubilation moves to awe and maybe even fear. he will be one of those presidents of the United States. And all of the presidents who win go through that period. John Kennedy wanted to be alone the day after he won. Carter, after the yahoos, just at this moment in time, cleared everyone out of his room so he could collect his thoughts to give his speech. Abraham Lincoln couldn't sleep the night he won and said, "My God, I've never felt such responsibility as this before." So he's exhausted. He'll probably sleep. But when he wakes up, perhaps it really dawns on you, my God, I am the president of the United States elect.
Yeah, and I suppose it does help him some in that he has been around the White House both during his father's vice presidential term and during his father's presidential term. He'll know his way in and out of the door. He's familiar with the whole idea of Secret Service and the trappings of Washington. That can be overpowering as well. The other thing that's so striking about this Bush team, to me at least, is that almost everyone that they have in a key position in the campaign has been in Washington in a position of some responsibility, and that could prove to be vitally important for someone who's coming all the way from the governor's chair in Texas to the Oval Office.
It could indeed. It could make those early weeks so much more important. There's only like 72 days now until the actual inauguration. So a cabinet has to be formed, an administration has to be formed, the inaugural address has to be created. I mean, there's not a lot of time for the rest that they so sorely need. But I'm sure, as we said before, as Joe Kennedy told Jack, you're a lot less tired when you win. So there's energy that comes from that win that'll keep him going, I suspect.
Tom, it's also important to point out that as much as George W. Bush kept saying that's the way they do things up in Washington, D.C., and that's the kind of math in Washington, D.C., he has spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C. When his dad was president, he was the enforcer.
Right.
And he was the one who went and told White House Chief of Staff John Sununu that his services were no longer needed.
Right, and even cracked down on Lee Atwater when he was beginning to draw too much attention to himself.
So George W. Bush is very wily about the ways of Washington, and that experience will obviously come in handy.
Let's talk about the cabinet for just a moment. Some people are obvious candidates for some of the high visibility roles. We talked about Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice in national security and foreign policy. Dick Cheney, no doubt, will weigh in when it comes to picking a Secretary of Defense. Big jobs that are still to come in this administration will be the Secretary of the Treasury, for example. How do you keep the good economy going? What are some of the names that we're hearing?
Well, Tom, first, a lot of the governors who were involved in the campaign, Thompson of Wisconsin, Engler of Michigan, Ridge of Pennsylvania, Pataki of New York, a lot of them have expressed an interest in perhaps coming as a cabinet secretary. Frank Keating of Oklahoma has been widely discussed as a potential attorney general. Chuck Hagel, the Republican senator from Nebraska, has been talked about as a potential Secretary of Defense. There's a pretty heavy bench, if you will, of available talent because the Republicans, with 2 years of Ronald Reagan and 4 years, 2 terms of Ronald Reagan and 4 years with former President Bush, had a lot of people who were then in their 40s and 50s who have now aged and matured even more, who are still available to come back to public service.
And what the Republicans understood in this presidential election cycle most of all is that for all the success that they've had on Capitol Hill, that they can't run the country or steer it from Congress alone. They had to get the White House back. And that's why there was such a rallying around George W. Bush, from Wall Street to the governor's chairs around the country. Members of Congress and other Republican pals thought, this guy's our best hope. We've got to get the White House back. Because we can't do it without the Oval Office in 1600 Pennsylvania.
Absolutely, Tom. And if this last budget round didn't prove that, where President Clinton got practically everything he wanted, in the end, the Republicans went out of town, and there's going to be a lame duck session. But the Republicans wanted that lame duck session because their hunch was that George W. Bush could pull this off, and they think they may have some leverage now because Bill Clinton is not going to shut down the government, or they're not going to shut down the government after an election like this. The other interesting thing will be to watch George W. Bush as he tries to steer a course that will keep him in the center of his party and the center of the country. A lot of discussion about the Supreme Court. What kind of people will he put on the Supreme Court? What will it mean to issues like abortion? He says he wants to outlaw partial birth abortion. That will happen now because he will not veto it, and both houses of Congress have expressed their interest in doing that. But my hunch is when it comes to the Supreme Court, he's going to be very careful about who goes on that court because 4 years from now, he doesn't want to be in a situation
of running against it.
Running against a court that had overturned Roe versus Wade.
Right.
It's going to be fascinating to watch Mr. Gore navigate that course, particularly with a Republican House and perhaps a Republican Senate, at least one in which Dick Cheney cast a deciding vote.
All right, Tim, we're about ready to go down to Austin, but just before we do that, we want to show you that popular vote one more time. It's been narrowing as we go along here. We're now up to 90% of the vote in, and take a look at that. 386,000 votes separating the two of them. It was 118,000 separating John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon in a much smaller population base at that time. So this really is one for the record books. It's an exciting way to start the 21st century, especially if you're on the side of George W. Bush. It's a heartbreaking disappointment for Al Gore and his many admirers, obviously. And the question is, what will Al Gore do? He's a very vigorous man, still in his mid-50s, with a lot of intellectual and physical energy. And we'll have to see what course he decides to plot for his own future. But George W. Bush, when we were in Philadelphia this summer, Tim, you'll recall, we had members of his family up there with us, and we said to Neil and to all of his brothers and sisters, so how many of you thought that George Bush would grow up to be president? None of them thought he would grow up to be president.
And they thought Jeb had, frankly, a better chance when he was on that track, but that was not to be the case. I remember 1 year ago, Tom, I interviewed Governor Bush for the first time on Meet the Press, and after the interview was over, I said, do you think you're going to win this thing? Do you think you're going to go all the way? And if you do become the nominee, what will be the fundamental issue or difference between you and Al Gore? He said, in the end, I'm going to be perceived as a more regular guy, a more likable guy, and I think likable guys win. And a year later, it's quite striking the impression he tried to make in those debates when the American public overwhelmingly agreed on many issues with Al Gore and on some with George W. Bush, but always on leadership and on trust. George Bush had a little bit of an edge over Al Gore. The other interesting thing will be the debate now between Democrats and Republicans about what won this campaign. Republicans are going to say this is a referendum on the governor's tax cut plan and on his education plan and on his Medicare privatization. And the Democrats are going to say nonsense. It was an election on personality and a student council election. We'll see what happens.
We will indeed. And David Gregory, who has been covering this campaign on the campaign plane, on the campaign bus, on the steps of the Capitol in Austin, Texas, wherever the travels have taken him. When do you think that George W. Bush realized that he was going to win this election?
Well, it's interesting, Tom. Even though this went down to the razor's edge tonight, there has been a discernible shift in the mood of now President-elect George W. Bush. There's a lot that goes on the campaign plane, as you know, that most people don't know about. And what struck me the other night, and our final stop in Bentonville, Arkansas, of all places, then Governor Bush was on the plane. He got on the loudspeaker, and it was kind of a farewell address to those members of the media who have been covering him for some time, with whom he'd been very playful, very jocular at times, coming back, slapping us on the face, pinching our cheeks, grabbing our heads. And he had a different tone as he said he wanted to thank everyone. He didn't always agree with what we reported and what we said, but that he respected us. And then as he came through the cabin, he shook our hands, but the mood was quite different. This was a different Governor Bush. It was a lot more detached. And I think what we're beginning to see, as we saw today as he went in to vote, he didn't take our questions. There's now a difference between the candidate fighting from the outside, trying to win the presidency, and now the president-elect vis-a-vis the press corps, and for that matter, vis-a-vis the rest of the nation. This is a much more serious time now. He has become the president of the United States. Tom?
Thank you, David. And the city of Austin and the state of Texas, of course, will rise again in the American consciousness. We'll be hearing a lot about Texas. George W. Bush is very proud of his roots there. He keeps a ranch down in Crawford, Texas. That will be the place that he escapes to. He has an enormous affection for it, even though he hasn't had it for very long. He built a house that looks out over a bass pond and a separate guest quarters for his two girls. And then when I was there last spring, he showed me another guest quarters. He said, just matter-of-factly, these are modeled after the cottages at Camp David. So there will be a certain amount of symmetry in his life between Texas and the presidential getaway, of course, in the mountains of Maryland, not too far away. Thomas Jefferson once said that a man can never take away from the presidency the reputation that he brings to it. There is an enormous toll on anyone who goes into the presidency. Physical toll, political toll. Their place in history is always very fragile because they can't always govern the events that blow up around them, obviously. And so tonight, this man, George W. Bush, who leaves Texas as that state's governor and heads for Washington as the president-elect, must be thinking about that as well. Certainly his children, who had no role in this campaign, their lives are about to change, and that's going to be a difficult thing for them. I hope that all of us in the press will treat them the same way that Chelsea was treated when she went off to college, which is to stand way back. One is at Texas, one is at Yale. They didn't want to be a part of the political process. The governor called officials at Yale and said, I want my daughters to have a good college experience. Look at this in Florida. Here we are, 99% of the vote in. We have projected it, obviously, for George W. Bush. Good grief. Look at that.
11. That means automatic recount.
Yeah, 11,000 votes. It's less than a half a point. So, you know what, folks? Next Monday we may know something.
You're coming back tomorrow night, are you, Brokras?
Right. You know, it's technically possible that there could be a recount that could flip that. It seems unlikely at this hour, although I'm curious about why we're not seeing the governor yet. And we haven't seen Vice President Al Gore. Perhaps they're waiting for all the votes to be counted, all the I's to be dotted, all the T's to be crossed. That would be something if the networks managed to blow it twice in one night.
Speak for yourself.
Right.
Look, there's the national vote. Tom.
The national vote is down to 309,000 votes.
With 91%, another 9% coming in. A lot of it
Most
from
of California
and Washington State, which were Al Gore states. That could even get tighter.
Yeah.
90 million people voting, and look at the difference.
Claire Shipman, have they accepted the fact that they've lost the presidency tonight?
Tom, they have. In fact, I just talked to Gore's campaign chairman, Bill Daley. He said that Gore has, in fact, called President-elect Bush. No word on what was said in that conversation, but that it was very direct. And he also told me they have no plans to contest any of the states or any of the vote, despite those numbers you were just looking at, which are strikingly close and which may, in fact, call for an automatic recount. They're saying they're not going to ask for it. We're told Gore is on his way here. Again, we were told that about 10, 15 minutes ago. We haven't seen him yet, but it's supposed to be soon.
Where are you, Claire? You were at the Parthenon in Nashville?
We're in the plaza just outside of the War Memorial, where Gore made, if you'll remember, the announcement that he had picked Joe Lieberman as his running mate. He very much wanted to hold his celebration event here tonight. He liked the way that event had gone for him a few months ago. But of course, the rain has made some of the crowds running high, but a lot of people are still waiting to hear from Al Gore tonight.
How was Bill Daley doing? It had to be a night of enormous highs and lows for him when they won Florida, according to the networks, and then the networks had to pull that back. That had to sink their spirits.
Well, really, the entire staff, I think, had been through ups and downs and ups and downs. I think they knew going into this it was going to be tough for them to put it together, but there was that moment, probably an hour, where they really thought they were going to win, and all of the staff was down in the lobby seeming confident and excited, and they thought they were going to be able to put it together. Now, a lot of them who are starting to come down here and stand in the rain and wait to hear from Al Gore seem a little bit grim, to be honest with you.
Well, that's understandable.
Tom, you know, it's important, I think, to note that this campaign of Al Gore hit a stage early on where people were wondering whether or not it would be a serious effort. And Bill Daley was brought in as campaign chairman. And he is a very tough, blunt-spoken Irishman from Chicago. I've been on the receiving end of some of those words. But he did an extraordinary job of whipping that campaign into shape, disciplining it, organizing it, having his candidate stay on message, making sure his candidate was functioning as the candidate and not the campaign manager. That was Daley's job. And I think Bill Daley is going to have a very bright political future, either as a campaign strategist or a candidate himself.
Well, I talked to him earlier today, and I said, what are you going to do when this is all over? And he said, I'm either going to go to ballet or Bally's. He's either going to go to the island or to one of the casinos. But obviously he comes from a great political family out in Chicago, where his brother is the mayor of the state of Illinois. Went big time for Al Gore tonight. He was a successful Commerce Secretary. He kind of likes Washington and the banking business, so I think that we'll be hearing from Bill Daley again in the future. awful lot of good political talent, Tim, on both of these campaigns. Karl Rove was practically not known in this country a year ago. He was kind of the Jim Carville, frankly, the James Carville of the Bush campaign, because he had a strategy and a plan, and they stuck to it, and it paid off tonight.
Absolutely, and the Gore people should keep their heads high, because they ran a very tough campaign,
right,
and they almost pulled it off, which is very important for people to know who follow that political business. A lot of finger-pointing recrimination, no doubt, as to what could have happened, what should have happened. But both these campaigns stayed largely on the issues, and they had an extraordinary opportunity to go around the country, make their case, and the people have spoken just barely.
Yeah, there is a delay in both sides of them coming out. We know that they've talked at this point. I suppose they're working on what they want to say. They didn't have a lot of time to prepare that tonight, because they were so busy trying to figure out who was going to win and getting out the vote at the last possible moment.
And let's underscore, the recount in Florida will now be automatic because of the closeness.
Right.
So Vice President Gore does not have to call for it.
Right. It's 11,000 votes, 99% in. It probably is going to stay right in that range as it clicks to 3 digits and 100. But we do project that George W. Bush will be the winner by the scantest of margins there in the Sunshine State, the state that proved to be pivotal and the state that stayed in the news throughout this evening from the network's point of view for the wrong reasons at the beginning when we moved it over into the Al Gore column, and then at the end when it was moved back to George W. Bush's column, and it proved to be the state that took him up over the top. Again, as we have been saying all night long, you make those decisions. It's your vote that counts, not our projections, and that was never more clear than it has been this evening, obviously, to everyone. It's not the kind of evening that we like to have happen, but in the final analysis, the winners and the losers are determined by the people making their votes, not by the networks making their projections. Where are we going to go at this point?
1 minute to Gore.
Okay, 1 minute before we hear from Vice President Al Gore. Okay, we're going to show you the popular vote one more time. 91% of the precincts have been counted so far, and it's roughly 300,000 votes separating the two of them, a little more than that, 320,000 votes at this point that are separating the two of them. NBC's David Gregory. Any amusing moments, dark humor down there tonight, David?
Well, actually, Tom, there's plenty of that, but I've also gotten some important details before we hear from Vice President Gore about the details of the call that has occurred between the President-elect and Vice President Gore. President-elect Bush telling the Vice President, quote, "You were a formidable opponent. I know this is hard on your family. Give my best to Tipper." A short call, it has occurred, and now both men will approach their waiting crowds of supporters to speak to them.
All right, thanks very much, David Gregory. Well, as I look back over my notes about what we expected here tonight, as Tim and I have been saying, this is about where the two campaigns thought it was going to come down to when they looked at their own political landscape. Karl Rove had thought that they would get up over 320 electoral votes at one point, and he thought that they might win by as much as 6 points. That's probably going to be a little on the generous side.
They thought they might steal Pennsylvania. They might be able to get Minnesota or Iowa, some of those states. But, Tom, a lot of the conventional wisdom going into the final days were that Bush would win comfortably or Gore in a squeaker. I heard very few people say Bush in a squeaker. Mm-hmm. The one thing that we did predict that came true was that we were going to be up late, and at 3:15, I can attest to that.
The other notes that I was making, and as I look at the map, they seem to match up. I thought that Bush could win with the Confederacy, the cattle states, open spaces, and oil. He did pretty much that. Al Gore was going to do well on the two extremes, the East Coast and the West Coast. And then it was a question of whether he could win what I call the meatloaf middle. He did pretty well in the meatloaf middle in Wisconsin. In Minnesota, Iowa, and Illinois, that he won there. He won in Michigan. And what is so striking, Tim, is that I think if the Gore people going in thought, boy, if we can pull off Michigan and if we can pull off Pennsylvania, we're going to win this thing.
Yeah, and they thought Florida would really ice the cake. Peter Hart, who works with us, Tom, has the force of the mighty Mississippi. And you see the mighty Mississippi going up: Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota. And it looks like George Bush is probably going to win 6, probably 7 of the states along the Mississippi. Clinton won 9 in 92, Reagan won 9 in 80, Carter won 8 in 76, and so on. It's an interesting geographic fact, the mighty Mississippi and the votes around it.
Tommy Thompson was very confident that he was going to deliver his state to his friend George W. Bush. This is 94% of the vote counted thus far. And look at that, Tim.
600 votes.
Yeah, it's astonishing.
There are 600 bars in Madison, Wisconsin.
It's that one is going to be very close. In the end, Tommy Thompson ought to be very grateful, I suppose, that George W. Bush won without the state of Wisconsin.
Oh, God, and we still have Wisconsin and Oregon out, Tom. Too
Yes.
close to call. Still waiting on some of those Senate races as well.
565. With 99.7% in. This is what you call close. This is the state of Florida. 99.87% of the vote has been counted so far. The Secretary of State has Al Gore trailing the president-elect in the state that proved to be pivotal by 565 votes. 565 votes.
And there are some votes.
That's not even a wide spot in the road.
There are still some votes that have not been counted.
And there's still votes to be counted because we're at 99.87. Broward and Palm Beach are the uncounted votes. What if this goes the other way?
Oh, it's only 317. We're here. Cameras
Right.
are hot.
That's entirely possible because we've got Tim gets his board out. 565 votes. The Secretary of State is the one who is saying this, and that's probably why we're not seeing the governor appearing in Austin yet. And they know it in Austin.
Well, the vice president has made his concession call, and the usual practice is let him go first.
Yeah, right. And there's no constitutional requirement that if you've made the concession call that you lose, as we learned tonight. There's no just as
There can be a second call. Is that what you're saying?
It doesn't have any application when a network projects something, as well. So 565 votes at this point, separating the two men in Florida, with this much still to go. That's according to the Secretary of State. So we're going to count those votes as they come in from Broward and Dade County, both of which are Democratic counties. Pretty heavy registration, as a matter of fact. So we think this is over, he said confidently, but we'll just wait and see. We'll feel a lot better when we have 100% up there and one or the other has then finished ahead of one. Yeah. Doris, have you ever seen anything like this?
I don't think she may have gone.
Barra, it ain't over till it's over.
Yeah, I know. This is like one of those great old pennant races, you know, that goes to the last day, and you do all the different equations of everything. And no Hail Mary will help here because, in fact, as we've been saying, these votes were cast earlier in the day. The polls closed at 7 o'clock tonight. The absentee ballots now have been counted. They're all a part of that. And yet the Secretary of State has told, do we think that Governor Jeb Bush has been notified about this as well? Does anybody know? Have they told Austin that it's 565 votes and 99.87, less than?
I'm still with you, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't you hear me?
Yes, Doris, just stay there for a moment if you would, because we're going to go to David Gregory down in Austin, see if he knows anything about this, what's going on in Florida.
Tom, we're actually checking into this right now. We've got calls into the governor's mansion. Every advisor that I've spoken to that's begun to come out here to the rally site has assured me that, in fact, they've been sitting on these numbers for a while, that everything looked very solid. They've had an open line of communication to Florida. That's what they've been doing all night, is talking to Florida, and that they had good word that the numbers were coming in, and that It was just a matter of confirming them, and then they finally got the nod. So obviously we're hearing what you're hearing, and we're double-checking right now at the mansion as to whether part of the delay may be to actually make sure those votes are in, or, as we were previously told, whether it's just a matter of waiting for the vice president to speak. Do we have any information yet from the governor's mansion? Nothing yet. So as soon as we get it, we'll pass it along. Tom?
All right, thanks, David Gregory. Let's go to Nashville now. NBC's Claire Shipman. Claire, have you picked up anything on all of this?
Tom, the vice president is here, and we're told he was just waiting because there was some sort of teleprompter problem to come out and give his speech. But obviously, everybody here, word is starting to trickle out about what you reported about the number of votes, and no doubt they're waiting to hear about it too. As I mentioned to you just 10 minutes ago, we talked to Bill Daley, and he said they didn't have any problem with the vote count. They weren't going to challenge it. Of course, they probably hadn't seen those final numbers yet, so I imagine that everybody's holding on here to wait and see what's happened. Although it sounds as though Al Gore may be starting to come out. They might not have heard yet. We'll try to find out what's going on back there.
99.9569. Okay, thank you very much. Claire Shipman, I'm getting some more numbers from Jeff Zucker, our producer, the Secretary of State, saying it's now a 569 vote difference with 99.9% of the vote that has been counted so far, 0.1% still to come in. Just 569 votes separating the two of them. A slight uptick of only 4 votes as we move from 99.87 to 99.9. This is what you call a sharp pencil, or as they say out west, this just doesn't pencil at this point. So we'll have to wait and see as we get to 100% of the votes counted what the Secretary of State will tell us about the total for Vice President Al Gore and the total for Governor-elect, and we presume the President-elect, rather, for the Texas Governor, and we presume the President-elect, George W. Bush.
I wonder if Governor Jeb Bush will take charge personally of this recount, Tom.
Right.
This is extraordinary.
I trust that they probably have a better calculator down there than your magic slate to add them all up on. So we'll see.
The slate called it just right, Mr. Brokaw.
That's educational reform in America. We're all going to go to a magic slate. Doris Kearns, good one. It's breathtaking to think that in a country this size and the campaigns of this magnitude, with all that goes on over the course of 12 months, that it could come down to 500 votes in a state like Florida that did push one candidate or the other over the top.
Oh, can't you imagine if it ends up that way, that Al Gore is saying, if I only had shaken 100 more hands, if I'd kissed 100 more babies, if I hadn't taken time to eat that hamburger, maybe I could have made an impact. You think about it, though, in a certain sense, it makes some sense, because the way we vote is to go into an individual booth, one by one by one. That's that most awesome moment. So the fact that it comes down to so many of us standing so much apart from each other, being so close at the end, it's just, I'm mind-boggled by this.
All right, thank you, Doris. We're going to go to Wisconsin now on our board to show you it's just as close there, it turns out. Just 500 votes separating them in Wisconsin as well, with 95% of the vote in. They're in a statistical dead heat. It's going to come down to just a handful of votes in these final electoral states, Tim, as to who got to be president of the United States. Now, we're told that NBC's David Gregory in Austin, Texas tonight does have some additional information about why the campaign of George W. Bush is confident they're going to be okay. He's there with Stu Stevens, it looks like to me. David?
Right, that's right, Tom. And Stuart Stevens, of course, top advisor to Governor Bush, part of the media team. And Stuart, you were in the office with Karl Rove all night tonight,
yes.
all your life and all night, working on these votes from Florida. At this point, the margin is still pretty slim. Why are you so certain that the vote is strong and that the victory is yours in Florida?
We'll do very well with the absentees that are yet to be counted. And there's 30,000 foreign resident votes that are going to be counted tomorrow. A lot of those will be military. We'll do very well with those. We always thought that if even if it took tomorrow, that we would win Florida.
At what point in the night did you have a pretty good idea that Florida would be yours, bearing in mind that all the rest of us were watching these returns come in and seeing that it was just razor thin, the margin?
We always thought that we were going to win Florida based on the hard numbers. I mean, it just simply never was there that we were going to lose Florida. Now, at the end, we were doing math, sort of like a student body election, adding up, 2,000 votes here, 4,000 votes here.
And in the end, you guys, for the past several days, have been talking about the fact that in Broward and Miami-Dade, these are the Democratic strongholds, that your internal polling indicated that Gore was not overwhelming you there as he had to do to compensate for your strongholds in other parts of the state.
And in the end, the race came down to a test of that theory. It proved to be right. We were able to survive the margins that he got, that they were counting on to win the election in the end. A tremendous ground game in Florida. I mean, the likes of which I think a Republican had never seen before.
So despite the fact that it's razor thin, the vote is not completely in, you're assured that victory is yours in Florida?
Yes.
All right. Stuart Stevens, congratulations. Thank you very much.
David.
All right. Tom, back to you.
Thanks very much, David Gregory. I don't know what to believe at this point. I mean,
well, there's new information there, Tom. There's 30,000 ballots that haven't been counted yet.
Right.
He assumes because they're from
military
folks who are living overseas
right.
that they're going to be pro-Governor Bush. This is just so extraordinary to listen to.
Right.
And on this, the leader of the free world is chosen.
Yeah. Okay, here we are. The popular vote now, Tim. Take a look at this. 92% of the vote has been counted so far. We're down to 184,000 votes between them. It was 118,000 between John Kennedy and Richard Nixon. We could get down to that margin with a much larger population.
8% still to go.
That's right, and a lot of that is California, where Al Gore was running much more strongly. 25% of the vote, we're told now, in California has not been counted. If that goes overwhelmingly to Al Gore, it's entirely possible now that he could win a popular vote victory and that George W. Bush could win an electoral vote victory. But these numbers in Florida are worth keeping our eye on. We presume that Governor George W. Bush is the president-elect of the United States. He's the projected winner in Florida, although our confidence was cut in half about projecting in Florida as a result of what happened earlier tonight. We're down to about 500 votes between the two of them, with about a tenth of the vote still to be counted down there, plus 30,000 absentee ballots that are going to come in.
And no matter what happens to Wisconsin or Oregon, Tom, whoever wins Florida won this election. We haven't heard from Vice President Gore. We haven't heard from Governor Bush. Are they aware of this information? Are they holding back?
Tim, they're not out there. They should be out at this point if they're confident about these numbers. I mean, it's been almost an hour now. We talked about, what, 2:18 when we made the call? It's been more than an hour. And I'm sure that they're calling down there to make sure that they got the numbers. It would be acutely embarrassing, historically so, to go out, claim victory, and then have the Secretary of State in Florida say, whoops, you lost. We don't believe, we have no foundation to believe that that's going to happen, but we don't know at this point just what exactly is going on, because the Secretary of State's got it down now to 569 votes between the two of them, and not all the votes have been counted. And yet there are another 30,000 absentee ballots. Now, we're told that in '96 there were only, what, 2,300 absentee ballots that came in from overseas, and some of those ballots took several days to get counted. So if we end up tonight with 200 votes between the two of them, 100% counted so far, we may have to wait several days to see who won Florida.
And who won the presidency.
And who won the presidency. Well, that's where we stand, folks. We don't know where the two candidates are at this time. No doubt they're on the phone talking to theirs. Claire, you thought that Vice President Al Gore was at the War Memorial in Nashville getting ready to speak, but he's not yet appeared, correct?
He hasn't, and we're trying to find out what's happening, whether he's waiting back there, as we thought earlier, because of a problem with the teleprompter, or he's watching all of this and trying to figure out whether he ought to come out and give a concession speech. We don't know the answer to that right now. We can't get any of the aides on the phone, and I'm sure everybody's huddled back with him, waiting behind that War Memorial, trying to figure out what's going on.
John Roberts in Nashville.
Thank you very much, Claire. Let's go back to Austin, Texas now, to David Gregory. David was talking with Stuart Stevens, who's one of the media gurus for Governor George W. Bush, and he was saying, well, we're going to win because the absentee ballots are going to come in tomorrow, and a lot of those are military, and of course we've got a very strong vote there. But that doesn't mean that those votes have been counted for the Texas governor. Any doubt there at all in their minds that this thing still is on hold, David?
Well, not that they're sharing with us publicly, Tom, but you make a good point, of course. There is still some speculation on their part that these absentee ballots, which they've always thought would break their way, based on voters overseas who may be in the military, who would be predisposed to Governor Bush, and the fact that they had 100,000 more Republicans requesting absentee ballots than Democrats. But still, there's still some grain of doubt here, obviously, as we have been saying. We have calls into the governor's mansion. We have spoken to some top aides, and we're trying to run down exactly what the holdup may be. As we have already reported, the phone call has occurred between Vice President Gore and, at this point, President-elect George W. Bush. That call has happened, but as you have pointed out, we were expecting to hear from both of these men before now. We're still working the phones, Tom.
And David, we're told now that the national popular vote, that the difference between them is at 175,000, with 92% of the precincts counted so far, and a good deal of the votes still outstanding comes from the state of California, where Vice President Al Gore ran, we think, significantly ahead of Texas Governor George W. Bush. So both in Florida and nationally, and as we saw in Wisconsin, it's closing up just like that. It effectively is going to be a photo finish for the presidency of the United States.
Tom, there are 6,000 voting precincts in Florida. That means, with 500 votes, one vote per every 10 precincts turned the outcome of this race. One per every 10 precincts. Somebody you could just pull off a street corner and say, get into that voting booth, could have changed the outcome.
Right.
And we wait.
It is a photo finish. The problem is that you get those settled at the racetrack in about 20 minutes. This one's going to take a little bit longer, it turns out, and the stakes are a whole lot higher.
You don't think any of these men are going to say, oh, let them have it?
No.
I already made the phone call. It's okay.
Yeah, right. It's okay. Tipper and I had plans for tomorrow. You know, we're going to have lunch. I don't think so. Let's go to Doris Kearns Goodwin. Doris, this is wilder even than I remember Kennedy and Nixon, frankly, because the states are just razor thin in terms of their margins. Although that one, of course, did go until 7 o'clock in the morning, and it did take Illinois checking in at the end, downstate playing against the machine of Richard Daley.
Well, two things I'm thinking about right now. One is that gracious call that Bush made to Gore. What he can say, if it turns the other way around now, is that Nixon said to Humphrey after Nixon won, believe me, I know how you feel, remembering his own loss of 8 years before. So if Gore does win eventually, he can say to Bush, believe me, I know how you feel. But I think that it makes sense for Gore to wait to give the concession speech. Even if he ends up losing, if he should win that popular vote, it'll give him a very different concession speech. I mean, he will have the majority of the American people on his side. And if California comes in and he wins that popular vote, why in the world should he give the concession speech early just to make all of us able to go home and then let Bush come out? So I think we have to just wait until this thing gets clearer.
And the other thing is, Doris, that under Florida law, whether or not the Gore campaign requests a recount, it is an automatic. If it's under 5%, 0.5% is what it is. And it certainly is at that stage right now, so the Secretary of State is required by law to have an automatic recount to go through this during the next couple of days and to add this outstanding batch of absentee ballots. Now, Sue Stevens said it was 30,000. We don't know, in fact, whether it's that high or not. That's what the speculation is in the George W. Bush campaign. So we may not know until tomorrow afternoon, in fact, once all the ballots are counted, who won the state of Florida. It is down now to easily within the margin of a recount error of 500 votes. That could shift when you talk about a couple of million votes that are being counted.
So what we really need is some great authority figure to come down and say, go to sleep, everyone. Right. This isn't going to be decided. We'll tell you what happens when you all wake up a few days from now.
All right. Thank you very much, Doris Kearns Goodwin, and we just hasten to tell you that we have not yet heard from. I'm having a little cracker here to keep going. It turns out we have not yet heard from Governor George Bush in Austin, nor have we heard from Vice President Al Gore, who is at the War Memorial in Nashville, Tennessee. And we think probably, this is, I think, informed speculation, that they're huddling with their aides, saying, "Wait a minute, we can't say anything yet. We're down to a few hundred votes."
A few hundred votes, 565 votes, and if there are in fact more to be still counted or open, do we really want to rush to concession? I think not, but we'll have to just watch it play out, Tom. Who would have thought?
I know. In Nashville, they're saying what, Jeff? The crowd is beginning to chant recount in Nashville. Let's take a little picture of that if we can. The word is beginning to creep out. Well, this is a fitting way to find ourselves at 3:30 in the morning after all that we've been through all night long, staring fixedly at that map, trying to figure out when Iowa, Wisconsin, and all those other states were going to come in. Now we're down to a student body election in a small town. You know, a couple of hundred votes.
If you submitted this novel, it would be rejected.
No, that's right.
No doubt about it. All the twists and turns, ups and downs, brother of the candidate, former president. Down to this.
Jeff, let's show that national count one more time, just to show how close it is.
Already called Governor Bush.
Okay. Now up to 186K separating them, 49% apiece. We're talking about close to 100 million votes, and we got 186,000 votes separating them. You know, that's just a medium-sized city in America when you think about the vast expanse of this land. And then you go to those key states. How are we doing in Wisconsin? Can we take a look at Wisconsin? Wisconsin was promised by Governor Tommy Thompson, said that was going to win. That was one of the states that was too close to call, and it remains that. They're still not at 100%. They're now at 95.
Up to 1,100.
Yeah.
Oh, landslide Thompson.
Right. Look at that. That's just amazing.
And we have Oregon outstanding too, don't we? I think still have Oregon if we can take a look at that.
All right. David Gregory, are you on the...
Tom, well, no, I'm off the phone now. This is what I can confirm for you from inside the governor's mansion. All the principals are working the phones right now, trying to determine the level of accuracy about the vote in Florida. You can imagine the information flow right now. The people who truly know are on the phone. Lower level aides are trying to get an answer, and we're waiting to get that. But officially, at the moment, we're told the only delay is not reflective of a lack of confidence in the vote, in lack of confidence rather in the vote in Florida, but simply waiting on the vice president. Tom.
All right, David, I was getting some additional information. You should listen to this. We're told that in Dade County, they're recounting absentee ballots in 27 precincts. And so when you're down to about a 560 vote difference between the two of them, those absentee ballots in 27 precincts could swing this back one way or another. It may just reaffirm that, in fact, that George W. Bush is the winner in Florida, or it may tilt it to Al Gore. We simply can't say at this hour. 6,000 votes is what we're showing there. That's the official vote counting service that we all join in on. And the Secretary of State has it much closer than that. But that's the network and press service that counts the vote. So they show a more comfortable lead for George W. Bush, and that's why they're on the phone, obviously, to Florida, trying to figure out who's got the accurate vote. Will someone find out for me whether the Secretary of State is a Democrat or a Republican? Okay. He's a Democrat, or she is. Is it a man? Who do we know who that Secretary of State is? Let's try to find that out if we can.
Maybe we could talk to him or her.
Yeah, we're working on that, we're told, in the control room. No surprise. Once again, they're well ahead of us. Now we're going to take you to the Secretary of State's website and show you that. That's in lieu of Tim's magic slate one more time. This is not funny, folks. We're talking about the presidency of the United States.
Well, Tom, remember Jonathan Alter's report earlier tonight?
Yeah.
That between 1,500 and 2,000 senior citizen Gore voters in Palm Beach County mistakenly voted for Pat Buchanan.
Right.
Suddenly, if they contest their votes, or perhaps once a vote is cast, it's too late now. But it only adds further murkiness to an unclear picture puzzle.
Okay, now does that show what we're talking about? It's hard to read from here. Oh, yeah.
There it is.
500 votes apart, the Secretary of State's website. 500 votes apart with a tenth of a vote still to come, but now we're told 27 precincts will have their absentee ballots recounted. Those are precincts in Dade County, which has a registration that tends to be heavier Democratic than Republican, but on the other hand, these are absentee ballots, so we don't know where they came from. What are you looking at,
It appears that Senator Nelson in Nebraska has won. This is the note that was just sent to me, which means that
that's a Bob Kerry seat, and he's a Democrat. And he's the Democrat. Yeah. So it just stays in the Democratic column.
Well, we're still waiting for the results from Michigan. So the Republicans will either have 50 votes or 51 votes. The Democrats will not capture control of the Senate, particularly in light of the Dick Cheney tie-breaking.
Right. Catherine Harris is the Secretary of State in Florida, a Democrat. We know that she has a website, and we know that she's reporting that there's just about 500 votes between the two candidates, despite the fact that for the second time tonight, the networks have projected a winner in Florida. The first time said it was Al Gore. The second time at 2:18 this morning, saying that it was, in fact, Texas Governor George W. Bush.
Why the discrepancy with the 6,000 vote plurality for Governor Bush that we've been seeing with 99% of the vote? It's rather confusing.
It is confusing. I tell you, I really do think that across this country something has to be done about the way we count votes and how we cast them. It's so antiquated in so many ways. It's so uneven. Ballot boxes get lost. Here we get money. We transfer things. We have little encoded cards for almost everything from pumping gas to ordering stuff on the internet. People are secure in that. And you go into New York, for example, as we did today, and they've got reams of old books with your signature that's 25 years old, and you have to try to match that, and then they give you a little piece of paper, and they turn it over, and no one knows where they're going to belong.
But it's also
time to reform it, folks. Tim, we're going to look at the national vote here again. It's now down to 168,000 votes. It's getting very close to the margin. It was 118, John Kennedy and Richard Nixon.
It's even closer.
22% of California is still out. He's at least as close to Bush than Kennedy and Nixon were. It was 118,000 for Kennedy and Nixon. And in this case, Al Gore is still trailing by a greater margin than that, but not much more. It's a little more than 150,000 that he is trailing by, about 155,000 as we look at it out of 90 million cast. Who would have thought that it could come to this? I know that we just keep going back and forth over these same numbers, but folks, we don't know what else to tell you at this stage because the numbers do keep changing just on the margins, and there is this unresolved situation in Florida. In fairness, we have projected that it was the state that put Texas Governor George W. Bush over the top, but then then we're told by the Florida Secretary of State that there are only about 500 votes separating them. Secretary Harris is a Republican, not a Democrat. We've just been told that. She was not a familiar public figure to us. So she's, so if you can't suspect her of political chicanery, obviously she's in the same party as the Texas governor and the Florida governor, Jeb Bush. And she's the one who is reporting that it's down to a handful of votes between the two of them. We want to show you in Wisconsin as well. Look at that. There you are in Wisconsin. You got 1,201,000 for George W. Bush, 1,203,000 for Al Gore. That means that Al Gore now has gone ahead. Tommy Thompson promising that Wisconsin could win. So if you take Florida back to too close to call, and you get Gore, Wisconsin.
It doesn't matter what happens to Wisconsin.
You still have to have Florida, I know,
right.
but it suspends it all for a time, and it comes back down to Florida again.
Right.
I mean, Florida is pivotal. You can't do it with Wisconsin and Oregon. Al Gore's got to have Florida.
Those 18 electoral votes with Wisconsin and Oregon would only give Al Gore, 267
right.
to 271.
Right.
But you take 25 from Florida away from George W. Bush, and you have a different man, president.
Claire Shipman, what do you have for us?
We're not going to know the winner of the presidency.
Well, Tom, what we're hearing tonight is that one of the reasons for Al Gore's delay, this is according to some of his low-level staffers, is that he has actually called George W. Bush and taken back his concession phone call. So an extraordinary move in an extraordinary night, and obviously they are still waiting to see what happens in Florida, but they obviously think they have a reason to wait to see what that final count will be in Florida. We're trying to reach some more senior staffers to find out if Gore's going to go back to the hotel, what's going to happen, what they're thinking. That's all we have for you right now.
All right, we're going to go to NBC's David Gregory. David, did you know that the Governor Bush has received another phone call from Vice President Gore?
Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Tom, I've just gotten off the phone. It is in fact true that the Vice President has called to recant his concession. I'm on the phone now, on hold, with an aide to Governor Bush, trying to get more information. At this point, everybody is working the phones, trying to find out the latest on Florida. But again, the most significant point here, we're not seeing Governor Bush because Al Gore has conceded, has recanted that concession that he gave earlier on this evening. So stand by. I'll try to get a little bit more information, and I'll get it to you as soon as I can.
Okay. Thank you very much, David Gregory. Doris Kearns-Goodwin, you're writing history even as you watch it. There has never been anything like this in American presidential politics.
Oh, I feel almost speechless, and I'm so tired of hearing myself talk that maybe that would be a good thing to be. But nonetheless, it's interesting to remember that I can, of course, go on, as I'm saying. It's important to remember that Ford didn't give his concession speech until the next day, even though it was a little closer. I mean, they knew more early than this that he was going to lose. They can wait. There's no reason in the world to make this too soon. In fact, by the time he gave his concession speech the next day, his voice was completely gone, and Betty Ford had to give it for him. So I think there's no reason in the world for Gore not to wait right now. You want to be a good sport, but you don't have to be a quick good sport. So I think it makes sense for him to take it back and let it all play out and then see what happens.
Yeah, the law says that we have the election the first Tuesday in November. It does not say that we have to have it resolved by the first Wednesday in November, and we're well into the first Wednesday in November, and we have had now this unprecedented, so far as, I mean, going back through history, I cannot remember any anecdote stories. Okay, David Gregory, let's find out what you've been hearing in Austin, Texas. David?
Well, yes, Tom, I just spoke to Karen Hughes, who is, of course, the chief communications director for Governor Bush. She tells me that an hour after the concession came from the vice president that he called to say, look, we think it's too close. I'm going to retract that concession. Ms. Hughes tells me that, in fact, Governor Jeb Bush, who is working the phones right now, is convinced that the margin is large enough that the victory is secure. They have numbers that are not official yet, but they believe that it's somewhere around 2,000 votes. Governor Bush, of course, at this point still the president-elect ahead, but they're still working the phone. She had to abruptly end the conversation. But at this point, again, Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, inside the governor's mansion here in Texas on the phone. They think that their margin is secure, but at the moment, this is not a race that has been given to Governor Bush. The vice president has retracted his concession, and they find that, in her words, unbelievable at this point. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's David Gregory. Well, what is also unbelievable is that we have this very close margin in the state of Florida that is being reported by the Republican Secretary of State, Katherine Harris, down to about 500 votes altogether, and a recount going on in 27 precincts that we're told of in, we think, Dade County at this time. That prompted Al Gore to go back and place another call to Texas Governor George Bush and say, look, I'd like to think about that a little more. We think this is still too close. Claire Shipman is in Nashville. She's at the War Memorial where Vice President Gore showed up preparing to make a concession speech. And I gather he has made a strategic retreat from there at this hour, Claire.
Well, that's right, and we were just talking to one of Gore's press aides who got a phone call as we were listening to him from the Democratic State Party chairman in Florida, who again emphasized that the vote is so close. They see it within 600 votes, and there was also some word on that phone call that some of the ballot boxes, some of the votes might not all have been accounted for. Don't know what the facts are there, but that's what the press aide was hearing from the Democratic State Party chairman on the phone a few minutes ago, and it's for that reason that the Gore campaign has decided this is just too close at this point to make a concession speech. Tom?
Okay, Claire. Well, I think everyone will understand, although the partisans in both camps, the Gore camp will be saying, hang in there, and no doubt that the Bush camp, a lot of the partisans there will be saying, what kind of bad sports are they? After all, we've won Florida tonight. It's been projected. We had one concession speech. Why can't we get on with the business of being president-elect? But the stakes obviously are very high. This is a great prize. We're talking about the next 4 years as running this country and being the most powerful leader in the world, of the most powerful nation in the world. And we can wait until we get the arithmetic right. That may take a while. It's going to require a little patience. But after all, this campaign has been going on for 12 months. Let's be sure that everyone is satisfied when it's all over, that the votes have been counted properly and accounted for, and that the winner, in fact, is the winner, that you don't have to go back to instant replay of some kind, get the videotape out, and get the referees in to look at it and say, whoops, we made a terrible mistake.
Well, particularly, Tom, with the popular vote trending the way it is,
right.
If, in fact, one candidate won that, and a different candidate won the Electoral College, and then it came to be that in a recount, the candidate who had the popular vote also won Florida, it would be a state of chaos in a democracy.
Right.
It's much better to go slow and get it right the first time.
And, in fact, as we said earlier, I mean, when it comes to, I can understand why the Bush people are upset about Al Gore calling back and saying, look, I'd like to pull back my concession speech. But concession speeches and telephone calls do not determine a presidency. It's a courtesy, really. The presidency is determined by the votes that are cast. They have been cast. They're now being counted in Wisconsin and in Florida, which is the critical state, obviously. They're still being counted in Oregon, and we know that they're being counted in California. And they could change the equation first on the popular side, but if it shifts in Florida, the big shift occurs there because that changes the electoral vote equation. And if it moved into Al Gore's column, then he becomes the president of the United States if he could win Wisconsin as well.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we're faced with right now.
We are at a historic conundrum, the likes of which I never thought I would see in my lifetime. Let's go to Doris Kearns Goodwin and see what her further reflections are on all of this. Doris?
I'm just wondering what's happening in the East Coast newspapers all up and down the coast. I mean, are they printing their headline? Do they have question marks? Are they going to hold their papers back? You know, when Truman won, it wasn't only that famous headline that we saw, which had Dewey winning, but Life magazine had already had its cover printed, President Dewey. They had to pay $750,000 to get it changed at the last minute. They had articles on who Dewey's cabinet would be. I mean, this could be of that momentous nature. So I wonder what's going on. I'd love to be back in that print media from, oh, what's that? Too close to call. That makes sense.
Right. That's the Miami Herald, and in that state, it is too close to call. Bush clings to slim lead in Florida, but the state's final count could settle the cliffhanger, and we think that that is still the case, even though officially the state of Florida has been projected as a Governor Bush state, and we think it is the state that pushed him over the top. But as Al Gore has pulled back his concession speech, we're on hold at the moment until we get all the votes in, because by coloring in that map or by making a projection, it won't make any difference. The votes count, your votes, and they have to be tabulated. And in this case, for those of you who have ever thought that your vote might not make a difference, take a look at Florida or the state of Wisconsin or a number of these other states. Let's look at the national vote right now, if we can, just to show you how close that is. Remembering that it was 118,000 votes that separated John Kennedy and Richard Nixon. 156 remains the number here, and we still have a lot of votes to come in from California. So that anomaly that we all kept saying, well, it's a possibility but not a probability, one winning the popular vote, the other electoral vote, it could come true in this election, much to my surprise, and it could come true in a way that we had not anticipated. that Al Gore could win the popular vote, but George W. Bush could win the electoral vote, Tim.
Tom, it's 3:55. We don't know who's going to win the popular vote. We don't know who's won the Electoral College vote right now.
No.
Nothing has been resolved officially.
No.
And here we sit waiting for that. And as much consternation as it caused within the campaigns, and I'm sure the viewing public is scratching their head saying, is this any way to run the world's largest democracy? Well, the way to run it is to get it right. And we'll have to just wait and bide our time and see what happens.
Yeah, and the other thing is that I must say that I'm a little skeptical about if Jeb Bush thinks that they've got a 2,000 vote margin in Florida, but the Republican Secretary of State continues to say, no, it's only a 500 vote margin, then something is passing in the night here in some fashion.
Well, unless there are some ballots that have not been officially tabulated or counted or posted.
That he thinks they're going to win.
Right.
And no doubt he's reassuring his brother as rapidly as he can, hey, we're going to still get Florida home for you.
But
and
it still doesn't account for the additional 30,000 out-of-country voters that we're told still exist.
Now, is this is the Secretary of State's count or the election counting service? This is the election counting service, and we have that one narrowing quite a bit down to 2,000. It was considerably more than that earlier. So as more votes are counted, the margin narrows between George W. Bush and Al Gore. Stu Stevens, who is one of the principal advisors to Governor Bush, said that they think there are as many as 30,000 absentee ballots still to be counted tomorrow. They could be coming from military people, and he expected that they would be doing well there. The New York Post is out tonight with Bush wins. The New York Post is the newspaper in New York City of Rupert Murdoch, and it was heavily tilted toward a Bush victory, it's fair to say. But at this point, we're saying it's on hold, everyone. Capitol Hill is what the another of the headlines says in the Post election special, and Capitol Hill in this case is Hillary Clinton. Okay, let's go to Nashville now, and who are we talking to? And Terry McAuliffe, who is a well-known principal fundraiser for Vice President Al Gore and a great friend and a great fundraiser for President Clinton as well. Terry, what do you think down there tonight? What are you hearing from Florida, first of all?
Well, Tom, I can tell you it's a beautiful night down here in Nashville. But at the end of the day, the talk is that there's a 1,000-vote difference down in Florida. If it's 1,000 votes out of a total of 90 million votes cast across this country for President of the United States of America, we got to make sure this election is right. We got to make sure that the voters' responses are heard across this country, so we need to make sure it's correct.
Terry, we were just told that in Dade County that workers have been called back to work to recount the absentee ballots in Florida. Now, I know that you've got people on the ground in Florida. They're talking to the officials there. What are you hearing?
Well, there's all kinds of talk in Florida that several boxes were not counted down in Florida. Well, there's all kinds of talk in Florida that several boxes were not counted. And we need to make sure, Tom, that all those great voters out there who voted for Al Gore, who wanted to make sure he's the next president, are adequately counted, and that all the folks out there supporting Al Gore, this is a fair election, that everybody's counted, and that the next president of the United States is done by a majority of the voters out there in the country.
Was it the vice president's idea to call Governor Bush back and take back the concession? And where is the vice president right now?
Oh, I believe the vice president's here, but the word was out everywhere in the state of Florida that maybe the networks and some of the folks on TV called this election too quickly, and that as the numbers got closer and closer and it got down to 1,000 or 600 votes, that we needed to just step back a minute and to make sure that democracy was working correctly down in this country. And that's what was the determination made, that we ought to just step back for a few minutes and make sure that all the voters in Florida were really counted.
What was the first reaction that Vice President Gore had after making the concession call when he heard that it was as close as it was in Florida? How did he respond to that?
Well, I can't answer that, but I can speak for all the folks here in Nashville tonight. We are here. We are pumped up. These people have worked their heart out to make sure that Al Gore is the next president of the United States, and we want to make sure that all those votes are counted, because at the end of the day, we know that when they're all counted, Al Gore will be president of the United States of America.
All right, thanks very much, Terry McAuliffe, who is in Nashville tonight. Big fundraiser for Al Gore, and of course, great friend of President Clinton. He served in that role as well. Florida, I think it's fair to say, is still in play. It's just far too confusing. We're about to make an official call. It's just too confusing. Florida's been in play all night long. It has not been a sterling evening for vote projections in that state. Originally, NBC News and all the other networks projected that Al Gore would win Florida. Then at 2:18 this morning, we project. All right, we're officially saying that Florida is too close to call because of a recall. Campaign and voter counters are being called back to work to count absentee ballots. Will that be going on throughout the evening, so far as we know? Yes, it will be happening even as we speak. They're being called back tonight. So we take Florida away from George W. Bush. That means he is short of the 270 electoral votes that he needs to win. He was declared the president-elect by all of the networks, and there was great jubilation in Austin, Texas, and then total chaos once the numbers began to come together in Florida. The concession call was made by the Vice President of the United States. He called back about an hour later and said he'd like to withdraw that because it is so close. They want to make sure that the numbers are correct. The Secretary of State in Florida, a Republican woman by the name of Katherine Harris, has reported that the difference is only about 500 votes, although Jeb Bush now believes that they can pick up at least a couple of thousand votes, and he's probably talking about absentee ballots. In 27 precincts in Dade County, they're going to be recounting absentee ballots. Workers have been called back in to do that. Vice President Al Gore, who went to the War Memorial in Nashville to make a speech to his supporters, no doubt to thank them for his support and to say to the country that he could not have won and that he congratulated Governor Bush. He now has scrapped that speech. He's gone back to the hotel to see what the numbers finally say about this extraordinary and bizarre evening. It's worth reminding everyone that the decision has been made across the country. All the votes have been cast. No more will be added to the pile that's already being tabulated in Washington and Wisconsin and still in the state of Oregon. Florida remains the key. If, in fact, it goes back into the George Bush column at the end of all this long, confusing tabulation, he's the president-elect. If it goes to Al Gore still has to win Wisconsin or Oregon to be the new president of the United States. So this could not be closer.
Tom, actually, all Al Gore needs is Florida. All George Bush needs is Florida.
Oh, that's right. It's 249, right? It's down to Florida.
It's Gore 249,
right.
Bush 246 right now.
Right.
With Florida, Oregon, and Wisconsin outstanding. But Oregon and Wisconsin are only 18 electoral votes.
Right.
They need Florida. Florida, Florida, Florida. Let me show you one more time, Tom. This is it, right here. Florida, 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 Florida. It's that kind of night. Or morning.
It is indeed. Okay, we're going to go to the map, and we're going to show you Wisconsin, Oregon, and Florida, 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 down in the southeastern corner of the state. These are the tabulations, 249 for Al Gore, 246 for Bush, now that we have pulled back Florida. And that means that the state is still in play, that this presidency has not been resolved. The governor of the state, the brother of the presidential candidate of the Republican Party, believes that they'll deliver the state to him. But this is what's going on in Oregon. George Bush is up in Oregon. He can't win with Oregon alone, as Tim has pointed out. He's up by 3 points. And let's take a look now at the state of Florida. 99% of the vote has been counted. This is the election service that we all use, the networks and reporters and so on. And as you can see, it's now down to 1,000 votes, well, almost 2,000, a little less than 2,000 between the two of them. So that's been narrowing and dropping as well. David Gregory in Austin?
Yeah, I just got off the phone with Karen Hughes in the governor's mansion. This is how chaotic the scene is. Governor Jeb Bush is now online. He's on the computer contacting the computers of the Secretary of State's office in Florida, looking at the numbers. So they're trying to confirm this. One Florida official has been quoted as saying that the margin of victory is 1,210 votes. The governor's office here does not independently know that. The man who you'd think would be in a good position to know, who is Governor Jeb Bush, is now on the computer looking at the numbers as they're coming in the Secretary of State's office. There's a lot that's going on, but I'm told that Governor W. Bush is not working the phones. It's all on Jeb right now, and this is just in complete flux. Nothing is going to happen until they figure it out, and they just are not in a position to do it.
Any less confident that she was in her last phone call with you?
No less confident, but certainly a little bit more in flux, I think.
All right, here's Bill Daley, who is the chairman of the Vice President's campaign. Let's hear what he has to say.
Let me say I've been in politics a very long time, but I don't think there's ever been a night like this one. Just an hour or so ago, the TV networks called this race for Governor Bush. It now appears that their call was premature. Let me be very clear about this. According to the information supplied by the Secretary of State of Florida, with 99.9% of the vote counted, there is a margin of only about 1,200 votes out of millions cast, with over 5,000 votes left to be counted. This is a very significant, for most important reason, and that is, for under Florida state law, this triggers an automatic recount, and as everyone knows in America, this race has come down to the state of Florida. Without being certain of the results in Florida, we simply cannot be certain of the results of this national election. Let me add that Vice President Gore and Senator Lieberman are fully prepared to concede and to support Governor Bush if and when he is officially elected president. But this race is simply too close to call. And until the recount is concluded and the results in Florida become official, our campaign continues. So let me, yes, so let me thank all of you. Let me thank all of you on behalf of Vice President Al Gore and Senator Joe Lieberman for waiting out here so late tonight, and we hope to have you back very soon. Thank you very much. Good night.
Your political lifetime, Bill Daley, the son of the legendary mayor of Chicago who was so pivotal in the election of John F. Kennedy in 1960, coming out tonight to say that they thought that they had lost the election to Governor George W. Bush. The networks had projected that Florida would go into the Bush column. Earlier, we had projected that it would go into the Gore column. In both cases, we have pulled back now. Florida is still too close to call. And that means that both men are shy of the 270 electoral votes that they need to win. It's all about Florida, Florida, Florida. The New York Post had to make a decision. It made this one. Could still be right, but it's a big roll of the dice at this hour because absentee ballots still have to be counted. And we heard from Austin, Texas, David Gregory saying that the governor of Florida, Jeb Bush, is on the internet trying to figure out just how much of a spread there is between his brother's vote total and the vice president's, Tim.
Tom, the 1,200 figure that Bill Daley used is the same figure that David Gregory reported earlier that Jeb Bush was using. So we had first been told 565 some votes. Now it appears to be around 1,200. At least both campaigns can agree on that. But for the chairman of the Gore campaign to stand before the nation at 4 a.m. and say, folks, this campaign is not over. We want to make sure that we really have lost. We will support Governor Bush, if in fact that's the way it turns out. An automatic recount takes place in Florida now. How long that would take, we have no idea.
The other thing is we don't know why there has to be a recount of absentee ballots in 29 precincts. Have we gotten an explanation on that yet?
No, we have not. And whether they had not been counted originally or there was some sense that they had been miscounted. But with just 1,200 margins, the delicate balance that exists, as I was watching Chairman Daley, I thought it was a dream. You just can't believe all this is happening in election 2000. But it's here, and it's real.
Yep. It tells you how close this race has been. It's going to come right down to a almost zero-sum game, and it's very likely it's still not impossible that, in fact, Al Gore wins the national popular vote, because as we've been watching that gap has been closing steadily as well. Here it is once again, now up to 94%. And as you can see, 13,000 votes, Tim, between the two of them nationally, blows right through Kennedy and Nixon, which was 118,000 votes. Most of those votes are still coming in from the state of California, where Al Gore is 18% of California still to go, we're just now told. So Al Gore could end up with a popular vote victory of some significant proportions, by the way, if it's just 18,000 now and 18% still to go in California. So he could end up a point or two ahead of Governor Bush and then still lose the Electoral College to him. We've got one of our guys in place over here who's got his microphone on now, and it's Shelley Gweiser, who is one of our analysts who's been looking at these numbers all night long. We won't go through the long, sordid history of Florida tonight. What's going on down there, Shelley?
Well, what's happening is that there are discrepancies in the vote count.
Why?
Well, first of all, there always are some discrepancies in the vote count. We have small differences, 1%, 0.5% very often. Normally, they don't make a big difference. In this particular case, we're talking about a very, very small difference between two candidates. In addition, there's a lot of absentee votes that were supposed to be counted during the day in a number of precincts that have not been counted. The estimate from VNS is about 50,000 absentee votes that haven't been counted. So we have a number of discrepancies. We've got a number of votes that haven't been counted. And in any event, in Florida, unless it's going to be a victory of more than somewhere around 27,000, 28,000 votes, there'll be an automatic recount. Incidentally, it's not just Florida. We have the same circumstances in Iowa and Wisconsin, where we're talking about 1,000 or 2,000 vote differences.
But in Florida, at this hour, are absentee ballots being counted?
They've actually called back staff, is our understanding from the Associated Press, in several counties to go and count absentee ballots. It's not clear why those ballots were not counted earlier.
At one point, one of Governor Bush's men, Stu Stevens, was saying that there could be as many as 30,000 absentee ballots that have yet to be counted, a lot of them from military personnel and other people who live in Florida. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, they're talking to us actually about 50,000. So there is a significant number of absentee ballots that could be counted. It will probably provide, we would expect, George Bush with a little bit of a margin, but not enough to overcome the automatic recount at 27,500 or thereabouts.
When do we think that we'll have a completion of these absentee ballots being counted?
We really don't know. They should be completed. They were supposed to be completed today. I'd expect that we'd have some kind of a first count tomorrow. But of course, if there's an automatic recount, we don't know how long that will take. And we may all be sitting here waiting for it.
Shelley, let's go back over some painful territory. We called Florida wrong the first time, we thought, at the time.
Correct.
How'd that happen?
There is a discrepancy in the Dade County sample compared to the Dade County, actually it's 3 counties, the Miami area, Dade County, Palm Beach County, and Broward County. There was a discrepancy between the sample that we use for our calls and the actual county vote that came in. Now, it turned out that the county vote that came in that made us change that call was not nearly as one-sided as it appeared to be. And in fact, the sample wasn't that bad. But it was a much closer election than what we expected. When we got to the end of night, where essentially 98-point-something% of the votes were counted, and Bush showed that he had a lead of almost 60,000 votes, then we were able to declare him the winner, subject to a potential recount. The problem is that there were a number of additional votes that had not been included that were later included, and that's why it narrowed so significantly.
When do you think we'll know about Florida?
Boy, I don't know. I've heard estimates that in the past it's taken them 2 weeks to do a recount. I have a feeling they'll have a little bit more pressure this time than they usually have.
Do you have a good catering service number?
Well, it depends. Do I have to sit here for that period of time? That would be difficult.
All right. Thank you very much, Shelley Gaweiser. That's the situation in Florida. It could be earlier this morning. It could be later this morning. It could be by the end of the week. We don't know at this point.
The Electoral College votes in December.
Very heartening, everyone.
Well, Tom, the fact is, if in fact the initial recount shows a significant George Bush margin
He's the president
of 10,000 or 15,000, my sense is that Al Gore would step forward and concede.
Right.
He just wants an honest count.
But the question is, when do we get the honest count? That's the other thing, and that may not happen for 24 or 48 hours, right?
Absolutely.
Well, or if the initial recount, not the official recount, but the initial recount, is not in any way conclusive, then we may have to wait for the official recount before anyone makes a move, and we could be here for some time.
Well, in fact, it is president-elect. We still have an operating chief executive officer of the land. We still have a Congress that is in place. The machinery of America will go on. It's just that we've never been through anything quite like this before, and there will be a lot of anxiety out there. And of course, security is going to become a huge consideration. Who has charge of those ballot boxes? Who's in charge? Who's looking in when they're doing the recount? That's going to become critical to this process. We're going to share with you as much as we know as we go along through the night. Thank you very much, Shelley. We'll let you go back to your post now, and you're welcome back here anytime to explain to us what, in fact, is going on. Let's go to NBC's David Gregory now, still standing outside of the Bush headquarters in Austin, Texas, which has been through a night in which they thought Al Gore had won Florida. Then they believed that Florida had made George Bush the president-elect. Now Florida has been taken back from them, and they're in a state of suspended animation, David.
Absolutely, Tom. And now we're told that the chairman of the campaign, Don Evans, you know him well, a longtime friend of Governor George W. Bush, is now on his way to the microphones here to speak to what is a smaller crowd of supporters, no doubt a rebuttal to Chairman Daley over on the Gore campaign side, his comments that this is still too close to call. In the meantime, the key player here is Governor Jeb Bush, still inside the mansion here, just 2 minutes from where I'm standing, not working the phones, but working the computer on the website, actually corresponding and viewing the computers in the Secretary of State's office in Florida to look at the latest numbers. As you pointed out, there is some level of agreement, and that is that they believe the margin for, at this point, President-elect Bush is 1,210 votes. But is that enough to make it official? Clearly not. That's why it's been difficult to get them on the phone, and that's why Don Evans is on his way over here right now. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's David Gregory in Austin, Texas tonight. Let's go to Nashville now. NBC's Claire Shipman is there. Claire?
Well, Tom, things are winding down here. Essentially, after Bill Daley spoke, Al Gore and his motorcade, his entourage, headed back to the hotel. Most of the supporters are trickling out. Daley obviously telling them, we will let you know as soon as we have something to tell you. So it doesn't look as though they're going to be waiting around for the next couple of hours or as long as it takes, as you've been discussing, and we have no idea about that. But again, all of Gore's staff and political advisors are on the phone with their Florida people and the state Florida people, the Democrats there, trying to figure out whether there is a chance that this could ultimately be recounted and that there might be something favorable there for Al Gore. But what they're really after, they say, is just the knowledge that this result is accurate. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, NBC's Claire Shipman. We want to take you back now to the national poll once again to show you how close this is. You remember that John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon in modern times had the closest race at about 118,000 votes separated them. Here we have more than 90 million votes that have been cast so far, 33,000 votes separating the two candidates. This is just astonishing. NBC's historical consultant is Doris Kearns Goodwin. Doris, this one's in the record books.
Oh, there's no question it's mythic. But if it appears mythic to us, I keep going back to what must it be like for Mr. Bush and Mr. Gore. I mean, their lives are going to be changed by this. They may become president. They may make history. Here we are.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go to, is it Claire Roberts? Clay Roberts, who's the head of the Secretary of State's office, the voter section. Clay Roberts, can you tell us what is going on in the state of Florida at this hour?
We're waiting for the results to come in from Broward County. They had some absentee ballots that came in this afternoon late, and they had to verify that the absentee ballots were not ballots cast by voters that also appeared at the polls. So they checked that out, and then there was a precinct that they also were tabulating. The votes are in the tabulation machine right now, and they should report to this office in the next 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll post that on the internet.
And will that mean that you have finished counting all of the ballots in the state of Florida?
There are some counties, some small rural counties, that because of their particular voter systems, they have some absentee ballots that they have not counted that they will have to come in tomorrow morning and count. I don't know if this is a close election. I don't know if it's enough to make a significant difference or not, but we'll have to wait and see.
One of the Bush campaign advisors said on our air earlier that he thought that there were some 30,000 to 50,000 absentee ballots that still had to be counted tomorrow that came from military personnel and other people who have a residence in Florida but were out of the country. What do you know about those absentees?
I think that's too large a number. Under the federal laws.
Go ahead.
Okay, who am I talking to here?
This is Tom Brokaw.
Okay, yeah, Tom. I think that's too large a number because in Florida we mail out absentee ballots to military voters 35 days in advance. We have the vast majority of those back. However, under federal laws, they have an extra 10 days after our polls close, after yesterday, November 7th, to get those absentee ballots back into the supervisor of elections office. Those ballots have to be postmarked no later than Election Day, November 7th. In 1996, we call those the 10-day ballots. In 1996, we had 2,300 ballots come in after the polls closed that belonged to those military voters. So we've had more turnout this year, so you can expect that number to be up above 2,300, but it's not thousands and thousands, the number you hear.
And what about the report that we had that 27 precincts in Dade County would be recounted as absentee?
I don't have information on that.
The turnout in Florida, do you have a judgment on that tonight? Did it go well over 50%?
Let me call up a chart. The number we have is 67.2%.
Wow, that's huge.
Massive.
Yes, sir.
And the last number that we had on the difference separating the vice president and the governor was that the governor was ahead by about 600 votes, with 99.9% of the precincts tabulated so far in Florida, according to the Secretary of State's office. Does that match up with your numbers?
Our website right now, I think, is showing 1,210.
1,200 now.
Yes.
1,210. That's right. We went from about 600 to 1,210. Yes. And how many of those Broward County ballots will you be counting, do you think, altogether?
We don't know that number.
You don't know that number?
No.
Have any idea?
Well, Broward has that number, but they're busy counting and tabulating the ballots, and they're working hard to get a report into us as quickly as possible. So.
All right, Mr. Roberts, we're very appreciative. We're going to keep you either on the line with somebody in our control room or get your numbers so that we can get right to you. We'd like to just keep you open because the country, as you know, is awaiting what happens there in the state of Florida. But what it comes down to, let me just review this for our viewers. 1,210 votes now separate the two candidates. You have Broward County absentee ballots still to tabulate. They're being done right now. They're in the tabulation machines. We should know that in the next, 20 minutes or so, what the results are?
So.
Does that seem right?
That's what Broward's telling me.
Okay, and they are the only ones left out apart from those military absentee ballots that come in under the 10-day rule?
Yes, sir. Well, except for some of the small rural counties that have to count some absentee ballots tomorrow.
But as you know, with a race this close, with only 1,200 votes separating them, even in the rural counties, you know, 50 or 60 here, 70 or 80 there could make a difference in this race, couldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, we'll wait to hear what you have to say about what happens in Broward County.
How long for official recount?
Yeah, the official recount, you'll do it after you have 0.5%. If there's only that difference, how long will that take?
The supervisors did the first count starting at 7 p.m. this evening and going to, you know, it took quite a while, but to do a recount, we don't have the problem of the ballots having to travel from far-flung precincts. We could probably do it in a day, I think.
All right, Mr. Roberts, we're going to stay in touch with you and try to get back as soon as you can. Not just posting them on the website, but we'd love to be able to hear from you right here on NBC. We'll put you right on the air, okay?
The best place for the information is the website.
All right. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll go right to the website when we can. We'll get that up and running. Let's go to Nashville, Tennessee now. Greg Simon, who is with the Vice President when he was making a couple of critical calls tonight.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Tell me, Greg, what was it like when the Vice President called the governor? Were you there when he called to take back the concession?
Yes, sir.
And how did that conversation go?
Well, it was what I would call a very factual conversation. The Vice President noted that he had called based on the networks declaring Florida in the Bush column, and that now, in the time it took him to get down to the War Memorial Plaza, that gap had narrowed from many thousands of votes to several hundreds of votes, with several thousand votes outstanding, and would trigger an automatic recount in Florida. And since there are nearly 6 million votes counted, and this is less than 1/10 of 1%, that if in fact Governor Bush won Florida, he would concede, but right now it was not at all clear that Governor Bush had won Florida, and in fact it's still not clear, and it can't be clear until after the recount.
Mr. Simon, if in fact after the recount tonight of these Broward counter ballots, that we're still within the technical definition of an automatic recount in Florida, say that George Bush ends up earlier this morning, 1,500 votes ahead of the Texas, George Bush ends up 1,500 votes ahead of you all. Will you stand back and have Florida do the automatic recall, or will you step in and say this should be over?
I can't answer a hypothetical question like that. That wouldn't be my decision to make. I know that in Florida, a recount is a matter of law automatically, and the citizens of Florida are owed the opportunity to make sure that their voice is heard.
Mr. Simon, we're going to go now to Austin because we want to hear from Don Evans, who is George Bush's friend and campaign chairman.
We hope and believe we have elected the next president of the United States. The latest vote count in the state of Florida shows Governor Bush winning that state by more than 1,200 votes. They're still counting, and I'm confident when it's all said and done, we will prevail. Thank you again for all your hard work and all of your efforts, and we look forward to a great celebration. God bless.
Don Evans tonight, tit for tat. We heard from Bill Daley earlier saying that this campaign is not over, and Don Evans coming out saying we believe that we're going to prevail in the state of Florida, that we have elected the next president of the United States, the 43rd president. He is the governor of the state of Texas. Don Evans' very good friend George W. Bush. They met first when they were in Midland, and in fact it was the Evans family that introduced George W. Bush to his wife Laura. We're going to I've got Jonathan Alter here with us now at the same time. Tim Russert on my right and Jonathan Alter over on my left, and we're going to take you through the popular vote nationally at the moment, Jonathan, to show you how close this is. We're now up to 95% in, and as you can see it's 19,000 votes separating them. We went quickly through the 18,000 vote margin that separated John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon. It's been right about in this margin for some time, and still more votes to come in from California, where, of course, Al Gore is expected to run ahead of George Bush. So it remains not just possible, but it looks probable that Al Gore could win the popular vote yet and still lose the electoral vote.
That's why I believe he will be elected president. Let me just try to explain this novel theory as to why. The state to watch now is California. If it turns out that Al Gore wins the popular vote nationally, there will be intense pressure in this country to have him become the president. Most people think the guy with the most votes wins. Recounts are as much an art as a science. You have experts, consultants who go around the country doing recounts. If the recount came out on behalf of Bush and Bush had lost the popular vote nationally, they would go to court, there'd be another recount, it would become endless, and the political pressure would mount very quickly to certify Al Gore as the winner, especially since you have a potential conflict of interest here with the governor of the state that is handling the recount being the brother of Governor Bush.
Well, let's bring Tim and Doris Kearns Goodwin in. I mean, this has been raised with both campaigns. They both said that they knew the rules going in to this campaign.
Yeah, I don't know a constitutional expert who would agree with that, Tom.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone has said straight out, whoever wins 270 votes in the Electoral College is the next president of the United States.
It seems to me that the challenge itself, Jonathan, would throw that into great chaos, more than any recount or anything else, that if you had a clear-cut constitutional rule that everyone understood when they began the campaign, and there was great discussion about it in the closing days of this campaign, that Al Gore would be seen as a big spoil sport of some kind and a guy who got in the way of history, that the time to change it would be after the election.
I'm not talking about changing the rules or having the popular vote somehow supersede the electoral vote. I'm talking about as a practical political matter. If the recounts could be assured to be totally accurate, and if everybody agreed on the recounts, then there wouldn't be this problem. But that's not the way recounts work. If you look at the history of close recounts in congressional races, they're always disputed. You go precinct by precinct, and then people say this recount wasn't fair, we have to do it again. And the result, after weeks, would be a lot of pressure to say, instead of trying to sort out who really won Florida, let's end this thing.
Doris Kearns Goodwin, what do you think?
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I think the one prediction one can make after this mess, if it does turn out that Al Gore wins the popular vote but loses the electoral vote, is that electoral college thing is going to be looked at really carefully. I mean, it happened in '68 and it happened in '76 after those close races. There were all sorts of reform proposals. I think 700 went to Congress. But then once the crisis is passed, that energy usually dissipates and they forget about it. I'm now thinking about the electoral college like an appendix. It's a vestigial organ. It has no function anymore. And we've really got to figure out how to make it better. Maybe proportional voting in those states, maybe getting rid of it altogether. But it will be a nightmare for the country if Al Gore wins the popular vote, doesn't win. But Tim is right. That's the Constitution now. That's the future we're talking about. Right now, it would still mean if Bush wins the electoral vote, he is the next president.
But Doris, just to play this out for 1 minute, if you're talking about margins of a few hundred votes and you have disputes in several counties, we've already talked about Palm Beach County having a dispute with over a couple thousand votes of people who mistakenly voted for Buchanan when they intended to vote for Gore. Already this afternoon, they started a county investigation of these irregularities. And then you get a series of other irregularities all over the state of Florida. Pretty soon, nobody can figure out who really won. What happens then?
But there's going to be a factual answer to your question. I mean, I think what you're suggesting is there's some overarching intelligence who will say we have to somehow fix this in a little way to make it right that the person who won the popular vote wins the electoral vote by fixing it in Florida.
All right, no, I'm going to ask you both to hold. I'm going to ask you both to hold it for a moment because we have on the phone now Bob Butterworth, who is the Attorney General of the state of Florida. He is a Democrat. He does believe, as I gather, that Al Gore still will prevail tonight. But let's go to this whole question about how much we can trust a recount process in the state of Florida, Mr. Attorney General.
Well, thank you, sir. The law in the state of Florida is if, in fact, a candidate comes within 0.5% of another candidate, there's an automatic recount. At this point in time, there are still a number
of a few thousand votes out there. So at this point in time, we do not know whether or not it is Al Gore or George W. Bush who is winning the vote in Florida. So, but no matter which one wins, there'll be an automatic recount. It's done very, very quickly. Everything is done by machine voting, and we done with a matter of hours, probably tomorrow.
Who supervises that?
That's done by the supervisors of elections in each of our 67 counties, and of course there'll be poll watchers on both sides. I can't recall the exact number of precincts in Florida, but it's probably a little bit over 9,000 or 10,000. And here we're talking about right now maybe 500 votes difference, and the latest vote I just got here now from one of our supervisors that we may very well be talking only about 200 votes difference totally in the state of Florida and 10,000 precincts. So a recount will only take a short period of time, be done tomorrow. Of course, if there are any challenges by either side, that will be done in the courts, and that just whatever happens, happens. But a recount will occur. And then after the recount, as what happens many times, the candidates just then decide what they want to do after that on their own.
But the bottom line, as a Democrat, as a supporter of Al Gore, if you come up short tonight, say 1,000 votes, 1,200 votes, there is an automatic recount, you would have confidence in the recount?
I believe there should be a recount. There should be at least one recount. We've had a number of local elections where there have been a couple recounts, and then one of the candidates will just end up conceding it. But I do believe if you're coming within a couple hundred votes, we're not only talking about the vote of a local official or the vote of or the votes that may decide the next governor of the state. We're deciding the votes that may decide the next presidency of the United States. So therefore, I believe that this state, this country, and this world must make sure that the Florida vote count is accurate and is correct.
Mr. Butterworth, Jonathan reported earlier that there were some irregularities in the Palm Beach area with elderly voters who thought they were voting for Al Gore when in fact they pulled the lever for Pat Buchanan because of what, faulty instruction?
Because of the way the punch ballot worked, they went down and thought that they were punching out for Gore, and actually they were punching out for Buchanan. And starting pretty early in the day, there were a lot of calls to the Palm Beach Post, a lot of reports of irregularities, and county officials came in to investigate sometime this afternoon.
Have you had any reports of irregularities to your office, that one included, or others?
Yes, sir, I have, but that's a different issue than a recount. When it's within half a point, that's a recount. The type of ballot that was in there in Palm Beach, I see as very highly unusual, but that's a separate and distinct issue than the issue of the whether or not someone won within a half of 1%.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Bob Butterworth. We'll stay in touch with you throughout this very long evening as we try to get things sorted out. Okay, here we are in Florida now. We're now showing 100% in. This is the voter election service, the one that we use. This is not the Secretary of State's, right? Separated by 200 votes, as you can see. Actually,
224.
Yep, 224 votes altogether. And this is not the Secretary of State's office. This is what we've been using, and this one has been skewing much more to George Bush. It's dropped steadily from thousands of votes difference down to a couple of hundred now. David Gregory, what has Jeb Bush been able to find out as he works the internet?
Well, apparently not enough to conclude that they're going to get some sort of definitive answer between now and daybreak here or where you are. We're learning from the governor's mansion, from aides to the governor, that in fact Governor Bush is scheduled tomorrow. He had a press conference that was scheduled at 10:30 in the morning Central Time and other public events. It's all been canceled. And I just spoke to an aide who said, look, I don't know what to tell you. We're just essentially closing down for the night. There are people who are going home beyond the particulars, like the family members, including Jeb Bush. They just don't think they're going to be able to learn anything if they're in the middle of a recount. Everybody seems to be at wit's end at the moment within the mansion. They just seem to be hitting a wall in terms of information. They understand there's quite a bit of demand to find out which way this is all going to go, but they don't seem to have the answers right now.
David, take a look at this. In the national poll, we now show Gore ahead of George W. Bush by 60,000 votes. So it is increasingly likely that the vice president is going to win the popular vote in this country, and the Electoral College remains in abeyance. We don't know who is going to win that as long as Florida is out. So let me just be clear. Even if we get those Broward County recounts tonight, the Bush people believe that tomorrow's automatic recount will take the day, and so they're kind of closing up for the night, and they're going to wait to see what happens after the recount. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly the information that I'm getting right now. Right now, they're clearing the decks in terms of a public schedule. They simply don't know anything, and they are hunkered down. I'm sure they're looking at the same information that we have, and there's nothing that they can add to that as of just a minute ago.
Well, that's a major acknowledgement on their part, Tim Russert, that they're not going to win it tonight, that it's going to have to go to the automatic recall, that Jeb Bush couldn't come up with the votes that was going to get him over the top without an automatic recall. The Gore people are obviously hanging in at this point. You heard, however, the Attorney General, who is a Democrat and thinks that Gore will prevail, he has confidence in the automatic recall.
But he said at least one recount. Did you hear that sentence? In other words, he reserved the right to go to court. I do not think that this presidential election will be determined by some judge in Florida. That's just not going to wash. When we get into the litigation on this thing, it's going to get very, very dicey very fast.
So, Jonathan, let me just take you through this. If you think at the end of the recall that that Governor George W. Bush is ahead by 1,500 votes.
The Democrats will go right into court.
And
they'll try to get another recount, and they'll start canvassing by precinct and county, and they'll challenge the whole recount process, and pretty soon you're into litigation land, and the American people will be saying, hey, wait a minute, Al Gore won this election. What is all this about?
All right, well, he's building a foundation in the popular vote, Jonathan, for your theory, which I still don't buy into, by the way, but we'll see what happens.
But, Tom, we actually asked this question in our NBC News Wall Street Journal poll. If, in fact, one candidate won the popular vote, another one electoral vote, the American people, 57% said the winner of the popular vote should be the president. Right. 33 said no. But the pressure also builds.
Well, you talk about it, Tim. We just want to show the national vote just to show you what's happening there. Now, Al Gore has moved in front with 95% of the vote in so far. As you can see, he now has a lead of about 53,000 votes altogether. So he is beginning to open the lead a little bit in the national vote, especially because, as we remind everyone, most of the vote that is still being counted is in his best state, which is the state of California. Still 10% to go in California. That's a lot of votes.
I think after a recount in Florida, no matter what happens, there'll be a lot of pressure on the losing candidate to come forward and try to bring closure to this, just as there was on Richard Nixon in 1960, although he didn't win the popular vote.
Yeah.
The Austin American Statesman paper in Austin, Tom, had a headline all prepared called "It's Bush." It's now been changed to "History on Hold."
Pretty good line,
Pretty
actually.
appropriate. And someone else also provided me a little quote from Winston Churchill, which I thought you'd find topical. Politics are almost as exciting as war and quite as dangerous. In war, you can only be killed once, but in politics, many times.
Yeah. Well, that's what's happened tonight to both these candidates. They both lived and died by Florida, and at the end of the evening, we left them both in purgatory, it turns out. They were not able to go either way. We had to pull back Florida from both of them.
We'll get to the promised land, Brother Tom.
I know, but the votes have been counted, and it's not up to the networks to get them there. The networks tonight, I think that it's fair to say, I think I indicated earlier, we don't just have egg in our face. We've got omelet all over our suits at this point and on our face and everywhere else, because we awarded Florida erroneously at one point, came back and managed to make everything equal by awarding it erroneously a second time.
If you just stayed with these simple boards, you wouldn't have those problems. Those high-fluting computers, Tom, this is the answer. Get it right.
Well, that's right. We're trying to. It just takes a while. It does come down to Florida, but we're not able to say where Florida is going to be. So that's where we stand at this hour. We're told that in Nashville, they're beginning to recede from the war memorial after Bill Daley's speech there. In Texas, they're doing the same thing. The Bush people have canceled their planned news conference for tomorrow, their luncheon. Everything is on hold until Florida is resolved. We're going to go to Doris Kearns-Goodwin now. Doris, how about the country and its ability to handle all of this?
Well, I think it's going to be really hard if the popular vote does stay with Gore. We're a very different country than we were when the framers created the Electoral College. I mean, think of it back then. Only property-owning men could vote. Women weren't voting. Blacks weren't voting. If you were a renter, if you didn't pay taxes, you couldn't vote. Now everybody feels that they have a right to have one person having one vote and having it counted. So that ideal of democracy is much more deeply embedded in our system. And there's nothing I suspect we can do about it, except that I think it's going to leave a really bad feeling in people's minds if that split occurs. It's the nightmare. I've said all along it's what history may want, but it's not what the citizens right now should want.
Well, that may be the case, but it is the Constitution of the United States. It could not be spelled out more clearly. And certainly these veterans of these two presidential campaigns knew that going in, and we raised the possibility that it would go the other way, John.
Well, we didn't raise the possibility of a disputed outcome in a particular state. In other words, we raised the possibility that one person would win the popular vote, another the Electoral College by comfortable margins, or at least not disputed margins. This contingency was not raised and not stipulated to by the candidates, where you had a disputed outcome in a particular state.
But in all elections, candidates do, in fact, agree to resolve any kind of differences by the law, which is called a recount. And that's very, very important. Don't forget, if in fact these candidates didn't play by the rules of Electoral College, they would have spent a lot more time in California, a lot more time in New York than they certainly did. Yeah. You can't change the rules just because people don't like the outcome, whether it's resolved by a court of law or a board of elections or whatever.
Well, how do you resolve it, Tim?
Well, one thing I want to say just quickly before I show you these things, I think it's going to have to be resolved more quickly than going through a whole long process. I don't think the country will tolerate that one way or the other, that they're going to have to get this thing and work it out. But let us show you, it's not just Florida we're talking about. Look at what's going on in Wisconsin, for example. Look at how close it is in the state of Wisconsin. 233 votes separating them in Wisconsin out of 1.5 million that have been cast.
Unbelievable.
2.5.
2.5 million.
2.5 million. Now look at Florida. 224 votes that are separating them. And in that case, we're talking about almost 6 million votes.
When it's this close in a Senate race, what they do is they take it to the Senate, and the Senate body votes. John Durkin and Bob Wyman in New Hampshire some years ago had their race resolved in the U.S. Senate, but there's no place to take this one.
Yeah, we're going to go back to that national vote again. The one thing I'm reasonably sure of after tonight is that I don't think that they're going to take it to the networks. That's the one thing I don't think that they're going to do. 95% of the national vote is in. Take a look at this. Al Gore is now up. The lead is more than 50,000 votes, and it's been steadily climbing in small numbers, but it's been going up. And still, as we say, the California vote is to come in. And in that case, we're talking about 95 million voters. And Al Gore has got a lead of about 50,000 votes.
Let's say he opens up a 400,000 vote lead with that last 5%. Does that increase the political pressure then on Governor Bush?
Absolutely. It all increases the political pressure on Governor Bush. But what I'm saying is that if we are a nation of laws, those were the laws. We talked about this. That wasn't the first time that this has been raised. We didn't wake up on election morning and say, the Electoral College, I forgot about that. It's been there from the very beginning.
And when people look at that map, some will suggest, my God, Governor Bush won 30 states. Al Gore only won 19 or 20.
Right.
Why shouldn't that figure into the calculation?
We've spent the last 10 days talking about where they've been going just because of the Electoral College.
I think the tricky thing is when a court gets involved. If you have some local judge in Florida who is going to determine the entire presidential election based on his analysis of the recount, that's where a lot of folks are going to get off the bus on this Electoral College business.
Well, my guess is that they ought to expedite the whole thing into the federal court system and maybe even run it all the way up to the Supreme Court as quickly as possible, and do it swiftly in the interest of getting this thing resolved. Both sides ought to agree to some kind of a path that they would be happy to have it resolved with, and then go from there. And then what I am quite confident of, this is the last we'll hear of the Electoral College. After this election, my guess is that it's going to be yanked out of there. Nobody wants to go through this again.
It will take a constitutional amendment.
I know, but I think that the country is going to get sufficiently aroused by this. You know, we're in a whole new political climate, obviously.
Maybe we should have one more political debate. One more presidential debate.
Right. Let's just start all over again. Okay, David Gregory, what do you have for us?
Well, Tom, probably the most ironic comment of the evening was the man who got onto the podium here about 15 minutes ago and thanked the remaining people who were waiting outside here for coming. He said that concludes our program for this evening. We all know differently that this all goes on. All I can tell you at this point is that the flow of information coming out of the governor's mansion has slowed to an absolute halt. And at the moment, they are hunkered down. They know there's a recount. They don't believe that they're going to know anything. And what backs that up at the moment is that they have canceled the governor's public schedule for tomorrow. There was that press conference that was scheduled at 10:30 Central Time. There was a luncheon. All of that now scrapped. They are waiting to find out whether or not there is a definitive lead that Governor Bush can carry to a definitive victory in Florida. And it bears restating, just because the imagery is so powerful. The governor of Florida is here. He is in the governor's mansion. And for all we know, because we knew it earlier, he was working not the phones, he was working the computer. He was actually logged in, monitoring all of the election results on the website for the Secretary of State's office in Florida. So they were literally going vote by vote. You heard the chairman of the Bush campaign, Don Evans, come out a while ago and say, look, it's 1,200 votes. We think that's the margin. We think it's going to hold. But as you have been discussing, Tom, there are other votes to be counted, and now we're into the recount scenario. So everybody just waits. And again, it's also worth recalling who's there. President Bush, Barbara Bush, in addition to their sons, the governor of Florida, the governor of Texas, one waiting to find out if he's really the next president of the United States, the other one waiting to find out if he's delivering the state that'll make it happen. Tom?
Thank you very much, David Gregory. Jonathan, I hesitate to add to your arsenal, but, you know, the fact is that it is hard for a presidential candidate to win the Electoral College and then lose the popular vote and go to the American people and say, the people have spoken.
Well, especially since the people who are handling this recount work for his brother.
Right.
They owe their jobs on some level to his brother. It gets very complicated. You know, Democrats are going to be talking about that.
We know that for sure. I mean, this is done county by county. These are workers that are hired county by county. Okay. They're not beholden to Jeb Bush.
Not all of them.
And these are professional vote counters.
You're correct. I don't want to cast any aspersions on the professionalism of any of these folks. But you have an awful lot of people up and down the organization here. And again, I'm not accusing anybody of a conflict of interest. I'm not saying anybody's been compromised by this, but you know what the Democrats are going to say.
Yeah,
he's the governor of the state.
I'm just being told that almost every county elects a supervisor of elections. You heard the Attorney General say that he thought, I know that you have the caveat of one recount here, but that they do have professional people who are doing that, even as cocked up as it appears to have been in some counties.
He might have put some of the judges who would hear this case, too.
They're now saying 1,210 vote difference on the website. But it does appear that in the popular vote that Al Gore is widening his lead over the Texas governor. That is going to give everyone, as we say, a dilemma tomorrow. But I come back to my original point. This was not a surprise, everybody. We've had the Electoral College from the beginning. We talked about it a lot. That's why we had the kind of electoral map that we did tonight. That's why they campaigned where they did. And when they did.
You know, the election of 1824, the last time that a president was elected who was the son of a former president, John Quincy Adams, he lost the popular vote. I'm sure Doris has probably gone over this some, but they spent the next 4 years fighting over it because Andrew Jackson had won the popular vote, and it crippled his presidency as they just argued and got nothing done for 4 years.
Well, that probably has not changed in American politics, and certainly that has been the case in the last 3 or 4 years in Washington, D.C. as it is. Fred Thompson was saying tonight, look, we've had divided government now. Doris Kearns Goodwin, going back to that election that Jonathan was just talking about, with John Quincy Adams getting the House of Representatives to put him into the presidency, what would you foresee, in fact, if we had a considerable popular vote victory for Al Gore, but George Bush pulled out an Electoral College victory?
Well, I think then we have to think of it as if somehow there's going to be almost like a coalition government. If George Bush is smart, what he will do, if this were a parliamentary system and you had this close a division, you'd have a coalition government. What the counterpart in our democratic system would be putting a lot of Democrats into his cabinet. That's not an impossible situation. If it goes along with his, I'm going to bring people together, and it may be necessary to reassure the country. You know, it's interesting, when Lincoln won, he put his 3 chief rivals into his cabinet because he knew the country was on the verge of such chaos. Even though it meant great infighting, it was a brilliant decision on his part. They were all better known than him, better educated. They all thought they should have been president. But he knew if he could somehow get agreement amongst all of them, he could run the country. And it may put a lot of pressure on Bush, and positive pressure, to bring a real coalition cabinet in and not just a bunch of Republicans who will not feel they've won in a very popular way.
I must say we would have to have the most grown-up attitudes and some common ground between the two campaigns as well to work out how they are going to get this resolved so they can do it as swiftly as possible. You don't want the country to go through the enormous period of distraction. Financial markets and our adversaries abroad will think that we're distracted by all of this. A lot of legislation will be put on hold. The country will be in a foul mood because it'll be pitted one against the other. So I think that they're going to have to work out a swift resolution, however this turns out, both with the Jonathan's favorite subject of the evening, the voter recount in Florida, but also what we're going to do about popular vote versus electoral vote and how to get to a quick resolution. Plainly, we're not doing that here tonight. Okay, the popular vote continues to widen on behalf of Al Gore. However this turns out, it does appear that at the end of the evening that he'll be able to turn to Tipper and say, I was the choice of more people than Texas Governor George W. Bush. 174,000 now is the lead that he has over the Texas governor. 4 days ago, who would have thought that Al Gore was going to have that kind of a lead and growing because California continues to tabulate its vote. California apparently came in very substantially for Al Gore despite an enormous effort, a lot of money spent, a lot of visits by George W. Bush, relatively speaking, and a very sophisticated Republican organization in California, Tim.
And he still, Al Gore, may overcome the obstacles in Florida and win electoral votes there. We just don't know, Tom.
Right.
Walter Dellinger, who I talked about earlier, who worked in the Justice Department, professor of law at Duke University, distributed a piece to the media on Monday, and it's eerie how prescient it was, Tom. As America goes to the polls today in a very close election, there's a possibility that either candidate may obtain a majority of electoral votes while receiving fewer popular votes nationwide than his opponent. Contrary to some alarmist statements in the press, this should not be an occasion for concern. Both major candidates have understood that we choose our presidents by electoral votes, not by national popular votes, and have for months campaigned accordingly. Nothing that happens in the popular vote should cast any doubt on the legitimacy of a president elected as the Constitution provides by a majority of the electoral votes. This was a Clinton administration and high-ranking Attorney General's office, very distinguished professor of law. Those are his views. It'll be interesting to see who'll be reading them back.
Nice professorial sentiments, and I'm sure a lot of reasonable people can agree on them, but you are in a great position, Tim, to assess the real-world politics of this and how it would actually come down, not in the classroom, but in the real world of competing political forces, a couple days from now when this thing seems to be dragging out. What happens then?
Well, we'll see what the election officials in Florida do and abide by that decision.
Yeah, and they are more neutral than you may be giving them credit for. They are elected officials, and they do have the tabulation machines, the Attorney General said. So we may get a clean win or a loss for George Bush or for Al Gore.
We may, but remember what Attorney General Butterworth said. The first of recounts, he reserved the right to apply for another recount.
Right. We did hear that.
Yeah, okay.
You and I are not going to resolve it here tonight. Yeah. No more than Tim and I resolved what happened at Florida. We're in the win-loss column. No. By the way, James Rogan, who was one of the pit bulls and a very effective adversary of Bill Clinton in the impeachment process, he was at risk for his California congressional seat. In fact, he lost it. So the Democrats picked up that congressional seat tonight. A lot of money poured into that seat. But the model for the House of Representatives is going to stay roughly what it was. We still have not worked out what's going to happen in the United States Senate, I think. This has been one long, bizarre, exciting, frustrating, anxious-driven night of American presidential politics. It is not over, ladies and gentlemen, because there is the popular vote, the President of the United States, and it's now up to 244,000 votes. And we want to tell you that in In Michigan, in the Senate race, Debbie Stabenow, 49% of the vote against Spencer Abraham, who's a Republican incumbent. They got 37,000 votes separating them. Debbie Stabenow would be a Democratic pickup of a Senate seat in the United States Senate from Michigan. Okay, your local news will be next in many areas. We also want to remind you MSNBC will have continuing coverage in just 2 hours at 7 o'clock. Katie and Matt will be on with the Today Show. Surprise, Tim and I will be there with coffee and bagels, getting ready to serve them breakfast to welcome them to their place, because we know that they just can't get along without us on this morning.
And we'll put it all in perspective for them, Tom.
Well, indeed. We'll award Florida to one or the other. Who knows? Jonathan, thanks very much for being with us.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank all of you for this long evening. It's going to be a long day ahead.